Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So, remember about 2 weeks ago, I think it was, maybe three, when former Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, said, we don't, on the Republican side, if we have a problematic member of our party or a candidate, we don't vote for them. We push them out. I mean, we all knew that that was the most hypocritical thing we had ever heard. It was just laughable given who is, sitting in the White House right now. But we just keep getting reminders of what a joke that was, what an idiot he is to think that nobody would realize that he was full of shit. And I have yet another perfect example. So, Ohio Republican Congress member Max Miller, he is a major issue for them right now, and they need to get him out before the 5th if they're going to have a chance of holding on to his seat in Ohio. This was thought to be a very safe seat. Donald Trump won it by double digits, I think like 11 or 12 points. And now it's really at risk. He is only 1 point ahead of the Democrat. That's how bad it is. So if you don't know what's going on, if you haven't heard of this guy, sit back, grab your popcorn. This is a doozy. This is like, and it's not a funny story. It's really not. It's very serious. But here's the thing. So he is married, or was married, I should say, to Senator Bernie Moreno's daughter. Okay, her name is Emily Moreno, and she was like a Republican operative. So they met, I believe, working on Marco Rubio's campaign when he was running for president. He went on to serve in Donald Trump's first administration. I don't know what she did, if she just kept, working on other campaigns. But anyway, despite very serious, very credible allegations of physical abuse against not only Emily, but also their 2-year-old toddler, Senator Moreno, her father, said nothing. He refused to speak out against this Miller guy until yesterday. Court documents now show that he may have been unwilling to say something because he might have some skeletons in his own closet. So you guys are going to want to wait to the end, tune in to the end to hear about that. So here's the deal. In early May, the Daily Mail reported this. It says, chilling photos expose Trump-backed congressman's abuse as senator's daughter reveals scalding water attack and humiliating apology letter. So they cited court records in this article. They also said they had 3 sources that they spoke with. The wife, Emily Moreno, accused Miller of years of physical abuse. She also accused him of abusing their then 2-year-old daughter. She somehow ended up with a broken collarbone. She had bruising on her shoulder. Now, Max Miller totally denies all of this. He says, oh, it was never proven. You can look at the court records. Yeah, they never could conclusively prove how her collar broke, or how her collarbone got broken. But what the court documents show is that there was a Zoom meeting between DCFS, which is Department of, Family Services. So the caseworker met on Zoom with a doctor and with detectives who were investigating this. So here's what Mother Jones wrote about this. They said the bruising surrounding the clavicle fracture made the injury suspicious, wrote one of the detectives who summarized the Zoom meeting. Further, someone on the call advised the injury would have required a high degree of impact to occur. So he's trying to say, Max Miller is saying, oh, well, I think it happened because of a seat belt. I think, it looks to me, the bruising looks like it was a seat belt. She must have been, driving recklessly, blah, blah, blah. But a CPS specialist noted, quote, bruising near the fracture resembled a handprint. Okay. According to Emily, their daughter also told her, quote, daddy's house is scary. And Emily claims that in June of 2024, so the very year they got married, She says that Miller threw a pot of boiling water on her and that it burnt her chest and her stomach. So those are part of the photos that she turned over to the Daily Mail. I shouldn't say I know for a fact she turned them over. They may have gotten them from court records. So Miller, he's also accused by Emily of holding a gun to her head. She also alleges that he pushed her against a wall, that she hit her head when he did that. And again, either she or they got him from the court, but the Daily Mail have these photos of her with bruises on her arms. There's bruises or a bruise on her elbow, on her torso. And she at one point said that he grabbed her, that he struck her. This is very similar to something else you're going to hear about from another person. And then a lot of Emily's abuse, she says, was done in front of their toddler, which is horrific for a child to witness, does permanent damage, absolutely changes who they are. So, and it was enough that she, at one point, the little girl, this 2-year-old, allegedly said to her mother, "Daddy kill you." Now, instead of resigning, instead of seeking help, this guy posted this. This was what I'm going to show you is after the Daily Mail, after their article went public, Max Miller posts this on Twitter. He said, "It is unfortunate that Bernie Moreno continues to fund and enable his daughter's malicious campaign to ruin my life, despite his knowledge of her mental health issues. Bernie, this must be distracting from your job. These antics harm your own grandchild. Anytime you want to put a stop to this, you can." So this was just in May of 2020, May of this year, 2026, as you can see. Okay. And the thing is, there is no mental health history. Like nobody has ever come forward, including Max Miller, with anything to prove that his daughter or that Bernie Moreno's daughter has been diagnosed with a mental illness. There's no evidence of this. So then Max Miller actually goes out and he files a restraining order and a domestic violence case against Emily. And he alleges, oh, she's the one with the issues. She is the one who's unstable here. Okay. Well, he just dropped that case. That was about a week ago. And the judge wrote in the dismissal of the case this. The judge said, "The judge finds that petitioner's Miller's counsel was able to inform the reasons for seeking relief. The petitioner was not under any apparent infirmity and did not appear to have been threatened by or in fear of respondent Moreno." So the judge is saying, I don't see anything that's a problem here. They have not proven to me, they have not shown me any evidence that he is in danger, that Emily Moreno is a danger to him, or there's any kind of issue here. Miller, though, is still refusing to admit that he has done anything wrong. In fact, he just made a video and he posted it on Twitter yesterday. And in this video, he basically triples down on his accusations against her. And he says, "I'm not dropping out. I'm not leaving the race." And he claims that, oh, yeah, we were just horsing around when she got burned. He literally says in this video, oh, yeah, it was horseplay. He said that he just used like the sprayer from used hot water from the kitchen sink. And, that's not hot enough to scald someone, blah, blah, blah. The Daily Mail, though, and other people have said, we've seen the photos and she has like red marks on her stomach. And then check this out. So this is not a bright man. Okay. This is not a smart guy. Probably why he's so insecure, why he's out there beating up women and has anger issues. Take a look at this.
Court-appointed parenting coordinator, and please listen to this, is a psychologist.
That was part of the video. That was part of the video that he just posted on Twitter. So he cannot even read, apparently, or pronounce the word psychologist. A psychologist. An anal rapist. Anyway, Arrested Development fans will get that. So in any case, Emily, just about a day or two ago, she filed a restraining order again, claiming that Miller grabbed her attorney. They were at a recent custody hearing, and she alleges that, oh, he went and grabbed my attorney and threatened him. And she had to tell him, get your hands off of him. And then she said that Miller made some sort of profane slur against the attorney's fiance as they were leaving. And here's the thing. It's not just Emily who's making accusations against him or who has made accusations against him. There are myriad reasons why we should, believe her over him. So check this out. For one thing, this isn't the first Republican woman. This isn't the first Trump-aligned woman to accuse him of physical abuse. So you can't say, oh, this is all politically motivated. Former Trump press secretary Stephanie Grisham had dated Miller from 2019 to 2020 when they were both working in the Trump administration. And she also said that he was violent towards her. So here's an article talking about this. According to Politico, Miller pushed her against the wall, Grisham, slapped her in the face. This was apparently in their apartment after she accused him of cheating on her. And then Miller, he is so dense that he shared part of a secret recording that he had with the New York Post, and he thought it was going to clear his name, but it actually makes him sound more guilty. So in this audio recording, and this was like a common thing with him to record people without their knowledge. So in this recording, he and his ex-wife Emily were discussing this hot water incident where, he allegedly threw this hot water on her. And Miller says to her, I never thought that hurt you. I went through this with Stephanie. God bless you. So he seems to think that this would exonerate him. He seems to think that by saying, oh, I went through the same thing with my ex-girlfriend. How is that proving that you're innocent, right? And then the part that he didn't share was really bad. So Emily, his ex-wife, apparently shared the rest of the audio recording with the court. So here's what the transcript says. It says, Moreno, meaning Emily, is heard saying, you poured steaming hot water on me, and you have been insanely emotionally abusive. And then Miller is heard saying that he didn't pour hot water on her neck. And then he said, the water incident, I never thought that hurt you. It was never done to hurt you with intent. It never was done to hurt you, and you know that. So he is admitting in this audio that he poured water on her, right? He's saying it was never done to hurt you with intent. I never thought it hurt you. I mean, the guy he just needs to quit while he's ahead or behind, I guess you could say. So anyway, Miller also gave Emily a handwritten letter, apparently, and this appears to show that he feels guilty about something. So this letter was included in court records, and it reads in part, quote, I don't know what to do. I do know you love me, protect me, and care for me. I failed to do that for you. It's eating me alive. I love you even if you think I don't. I love you so much. I'm so sorry. I'm just a fuck up and worthless. I mean, finally we agree on something. And then Miller has a long-term history of violence. He also has a history of driving under the influence when he was younger. So both Politico and the Washington Post reported that Miller punched a guy in the back of the head, and he ran from the police. So that was back in 2007. So he was in high school back then. So you could say, oh, well, he was young, blah, blah, blah. He's maybe changed. Well, at the time, the case was ultimately dismissed. It was sealed. 3 years later, he again breaks the law. So Mother Jones news outlet reported that Miller broke a window at an apartment building. So check this out. So apparently, Miller got into a verbal altercation with someone at a hookah bar. And the police report says Miller said rather than striking a person, he hit the door and his hand went through the glass, which cut his wrist. Okay, so 3 years after the first incident, still committing violent acts, still losing his temper. Then the following year, 2011, he's charged with a DUI because he crashed into a light pole on a university campus and woke up with urine all in his pants. So here's that article, or that part of the Mother Jones article. So the university, their police, they concluded, or at least they said they did, that his blood alcohol level was under the legal limit. So they allowed him to plead down to a misdemeanor charge. So you could say, okay, well, he wasn't that intoxicated. Well, Mother Jones says that they obtained the toxicology report, and it shows that he also had ecstasy and Klonopin in his system at the same time. So this guy was, he admitted to having 2 to 3 beers and several shots. That alone is enough to make someone completely out of their mind, drunk. But then you add to it ecstasy and Klonopin. Okay. The guy was like 3 sheets to the wind. I'm sorry. How he got out of this, I don't know. But anyway, Emily Moreno, his ex-wife, alleges that he's still using illegal drugs. And now he just screwed himself again because he released more secret recordings that he made. And in one of them, she's heard saying this. She says, first it was weed. Then I found needles next to your bed. I took a picture of it. You can try to deny it to me. Okay. So then Miller is heard on this recording repeatedly denying it, saying, no, I didn't have needles, blah, blah, blah. Then he's heard denying that he was ever recording her or that he had ever recorded her while he's recording her. So he knows he's recording this conversation. He's like, I've never recorded you. This guy is insane. He isn't. Now I see why Donald Trump likes him so much. I absolutely see why Donald Trump is behind this guy. And recently Donald Trump was like, I'm not going to make any decisions. I'm not going to weigh in. This is a family matter. So far, it's only allegations. This is why, because he's as fucked up as Donald Trump. But anyway, there's another secret recording that Miller himself shared. This was from about a month after the other one. And he admits to her that, oh, yeah, I was using needles, but it wasn't for drugs. So check this out. Actually, I don't have an image on this one. So he said to her, I told you I was doing TRT and that I had stopped testosterone replacement therapy. You knew I was doing that, right? And I know this for a fact. So you've already acknowledged that you already knew that behavior was going on. So first, he totally gaslights her and says, I'm not using needles. I'm not injecting with anything. And then he admits to using something that would only be like pouring gasoline on a fire for someone like this. It would only make his anger worse. It would only make his violence worse, right? Oh my God. So in any case, Emily is then heard saying back to him, quote, "What you told me was you did it several times and that was it. So when I found a needle, I had no idea what the fuck it was. I also asked you several times if you were still doing it, and you said no because I looked it up and it's not good for you." So he lies to her about that, lies to her about using the testosterone when he said that he quit, and then lies to her about lying to her. So, I mean, like I said, he sounds just like Trump. He is a narcissistic sociopath. And then there are other references to violent behavior that are found in these court records that are related to his custody battle with Emily. So one was detailed in a 2021 Politico report. They wrote that Miller pushed a girl out the door. This is a quote from the article. Pushed a girl out the door of his room and she fell down some stairs after he became enraged when she resisted his attempts to touch her. According to 3 people who were there and many more who heard about the incident in the aftermath. And Politico went and spoke with this woman. So she's a woman now. She was a teenager then. And she told them that even though this happened 20 years ago, quote, "It remains one of the more traumatic nights of my life." And then Miller is also accused of just gross behavior towards his wife and daughter. So Emily Moreno says that he wasn't there when she gave birth. He just didn't show up. And then it sounds like he eventually did show up. He came home after she gave birth. Then he left her again. He left both her and their daughter like within 3 days after she gave birth, according to Emily. And then he supposedly complained about her body after she gave birth. Miller allegedly told Emily that, after childbirth, or the childbirth, I should say, quote, "set his playground on fire." So this guy is just a vile piece of shit, if this is true. And then he also, like I said, appears to be a pathological liar because in this video that he just posted on Twitter, he repeated something that he previously told news outlets, that he said that in February 2025, Emily alleged that he abused her. I think that's when she said he slammed her against the wall. So he's like, "Oh, well, I have doorbell camera footage that will prove that this is totally not true, that she left very calmly with our daughter, that I yelled to her and told her I loved her." Well, according to the New York Times, his legal team admitted that no such video exists. So here's a piece of the article. Or this was in Raw Story, and they cited the New York Times article. And then at a recent court hearing, Miller's attorney allegedly admitted that Miller, quote, "just can't control himself." So that was included in an affidavit that was filed by Emily. And this was after she alleges that he grabbed and threatened her attorney. So finally, Emily's father, Bernie Moreno, is now finally speaking out. He's calling for Miller to resign. After Miller posted the video yesterday, Bernie Moreno responded with this tweet. I'm not going to read the whole thing because, as you can see, it's very, very long. But he said, in part, "Out of concern for the safety of my family, I hope to keep this matter private, but Max Miller's increasingly erratic and dangerous behavior have made that impossible. As he has admitted privately, Max Miller needs serious psychological help. He is a danger to my daughter, and I hold my breath every minute he has custody of my granddaughter. If there are any basic standards of character required to hold elected office, Max Miller fails them. He should not serve in the House of Representatives. I believe Max Miller needs to seek professional help to end the clear pattern of abuse he has left in his wake." So here's the thing. Why did Moreno wait this long? Why did Bernie Moreno wait so long to speak out? Is he finally saying something because he's trying to force Miller out before it's too late? Because, he needs to drop out by August 5th, which is in 2 days, in order for the GOP to replace him on the ballot. And it's not even clear that they have anybody to replace him because it's so, it's such late notice. If so, if that's the reason, that is just freaking gross, right? That you wouldn't speak out on behalf of your child and granddaughter. But Bernie Moreno, as I mentioned in the beginning, he may have remained silent because Miller knows some of his deep, dark secrets, because there's a text message that was found in the court records. This was related to Emily Moreno's restraining order, and Miller threatened her father. So here's what he wrote. This is according to, I think it was Mother Jones. I'm not, it might be Politico. Anyway, it says in his text message that he sent, it says, "I'm sick of this. You know I never hurt our daughter. Take this however you want. Everyone is going to get to know you better than your wife does. Enjoy the ride, brother. I wouldn't have to do this if you could keep your lying daughter under control." So sure sounds like he knows something about Bernie Moreno, and he is threatening him with exposing it. Now, whether or not he's full of shit, I don't know. But, there was something that came out also in Politico. I want to say it was like 2 years ago or something, where Bernie Moreno, there was like a Twitter, or excuse me, there was like an email, or his work email was tied to an account on a gay dating site, and the profile said something like looking for young guys for some fun. Now, one of his staff members came out and said, "Oh, I did that. I created it as a joke, blah, blah, blah." Who knows? Who knows what the truth is? But anyway, there you go, guys. Just a whole lot of messiness. Like I always say, MAGA has a lot of messy bitches. This is just more of it. I feel horrific. I feel absolutely awful for this little girl who's caught in the crosshairs of all of this. She is the only true victim in all of this. I mean, I guess to some extent his wife, but she knew his history. Sounds like she very, very well knew his history. Why you would bring a child into this, I don't know. They got married and divorced very quick. And she says it was years of abuse. So it sounds like maybe he was abusive even before she married him and had their child. So anyway, I'll let you know what happens. But yeah, it sounds like from what I read right before I jumped on to record this, that Trump knows that Miller is in trouble and that he's likely to lose this seat. And they're panicking behind the scenes, even though, in front of the camera, he's saying, "Oh, I'm not going to get involved. It sounds like it's just allegations." Apparently, they are freaking out behind the scenes and trying to figure out what to do. And now even Rick Scott out of Florida, he's now only the second Republican to step up and say Max Miller needs to resign. So pathetic, absolutely pathetic. Republicans prove at every turn that the Democrats are just better people. They just are. Sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry. So MAGA can say all they want. Oh, there's no difference between the two parties, or Republicans are better people. Bullshit. You can hide behind your Bibles, but your actions speak louder than words, and they speak louder than the Bible, than you thumping the Bible. You don't stand up for women. They claim, "Oh, we got to protect women. Oh, we got to keep the trans athletes out of girls' locker rooms." When it comes down to it, they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. And if it was just an adult woman, it would be bad enough. But they have proven they don't give a shit about 2-year-old toddler little girls, because none of them are willing to stand up for her. So, all right. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So I have the story for you about another member of the Leopards Eating People's Faces party. So NBC Miami reported this story. So as you can see here, this is a married couple. And it says he took his wife, a Trump fan, to the president's hotel in Doral. Instead, he was detained by ICE. So the man you see here is Brian Jose Rojas Galofre. He goes by Rojas, though. He is a Venezuelan immigrant. He came to the U.S. in 2021. He actually turned himself in to Border Patrol. So he did things the right way. He said, I'm seeking asylum. And whether you agree with that or not, that was the law. That is what our country allowed. So he did do things the right way, according to the law. He followed the letter of the law. Since he came to the country, he met this woman and married her. She is the woman, let me add it back to the stage so you can see her. She is a U.S. citizen. Her name is Socorro Zaragoza. Okay. They got married in 2024. They have these two children. They are American-born children. Well, they already had one of them in January of 2025. This was just 7 days, this incident occurred 7 days after Donald Trump was inaugurated. They took this trip to Trump's Doral Hotel because his wife, that you saw there in that photo, his wife and her family are big Trump fans. So they were hoping to see Trump at the hotel because there was a Republican event going on. So this was on January 27th, 2025. They get to the security checkpoint at the hotel, and the Secret Service and the police, both local police, both searched his vehicle. So, all right, I think it was her vehicle actually, because they found an airsoft gun under one of the seats. Now, she says she always carried this airsoft gun with her for protection because it looked like a real gun. And, you know, when she was driving alone, she would carry it with her under the seat. They also found a marijuana grinder in, I guess, the glove compartment. So they arrest both of them. They charge them with 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia with the intent to use. And then the agents noticed that Rojas had tattoos. So here's what he said. He said, they pulled me out of the car. They checked my tattoos. They started asking if I belonged to a gang. They took photos of me and put me under review to see if I was linked to terrorism. At that time, the news surrounding the Tren de Aragua gang was making major headlines. So they take him to a Miami detention center. He ends up spending over 3 months in ICE custody in this detention center. And Rojas said, you know, I was really worried about being deported to El Salvador because that was in the headlines as well. He didn't speak with his wife for over a month. And the wife told the news outlet, quote, I thought that was it. That was my, I thought that was it, that my family was over. I thought I would wake up one day and find that I had lost him, that I would be left all alone with my son. So again, they only had the one child at the time. Well, eventually he gets released on $15,000 of bond. But in the meantime, he lost his job. He had lost his work permit, and then they end up losing their home. They had to sell their car, and they used his 401k that he had started to cover their attorney's fees and bail. So now this couple is $80,000 in debt. His next immigration hearing isn't until 2028, 2 years from now, 2 years from now. And then DHS said, when they were reached for comment, they referred to him as a, quote, criminal illegal alien, even though he's never been convicted of any serious crime in the U.S. or anywhere else. So news outlets went and did a search, found no criminal activity. And then Rojas told the news outlet, quote, they want to keep smearing my name just to avoid granting me a work permit, thereby denying me my Social Security benefits. It is an outrage against my wife, who is an American citizen, and my 2 children. And in April of 2026, he filed a complaint about the detention center conditions. And Rojas said this. He said, it is a federal prison where they would put you on lockdown for 4 or 5 days at a time, unable to speak with your family, eating food slid under the door, and deprived of basic necessities. I was terrified because someone actually died inside there. There were fights. What I felt while in prison was an overwhelming sense of loneliness, anguish, and despair. And check this out. So while he was locked up, Rojas' family, his mother and father, got scammed by a fake immigration attorney. So his mother told a news outlet, quote, he would answer all my messages and ask me for various things. I would send him the documents he requested. I even sent him about $2,000, but then all of a sudden I never heard from him or his associates again. So not only did he and his wife lose money, but his mother is out $2,000. Totally got ripped off with this fake attorney. This is the kind of shit that's going down because of Donald Trump and his policies. So since Rojas was released, he can't work because he doesn't have a work permit. So his wife, they end up having another baby. He gets released. They have another baby. One day after the birth of their second child, she had to go back to work because she said, quote, we had nothing for the baby because he can't work. So Rojas's mother, she hasn't seen the baby because she fears traveling because she's undocumented as well. And here's the thing. I have no sympathy. I'm sorry. I have sympathy for him, but his wife said she still supports Donald Trump. She told journalists that now she believes that Trump's immigration policies are racist. And she said, we are all human beings. God created us himself. But then at the same time, she said she doesn't blame Donald Trump. Are you freaking kidding me? So here's what she said. She said, I don't think anything bad about the president. It wasn't his fault. It was our fault. I just wanted to see him and fulfill a dream. But in trying to make that dream come true, my life was ruined. It destroyed my happiness. And then she also said this, I'm his fan. I believe Trump is a good president. And then she said, what he is doing to migrants isn't fair. What happened to my family wasn't fair. How do you square these things? Seriously, he destroyed your life. He destroyed your family's life. This is like an abusive relationship. Oh, well, he only hit me because it's my fault because of what I did. Oh my God. Again, it is almost impossible to have any sympathy for these people when they absolutely will not blame their abuser. No, this didn't have to happen. He's not a good president. He's hurting people who have done nothing wrong. How can you not fucking see that? This is insanity. These people are brainwashed. Tell me again how it's not a cult. Oh my God. Anyway, there you go, guys. What do you say? What do you say? After all this time, they still don't freaking get it. All right. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. If I hear more on this case, I will let you know. Please share this with others so they understand how brainwashed these people are. Subscribe if you have not. Please become a supporter of the show if you possibly can. Things have been tough this year, very tough. I don't know what the hell YouTube is thinking, but they are just screwing over longtime channels like mine. So anyway, love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So we need to talk about the big news about the primaries that were held last night or yesterday. So the most important one that everybody was watching all night long, I know I was the race between Abdul El-Sayed and Haley Stevens. It's for a Michigan Senate seat, not the state seat, but the U.S. Senate seat for the state of Michigan, just to be clear for anybody who's not familiar with it. But it was a nail biter. Haley Stevens never led throughout the entire night. I never saw her ahead by even a fraction of a percent. So that was to be expected. What wasn't to be expected was that Abdul El Sayed only won by 1 point. So here's the results here. You can see is literally 1 point. There's still about 19,000 ballots outstanding as far as they could estimate. And of course, you know, they have to estimate because they don't know how many people are going to turn out. They don't know how many did turn out. So they're just guessing, really. But what ended up happening, what happened was, is that Haley Stevens just cleaned up in regard to the mail-in ballots. So Abdul El Sayed did way better with in-person voting, day of voting. She absolutely had the lead. There were a couple batches that came in over the night where he got, you know, picked up some decent size ballots and votes, but overall, they were, I would say, 98% of the mail-in ballots leaned toward, and not that she got 98% of it, but out of the batches that they were calling last night, almost all of them went in her favor. So it was always like, oh, 62% were for Haley Stevens and 30 some percent were for El Sayed. So anyway, that's why it was so close. So the polls were wildly off. If you guys saw my segment on Monday, you know, almost every single poll had El Sayed up, and he was up by double digits. So it was pretty much a foregone conclusion that he was going to win. But so the only shock really was that he didn't win by double digits. So anyway, as of today, both candidates have come out. They've both issued very, you know, conciliatory, very kind statements about the other, saying, you know, it's time for us to come together. We need to beat the Republican, which is Mike Rogers. We need to stop this horrific Trump agenda. So it seems like they are willing to put all of their differences aside and work together. We'll see if the voters feel the same way. Now, if I was Haley Stevens, the person I would be upset with is Mallory McMorrow, because Mallory McMorrow, I don't know if you guys saw it, I put it back up here. So she got over 61,000 votes. She did not take herself off the ballot, even though she had dropped out. She had suspended her campaign. So, you know, it's hard to say who those votes could have gone to, but it, you know, theoretically, it could have pushed Haley Stevens over the edge, could have put her in office. So I don't know. Anyway, I'm not upset. I am very happy with the result. Another progressive win. And no, he is not part of the DSA for anybody out there, but Trump and MAGA, especially MAGA Republican Congress members, they are freaking out today. They kept pushing this line that, oh, you know, we think that El Sayed will be the easier candidate to beat. We think that Haley Stevens would be the tougher candidate in the race. So we want El Sayed to win. Well, that was bullshit. That was total and complete bullshit. And we have proof, because take a look at this. Trump posted this first thing this morning. It was like 6:30 a.m. And he posts this. He says, Wayne County, Detroit in Michigan is one of the most corrupt voting areas in the United States, if not the world. It is strictly third world. Miracles happen in Wayne County, including more votes being cast than there are voters by a lot. Therefore, the communist, who is not liked in Detroit, is potentially in vote counter trouble. The radical left socialist has a real shot, and don't discount all of those fake mail-in ballots that will surprisingly, quote unquote, show up at the last minute. Get ready for another rigged election in November. We must vote for Mike Rogers and make Michigan too big to rig. God bless America. President DJT. So this is laughable for a couple of reasons. I mean, first of all, it was proven that No, there were not more votes cast than there are voters in the area. That was absolutely settled in court, no question about it, totally and completely untrue. This was also refuted by his own people. People in Donald Trump's own first administration sat in the January 6th hearings, and they were asked about this because remember, the whole reason that January 6th happened was because Donald Trump lied about the election being stolen. So that was very material to that whole day and how that all went down and why people attacked the Capitol. So that came up with numerous Trump administration officials, Republicans, hardcore conservative Republicans, and they all confirmed that was bullshit. They looked at it, it was false. And then also, he's sitting here calling El Sayed, well, first of all, he's insulting Michigan. Oh, it's third world. Oh, it's so corrupt, blah, blah, blah. Take note, Michigan. I mean, Michigan has been taking note. They're not happy with Trump at the moment, by the way. But anyway, he's calling him, I mean, he did call him a radical left socialist, but he starts off calling him a communist. And I want you to see two other things because it's so obvious they've all got the memo. They all know now, everybody on the MAGA right, that the word progressive, the word socialism or socialist, it's not as scary as it used to be because people are seeing things like what Mamdani is doing in New York and they're going, yeah, I actually kind of like that. That actually works. That's actually awesome. I enjoy this. I like this. I want more of this. So, like I said, it's so obvious that somebody either sent out a memo for everybody to use the word communism or communist, or somehow they've sent out the batshit crazy signal. So check this out. After I saw Trump's post, I saw a post by Mike Pompeo, who was also in Donald Trump's first administration, but he's not as honest. So here's what he wrote. Here's a sentence you would never have thought you'd read 10 years ago. A Hamas supporter may well be the Democrats' nominee to represent Michigan in the Senate. The Democratic Party is headed down a truly dark road, and all Americans need to wake up to this threat. Yeah, okay, Mike. Well, forgive us if we don't take your advice when you people put a rapist in the White House twice. Not once, twice. And a guy who is accused of being a child predator. So, yeah, you can just go sit yourself somewhere, Mike. Also, as I pointed out to him on Twitter, this is the same guy who in Donald Trump's first administration sat by along with Trump and went, oh, Saudi Arabia murdered and dismembered one of our own U.S. citizens, a journalist who works for the Washington Post. Oh, well, stuff happens. And now the Trump family is in bed with them. Those same people who murdered and then dismembered a U.S. citizen because of his reporting. Donald Trump's family is doing business with those same people. So, yeah, they can miss me by a mile with this shit and just shut the fuck up because they're just the biggest hypocrites. And then check out this next hypocrite. Listen to this, the fear-mongering, the, Islamophobia. Every Michigan voter, every Muslim Michigan voter who voted for Trump, you're a fool if you go along with this shit. Listen.
Is that where the energy is? They want to cancel Thanksgiving?
They're crazy enough, yes. They want to cancel Thanksgiving. They want to cancel Christmas. Look, these communists hate America. They hate capitalism. El Sayed is also an Islamist, as is Mamdani. And look, you see the green-red convergence where the communists and the Islamists, they want Sharia law. They hate Jews, they hate Christians, they hate capitalism, they hate America. All of this is coming together in a way that is really a toxic, toxic stew.
Oh my God. Oh my God. These people are out of their minds. Seriously. And anybody who watches it, you basically are like a lobotomy patient at this point, because you couldn't be more stupid than if we removed your brain. After having watched that, you are more stupid for it. So anyway, guys, there you go. They're freaking out. This is going to be a nightmare. I mean, I'm already seeing it in my comment section, just the fear mongering that, oh, a scary Muslim man won. Ah. Like, really, just grow the fuck up. See, I mean, I'm sorry. I am more scared of Christian right-wingers, Christian and Catholic right-wingers, because there's a very good chance that if you are a Christian or a Catholic on the right, you're a child predator, or you're doing something else really shady and really gross and, violating women. So, yeah. Anyway, thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So Democrats have never had a better chance to flip Texas than they do this year. I should say the Texas Senate seat. Not every seat, as you guys are going to hear, but definitely the Texas Senate seat. So check this out. This is a CNN video about what's going on with Texas.
Polling looks so much different than it did 8 years ago. You take a look here, James Tallarico, the latest poll against Ken Paxton. He's actually up by 3 points. Look at where the race was between Beto O'Rourke and Ted Cruz at this point in the 2018 cycle. Ted Cruz was ahead by 6. This is very different. The Democrat here is doing 9 points better. And what is supercharging that? Look at this. Independents moved from tie to plus 39 points for James Tallarico. How is Ted Cruz different than Ken Paxton? Simply put, Ted Cruz is popular. Ken Paxton is not popular at all. In July of 2018, Ted Cruz was 8 points above water. Ken Paxton, 6 points underwater with, get this, among independents, 47 points underwater. Well, here's the other thing that's going on. How's the president doing in Texas? The president is supercharging Democratic possibilities across red states. Oh, he's 9 points underwater. He was slightly underwater back in 2018, but he's much further underwater right now in the great state of Texas.
So that was based on 2 different polls. That was based on a Fox poll and a Quinnipiac poll that were just conducted. And now there's a 3rd poll that was just released. So this one I'm going to show you guys. This is from the Texas Southern University. And this also shows Tallarico leading Paxton. So take a look at this. He is up by 2. And you guys might recall just a couple weeks back, he was tied. He is now up in 3 different polls against Ken Paxton. And this is of likely voters, which is very different. A lot of times they'll say, oh, well, you just polled everybody and a lot of these people won't even vote. So that's not true. This is of likely voters. It is within the margin of error. That is true. But you do have 6%, as you can see over to the right, 6% who are still undecided. That could swing the race. And then there's a few other details that this poll offered that really give me hope. So take a look at this. So this is the breakdown of all of the different demographic groups and who they plan to vote for. So you can see the first column of numbers is Paxton. The second one is Tallarico. So first, I want you guys to see if you look at partisanship, so that's the second section up, the vast majority of independents are going for Tallarico. Just like he was saying, just like Harry Anton was saying in the other 2 polls, independents are breaking wildly for Tallarico. So you can see 63% of independents are voting for him, only 23% for Ken Paxton. And then if you look all the way over to the right in that same column on independent, 11% are still undecided. So, I mean, you you could say independents are likely to completely swing this race, although there's some other factors too that I'm going to show you. Like I said, this is the best year, the best chance that the Democrats have ever had. Also, women, if you look, it is the second group down. Women are more likely to vote for Tallarico, 55% as compared to only 38% for Paxton. Men, of course, are the opposite. I guess they're okay with all of his lying, cheating, and stealing. And then the women, they make up a higher percentage of the likely voters. They are more likely to vote. They even pointed that out in this polling that 51% of women are likely to vote as compared to only 48% of men. And then if you look at the age groups, the majority of young voters are going for Tallarico. 59% are going for Tallarico over, and 55% of 35 to 54-year-olds as well. So the only group where Paxton is leading as far as age is the 55 and older. And this really tells you like where the future of Texas is going, where it's headed in the future. So, and then this poll really dispels the myth that Tallarico can't win minority Texans, minority voters, because if you look all the way at the top of the ethnicity and race, the overwhelming majority of Hispanic and Black voters are going for Tallarico. This poll also confirms that Paxton is wildly unpopular in his state, just like Harry Enton said. So take a look at this one. It says close to one half of these likely voters have a favorable 46% and unfavorable 47% opinion of Tallarico, while 39% have a favorable opinion of Paxton and 57% an unfavorable opinion of the Texas Attorney General. So in, his own state, he's unliked by 57%. I mean, just think of what it would be if you polled the rest of the country. And then take a look at this next one. So as you see, it says virtually all Democrats, 97%, intend to vote for Tallarico, with 1% intending to vote for Paxton and 2% undecided. In contrast, only 85% of Republicans intend to vote for Paxton, with 5% intending to vote for Tallarico. So you have more Republicans crossing party lines to vote for Tallarico. Now, these figures do not hold true in other races in Texas, as I alluded to in the beginning. You've got like the governor's race, the lieutenant governor, attorney general, and so forth, smaller races for commissioners. So a lot of those are either much tighter or, you've got the Democrat underwater, or not underwater, but, coming in lower than the Republican candidate. But as with the polls cited by CNN, really, Donald Trump, he is still upside down, like even in this poll. So take a look at this. This is all of the candidates, but you can see Donald Trump down at the very bottom. He has a 44% favorable rating and only 55% unfavorable. Again, this is Texas, guys. And here is why this is happening. So it's kind of a trifecta of doom, if you will, for the Republican Party, because number one is the war, of course, right? Donald Trump promised no new wars. He said he was going to keep us out of wars, end wars, promised to be the peace president, quote unquote. And number two is related to that because it's the economy. So he's not doing well on the economy. He made it worse, in fact, with the war, with his tariffs. And then number three is something I've mentioned before as well, which is AI and AI data centers. So Texas, as I mentioned in another video a while back, It has the second most data centers in the country. Number one is Virginia. Texas is number two. And it is completely destroying their way of life. It's causing their bills to skyrocket. If you didn't catch that previous video that I did about how pissed off Trump voters are in Texas and how they're planning to vote for Tallarico, I went back and grabbed some of it so you guys could see it if you haven't seen it before. So take a look.
Owns this ranch in Lott, Texas, population 644. And she says she's in the fight of her life against AI data centers, those behemoths big tech can't seem to build quickly enough. Spurred by low regulation in the Lone Star State and cheered on by the president, the facilities house the computers that drive the AI revolution. But they're also driving Rena, a Christian conservative and lifetime Republican, straight into the arms of Democrats.
We're going to put these data centers up. I don't care what you people say. I'm President Trump. I'm in charge. He doesn't care about us. Somebody asked him about a week ago, what about the American people? And they're struggling right now. He did not care. I couldn't even watch that. I was angry after that. Like, I voted for you and you don't care about me?
Our data center is going to flip this Senate seat.
Absolutely, yes, 100%.
Construction moves fast as tech companies negotiate tax abatement packages with local county governments, often without the knowledge of the people who live there. It's the work on that dirt that has outraged neighbors. They contend with skyrocketing utility bills as the centers overwhelm power grids and guzzle groundwater to feed cooling systems inside.
I mean, you know, you're coming in and just taking this stuff from us.
T.A. Smith started the Texas Coalition Against Data Centers and says not only has government made it easier for tech companies to build these places, it's also harder than ever to lodge a complaint against them.
And Mr. Trump being there, then he had Mr. Musk come along with his dramatic chainsaw, and I'm going to doge out everything. Well, now the places that you'd like to report these things to, EPA and FEMA, they're a skeleton of what they used to be.
I voted for Trump. At the time, seemed to be the right thing to do.
Back at Rena's ranch and lot, longtime Republicans are even canvassing for Democrats like Clayton Tucker, who's running for agriculture commissioner.
Do you hear this? That low-level mechanical hum in the background? That's the sound of massive fans they use to keep the computers inside cool. At this facility, about an hour outside of Fort Worth, when you look at it from above, you can see they've installed soundproof walls in response to community complaints about the noise.
But a quarter-mile away, Cheryl Shadden says the noise is as loud as ever.
It's like living on the edge of Niagara Falls, or you're on a runway next to a jet that's taking off, but this jet doesn't take off.
Morning, noon, night, she even hears it in her bedroom, and it's changed everything about how she lives her life.
It's noise that I hear at my kitchen window every morning when I get up and make my coffee. All of us sleep with fans on, TVs on, just trying to get to the point where we can get to sleep. Our property values have plummeted because of all of this noise and bombardment that we have. Nobody in this area could sell a home if they wanted to.
A Texas Tribune analysis found 82 data centers, or nearly 60% of those planned or under construction, are located in state House districts that voted for Trump.
Red or blue, if you vote against data centers, we vote for you.
And that means Republicans like Cheryl are fleeing the party. A lifelong conservative, she now refuses to vote for Trump-backed Attorney General Ken Paxton, who clinched the GOP nomination for Senate. Instead, she's all in for James Tallarico, a Democrat seeking to flip a seat controlled by Republicans since 1993.
You're willing at this point to forego basically every conservative issue and let the Senate fall into the hands of Democrats if that's what it takes to kill data centers.
Yep. My entire community is going to break rank. Everybody. All of us. We've had enough.
What do you know? When you destroy people's lives, when you destroy their sanity, their peace, their tranquility, their property values, you destroy the economy, make it so that they can't live, they can't put food on the table, don't keep your promises. Turns out that's a bad thing in elections. That might make them turn against you and your party. What do you know? But, what are Republicans doing? Just rubber stamping everything Trump wants to do, going along just to appease MAGA. And this is why I say the only people who still want AI data centers in their area are people who don't know anything about them. People who are low information voters who don't understand that this is a nightmare. It's like, it's one of those be careful what you wish for things. So, and they're going to bring all this money into the area. Really? Well, they're taking more money out because they're getting all kinds of tax breaks that average people don't get. That was in that video as well. They mentioned that if you didn't catch it. They're giving these AI companies all of these tax breaks to get them to move into the area. So they're not bringing in the money that you think that they are. And then on top of that, all of your bills are going to go up. So it's a lose-lose. Anyway, guys, there you go. Like I said, never a better chance. Democrats, if they can't win this year, I don't know what it's going to take for that Texas Senate seat. All right, guys. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. So Donald Trump had a meltdown over on his failing social media site because a new batch of polling came out and it shows just how much everyone hates him. So check this out. This was his post. It says, my real polling numbers, not those made up by the fake news media, are the best they have ever been. And why wouldn't they be with the biggest tax cuts and employment numbers ever? The biggest outside investment in America in world history, a totally secure border, a giant victory in Venezuela, the denuclearization of Iran, unparalleled respect and success throughout the world, and much more. Don't believe the radical left's fake poll numbers. They are crooked and corrupt, just like the country-destroying Democrats, all capitalized for some reason, and crooked and corrupt, or just like the country-destroying Democrats are crooked and corrupt. Vote Republican for greatness in America. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President TJT. So literally nothing in there is true except for the border being secure. Nothing that he mentioned in there is accurate except for the border. Every single other thing is false. It turns the narrative on its head. It's like, oh my God. So here's what has triggered him. He, like I said, got some horrific polling. So here's the AP NORC poll. As you can see, this is his approval and disapproval rating. I mean, just sad, just so sad for him. Or actually, no, this is on immigration. I take that back. So these are his numbers on immigration. 39% approval on immigration, something that he was so popular on. This is down, by the way, from 49% at the beginning of his presidency. So it's dropped 10 points in just a year and a half. And his numbers are just being driven down every single month, mostly by, and especially on immigration, by Democrats, but also independents. So take a look at this. So it says 8 out of 10 Republicans approve of Trump's immigration policies, which is still pathetic because 20% of your own party and people who voted for you disapprove of a topic of an issue that used to be one of your number one best issues. So anyway, it shows only 7% of Democrats approve, or 29% of independents. And most of the respondents told these pollsters he has gone too far. It's not because they're unhappy that he's not being cruel enough. The majority say it is because he has gone too far. I also have a slide to show you from the AP NORC poll on the economy. So also totally unpopular, even more so than his immigration policy. Here it is. You can see only 69% of Republicans approve of his handling of the economy, 18% of independents, and only 6% of Democrats. Who are those Democrats? I want to know what they have to be just the wealthiest people on the planet. That is absurd to me. And I also want to show you guys that 70% of the respondents in this polling said that the economy is doing poor. Look at that. It says 69%, but they say 7 out of 10, so they're rounding up a little bit. But that absolutely includes some of his own voters. It has to, at almost 70%. So only 30% of either people who, again, are lobotomized or just not paying attention, or the wealthiest people in our country. They're the only ones who approve. They're that 30%. The Reuters Ipsos poll is equally as bad for Donald Trump. So here's his approval and disapproval rating. 35% approval, 63% disapproval. That is so pathetic. That is just so horrific for him. I feel so bad. Can't you tell? And then the first time in this poll for Reuters Ipsos, Democrats are now more trusted on the economy. Look at this. I mean, it's only by 1 point. It's still tight. But again, this is the first time ever in the Reuters Ipsos poll. So you know that you are screwing up royally when you are hitting these first ever marks. And then take a look. So I have also Navigator Research, their polling. Again, more bad news for Donald Trump. So as you can see here, it said this is his overall job performance, and then on the economy, gas prices, and foreign policy, he is way underwater on everything. He has a 62% disapproval on both his overall job approval and how he's handling the economy. Only 37% approve of his job overall, only 35% on the economy. As far as gas prices go, that is the worst for him, worst of all, I should say. So 75% disapprove of how he's handling gas prices, only 22% approve. Foreign policy, which also used to be one of his strengths, he is only at a 35% approval, 59% disapproval. So it's really like, what do you do with this? If you're a Republican, how do you look at this and have any faith that you're going to win your race in November? Right? And then check this out. As of now, about almost 1/4 of Donald Trump's 2024 voters regret casting their ballot for him. Look at this. So it says, if 2024 Trump voter, you indicated you voted for Donald Trump in 2024, do you regret voting for Donald Trump? Overall, 23% say yes. 77% say no. Now, many of you are probably going, well, that's ridiculous. It should be much higher. Guys, I mean, think of how many people in your own life, your family, your friends, that would admit that they're wrong. Could you get 23% of the people in your life to admit that they're wrong about anything? Essentially, that's what this is. Okay, so we're getting 23% to say, yeah, I fucked up. And then look at that. If you look down below, 10% of people who consider themselves to be MAGA, even 10% of them regret their vote. And then there's clearly a generational divide. If you look at the bottom, 30% of people 54 and under regret it, whereas only 14% of those 55 and older. So I guess the older you get, the more, entrenched you are in your views, or you're watching Fox News is probably more likely what it is. And then check this next one out, guys. So they put together a word cloud for all of these people who said that they regret voting for Trump, they asked them to give them a word to explain why. Check this out. So you see, promises, economy, war. And then only slightly smaller underneath that is Iran and prices. You can also see inflation, doesn't care. I don't know what make means. I don't know. Make worse. I don't know. I'm putting two words together. But anyway, some of the quotes that they got was, he has involved the U.S. in a war that is not our fight to be in. The economy is bad and the cost of living is not affordable. Another said, he didn't live up to any of his promises. The economy and cost of living is the worst it's ever been. Another said, he has not kept many of the promises that he made to the American people. So pretty clear, right? Like, people are feeling like they got schnookered. They got bamboozled, they got duped, and they're pissed at him. Anyway, and then voters under 50 are really dragging Donald Trump down the most. So I have a video to show you. This is from the latest CNN poll. It was conducted by SSRS on their behalf. And so this is on the polling on the various demographics. So check this out.
Under the age of 50 on Trump. In the fall of 2024, Kamala Harris led in her polling by just 3 points. Look at where Donald Trump is. He was within 3 points of Kamala Harris. Now his net approval rating on the year and the average of CNN polling, look at that, minus 41 points. In the fall of 2024, the choice for House margin, Democrats were leading amongst those under the age of 50 by 4 points. Look at that lead now, though. Look at that lead now. It's more than 4 times that, a double-digit shift. Their lead is now 17 points. Look at those 50 and older. Look at that. Republicans led by 8. They now lead by 6. Basically the same. I mean, look at this. Voters under the age of 50, the choice for the House, among the extremely motivated. You go back to the fall of 2024, Democrats only had a 2-point lead amongst them. Look at this lead now in the 2026 average. It's a 46-point advantage among the voters who are most likely to turn out, because midterm elections have lower turnout than presidential years.
So yeah, people are more motivated on the left, and the people on the right are pissed off. I mean, it's not hard to figure out. It doesn't take a rocket scientist. And then check this out, you guys. So Sabato's crystal ball, which, they do analysis and so forth on races, they have moved 14 races now towards the Democrats. That's as of July 30th. And there's 13 House races that they moved and 1 Senate race. So here is part of the breakdown of the House races. And I'll read these off to you because you might not be able to make it out. So Lauren Boebert's seat was a safe Republican seat. It's now likely Republican. So they downgraded her. Jahana Hayes, I believe is how you pronounce it, was likely Democratic. It's now safe Democratic. That's in Connecticut. Kathy Castor, she's a Democrat in Florida. That seat leaned Republican. It is now a toss-up. Sharice Davids is a Democrat in Kansas. She was likely Democratic, her seat. It is now safe Democratic in Kansas, you guys. Don Davis is a Democrat in North Carolina. His seat was lean Republican. It is now a toss-up. And take a look at this one. So Chuck Edwards in North Carolina, actually, this guy, I think, just dropped out today, if I'm not mistaken, or yesterday, because he was caught in a scandal. So this is now even worse, because it was lean Republican when he was still in. It went to a toss-up. Nellie Poo or Pow, I'm not sure how you pronounce it. Anyway, I apologize to Nellie if her last name is not Poo. But anyway, she's a Democrat in New Jersey. Her seat was lean Democratic. Now it is likely Democratic. Mike Lawler is a Republican in New York. His seat was lean Republican. It's now a toss-up. Josh Riley, Democrat in New York, lean Republican seat, lean Democratic seat. It's now likely Democratic. Max Miller, who I did the video on I think it was Monday, who is just scandal ridden for, allegations of beating his wife and child and other women over the years. His seat was likely Republican. It has been moved to leans Republican. And then these are the last 3 House seats. So Rob Bresnahan, he's a Republican in Pennsylvania. His seat was lean Republican. It's now toss-up. South Carolina 1 was open. That used to be Nancy Mace's seat, the Republican. It was a safe Republican seat. It's now likely Republican. Monica de la Cruz is a Republican in Texas. She is definitely in trouble. Her seat was likely Republican. It now leans Republican. So she is the Republican who is running in the district that is Monica de la Cruz, that is very heavily populated with Hispanic residents. I mentioned her before because she's freaking out. She is running against a guy who's this popular Tejano singer, and she is losing people to him because she is still voting for Donald Trump's immigration policies, these horrific, just catastrophic policies for the people of her district. So they see this, all of the Hispanic people in that district, and they're like, what are you doing? Like, we're Republicans, we backed you, we're conservatives, but you are totally screwing us over. So I would say they should have moved that seat even further away from her. But anyway, all right, guys. So that is it for today. I will have more polling for you next week. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I have new Trump regrets for you today. More Trump voters entering the find out phase of their journey. I know it's been a while, so buckle up. First, I have a video of a man admitting to his son that he got duped by Trump. So check this out.
What did you say about Trump?
I said, Trump's a fucking liar. Inflation's going up. Gas prices hasn't really come down that much. Eggs, that's the funny one. The eggs. I'm mad. And I'm a mega man, okay? I don't see anything he's done.
So is it safe to say that the illusion has faded?
I think it has, yes. I was for him because, everything he said, he played right into my hands. He just told us everything we wanted to hear. That's what he did. I can't even stand to look at him because, he's just he's a con. He's a flat ass, nothing but a fucking con. They all the right side, they say, oh yeah, the Biden side was so bad. Well, what's so good about the right side? He brags about doing something with our economy, but I haven't seen anything happen yet.
I mean, if only someone had warned him about it, right? If only someone had warned him that Donald Trump was a liar. Next up, I have a story for you guys about a new inductee into the Leopards Eating People's Faces party. So Mother Jones news outlet went and spoke with a reverend. His name is Daniel, and I think it's pronounced Ulysse. Anyway, Ulysse or Ulysse. So he is the leader of the Haitian American Republican Caucus. I mean, that is so like chickens for Colonel Sanders. In other words, he's like, I don't know, cows for McDonald's. I mean, all right. So anyway, Reverend Ulysse, I think, has supported Trump since 2016, and he is just now starting to realize that may have been a mistake. So here's what Mother Jones wrote. So this is the article. It says, a Haitian Republican pastor and the conservative movement letting him down. What do you know? So it says, now that temporary protected status for Haitians has been revoked by the Trump administration, the good Reverend says quote, it's a very difficult moment. Many of them feel betrayed because they were expecting a better outcome from the Trump administration than Biden. Many of them voted for Trump. We supported him, and he pledged to help Haiti, to be Haiti's greatest champion, and that never materialized. And then he goes on to somehow blame Biden and Barack Obama. He said, quote, "We believe that Biden had an opportunity and Obama to do something to create a pathway to citizenship. But instead, they have that program, TPS, and the other program, Biden program, CHNV parole, that didn't really help Haitians. And then moving forward, the next term, Trump 47, we were expecting better, but things got worse. And that's why people feel betrayed and not happy. We deserve better." I hope this reverend gets deported. Sorry, I said it, because he still supports Trump. Not only is he trying to blame Biden and Obama, who allowed him and other Haitians to stay in the country. Actually, I don't know if he's probably an American citizen, but they allowed Haitians to stay in this country. And then these fools go and campaign for and vote for Donald Trump and the Republicans, and then they're all upset. Oh, Biden and Obama should have done something about this. Are you freaking kidding me? And he admits it's all about money and which lobbyists have money to pay and swing the decisions. But he doesn't directly blame Trump. Again, though, guys, how could he have seen this coming? I mean, Trump only called Haiti a shithole country and accused Haitian people of eating dogs and cats. How could he have known? Swear to God. Anyway, next up, I have another video to share with you guys. This is from a MAGA influencer who doesn't yet regret his vote. At least he's not admitting it, but he no longer considers himself MAGA. So take a look.
Today, I can no longer consider myself MAGA. Praying for Donald Trump, wish him the best, not voting Democrat, and I know everyone's going to be like, oh, like you're a traitor, come up with some sort of nickname. They're going to cancel me, unfollow me. I don't care. What I care about is following Jesus and following the convictions that God has given me. And for Donald Trump to endorse Lindsey Graham and to have a lack of accountability in the corrupt Democrat Party, no arrest whatsoever, and the whole Jeff Epstein thing and the war, the airstrikes from Iran a year ago, the current war, although it's not a war now, stealing the oil from Venezuela, Cuba next. And it's like, dude, it's like all of this stuff. It's just like, dude, this is not even what I stand for. And that's okay. There's going to be a Republican come around that I agree with more than Donald Trump. But like today and the past several months, it has slowly gone down a road that I'm not willing to go. And moving forward, I'm just going to report the news from a unbiased opinion. I'm going to criticize Donald Trump when he does wrong. I'm going to applaud him when he does right. And I'm going to do the exact same thing with the Democrats. And I love Jesus. I love America. I want America to be great. And that's why I voted for Donald Trump. But unfortunately, the direction, if it continues to go down where they're going, it's not going to be great.
So I'm happy that he's seeing the light and that he's calling out Trump. But it's like, come on, guy. If you were really following the tenets of the Bible, you wouldn't have voted for someone like Trump to begin with. Anyway, and he's also still making a lot of anti-democratic content. But, you know, he is a lot more critical of Trump and his decisions. So I do give him that. So not going to vote for Democrats, but pissed about the same things that other Trump voters are pissed about: the economy, the war, Epstein, all that. And then I have some Twitter posts to show you guys, showing just how unpopular Donald Trump's war has become and how his attempt to distract from his Epstein allegations, it's not really working. So a Trump voter named Ann posted this. She said, "I am a Trump voter who regrets voting for him. Don't get me wrong, I would have never voted left, but I wish we had voted any one of the right but him. And along with this stuff, him calling them Trump accounts is why I am saying this aloud to everyone." So must be talking about like the accounts for, you know, babies or whatever, one of the only decent things he's done. And then a male Trump voter and Twitter user, he wrote this. He said, Trump is a puppet. He will do whatever he can to steal as much as he can before all of his followers find out that he's a disgusting pedophile. I can't believe I voted for this clown so many times. How many times did you vote for him? And take a listen to this next video. This is what Trump voters said to MS Now after this MS Now reporter showed them a clip of Donald Trump talking about polling on the Iran war and how, oh, you know, people like it. People aren't upset about it. Take a listen.
Americans aren't against the war. A poll just came out. Americans don't want high gasoline prices, but they're not against the war.
We have Purple Hearts in our family. We have family with PTSD. We have special operators. So I think it's putting them in harm's way needlessly.
President Trump campaigned on no more foreign wars. You obviously supported him.
3 times. Very disappointed. My entire family is very disappointed.
Has the war helped your life at all?
No. For one thing, it causes me angst. Makes me angry. And as I said, I'm very disillusioned. My entire family is disillusioned. And we are and were Trump supporters. But this is, to me, he's drawn a line in the sand. And that's how I feel. That's how we all feel.
It upset me that he, told everybody he wasn't he was going to end it quick. And now it started all over again.
This war has been, it's been taxing on everyone. And I'm on a fixed income. And so it's other ones that on fixed income I'm really feeling it.
Yeah. So he's so full of shit and Americans know it, right? Next up, I have another post. This is from a Twitter user named Leslie. So Leslie responded to Trump and told him this. She said, pretty sure you have caused the inflation this time. Why don't you move to Israel already? I can't believe I voted for you. So, as I said the other day, Trump took ownership of the war. And a lot of Trump voters are blaming him for finally destroying America. A Twitter user also responded to a post from a fellow Trump voter about how tough Trump is and how, he's a bear fighting for the U.S. or something like that, whereas, Democrats are weak. Well, this Twitter user, this is the last one I have for you guys, said this to them. DJT is nor a bear. He's a fucking moron that will complete a U.S. self-implosion. He did not start it, but he's the one that will finish it for sure. I so regret voting for this narcissistic sick fuck 3 times. Could not agree more. Could not agree more. Anyway, guys, there you go. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon.
Work that we're doing here is not going to stop when it comes to these type of discussions. It's going to be for us and by us here on this platform when the media is telling us to look the other way. Your support is what helps us move forward. Join patreon.com/like it or not. Help us grow.
Like it or not starts now.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. I guess I got to say it in the absence of our
It's
good
true.
DJ exclusive.
I was like, wait, we're missing like an element here. And yes, that third element, I know we have earth, wind, and fire, and it looks like we ain't got our fire today. So we'll go ahead and just try to be that, our good DJ. You said the good morning, good morning, good morning. And yeah, welcome to Like It or Not, where we're free to tell the truth.
And I
Ben?
care who doesn't like it. Did I catch it in time?
You caught it in time
Did I
a little
catch it,
bit,
or
but
am I gone?
you know, you was gone for a second, and I was like, "Excuse me." No. Well, welcome to Like It or Not, where we're free to tell the truth.
And not care who doesn't like it. There we go. I think we're back. How's it going, Rebecca Azor? It's been a long time.
It's going pretty good. It has been a long time. Shouldn't have left you without a dope beat to step to. But we are here, and it's been a minute. I know a lot of people have been asking me on my other show, The Leftist Mafia, have been asking, they ain't asking for me. They said, where's Ben?
Ain't nobody asking for that. Ain't nobody studying me.
They was asking for you, and I was just like, Ben already don't show himself when he be on. So, but they were asking about you. They were like, I haven't seen Ben in a while. And I was like, am I Ben's keeper? But looks like I am. And I was able to round Ben on up, and we are here. We were supposed to do it over the weekend, but I know a lot of things were happening. And I am not Jamaican. I'm not Jamaican.
Wait, where did it say? Where is it? Oh,
it says, what's up, Rebecca, my lovely Jamaican queen? I am not Jamaican. I am, and shout out to my Jamaicans. Y'all just celebrated your Independence Day. Shout out to all the Jamaicans, whatever. Love you, mean it. Bloop, 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 or whatever it is, right? Love my Jamaicans. But it's the Haitian over here, okay? And love my Caribbean neighbors. Love you, mean it. And I absolutely love going. I honestly believe that in the Caribbean outside of Haiti, my favorite place to go and vacation is Jamaica. They are the best. Like, everything is great. They know when I get there that I am one of them in some type of way. They will stare at me real hard and then be like, where you from? They're like, we know you're not American, so tell me. And then I'll tell them, and they'll be like, oh, okay. And then we'll have a field day. But I love Jamaica. So shout out to Jamaica. No, that's okay. You don't have to apologize. I just wanted to clarify, I'm a Haitian queen. Okay. I know you said Jamaican queen, but shout out to my Jamaican queens, and happy belated to the Independence Day for everybody who celebrated. There was the first time they did a big parade out in Brooklyn, huge parade to celebrate Jamaican Independence Day with all the flags, and it could never, be the Haitian flag day, but it was huge. It was beautiful. Them Jamaicans ate up the streets. I was watching it from online, and it was like the Labor Day event that they usually have on the Parkway. If y'all know anything about Brooklyn, if y'all know how it goes down, and all the Caribbean people take over the Parkway. So yeah, man, it was nice. So shout out to the Jamaicans, though. No offense. Shout out to the Jamaicans. But Ben, where you been at?
I've been here. I've been everywhere. I've been around the country and back again. I've been in the universe. I've been in the ether. I made it out alive. I'm back, and just glad to be amongst the land of the living. How about you, Rebecca?
Okay, Ben, it was real poetic. People just ask you where you been, my brother. That's like asking the people at church, where you been at? Well, the Lord has been working on me. And he took me through somewhere where I can't really go into detail, but I can say that he really worked. That's how the people in church be like, girl, I just asked you how you was doing. You could have just said, I am fine, and moved on.
He brought me from a mighty long way. The Lord has been good. Listen, so when people ask me now, I tell them the truth. But listen, let me do it. Let me do something real quick. I want to give a shout out to thisspace.tv. We're going to be streaming this again on This Space TV later on today. I just want to give them a shout out real quick because I love what we're doing. Rebecca really does fit what we're doing over there at This Space TV because you got to go to work in a few minutes. And I'm just coming off of doing the work I got to do, and I got to go right back to work. And one of the reasons we haven't been here is because both of us just got real life happening. But I think it's really valuable for real, like you can't beat the experiences of somebody who got to go punch the clock after you get done streaming. You know, I think it's a real life, real thing that we're doing here. So shout out to thispace.tv. Yeah.
Hate it so much.
I'm trying to make it noble. The fact that we got to work 9 to 5 and then come stream.
And I don't mind the working. I hate that I don't have my, I don't have my freedom to do, you know, like to get on here and do what I need to do, or how I always tell Olay, because I'd be like, girl, she'd be like, I hate that you can't talk to me when, you know, when it's time to talk. And I feel the same way. I'm like, dang, I can't really, you know, you're kind of glued to, you see this area right here. This is my little office setup, my little nook right here. That is where I am seated. And for me, I work out often. So sitting down all day is not my thing. I feel like it's I already ain't got nobody, right? Right. This is the thickest I've ever been as far as, because I've been lifting some weights and stuff. I don't want my booty to be flat. I feel like you sit down all day, every day. It's just like, I feel like they try to really get you to be, you know, just all for like how many hours a day? It's just crazy. I love working, don't get me wrong, but when they try to like get you to just be in one area for the whole day where you just kind of feel glued, you don't have any, they do that really with the work from home. I'm grateful to be able to work from home, but they kind of make sure that it's like, you just chained. You chained to this beautiful yellow chair I got over here. It's kind of like you just chained. So I said that to say, you know, we working through it. I love to work.
I'm just glad to have income. I'm just glad to have a, you know, because there's a lot of folks who don't have the income. So
okay.
You know, but let's be realistic about it though. Like what's more real? Like the fact that the majority of us got to go to work and try to participate in politics, or, you know, millionaire streamers. Like, and no, I ain't trying to knock anybody, because, you know, I ride with all of them, but reality isn't what my friend over there is doing, you know, with everybody who's able to. Yeah, there's not a lot of people who get to do this political content and make a living off of it. Most of us got to go to work. It's just what it is.
And you know what? It's funny you bring that up, Ben. I know that we weren't going to go this direction to start, but there's this whole conversation that's going viral online. I don't know if you knew, you know, the guy that says very demure, very mindful. So, or not the guy, the woman that said that and Jules LeBron is on TikTok and had came on, and she was like saying that she wanted to basically, look, why y'all doing this to me, popping up random? Somebody just wrote that. I know, right? Popping up random, and it's crazy on a Monday. But no, Jules was on her TikTok, and she, if you know Jules, she's been very forward and upfront about her process of going through recovery from being an addict, right? From her stardom just a little over a year ago, where Very Demure, Very Mindful had gone viral. And she was able to make a bag from it, was able to own, I believe, the phrase for Very Demure, Very Mindful, and was able to make a money from that, purchase an apartment building, get her family to live in. I mean, that's to me, that's a really big, in New York, to purchase an apartment building and put your family in it. You're winning at life, right? You know, you're doing the right things. But then addiction had taken her, and this is per her words, and so many people have been online talking about this because recently, you know, she does share a lot of her emotional stories, and it can get really emotional. You'll see her crying on occasional videos about her journey. Many a time, she just was recently on Tamron Hall discussing things. And here's one reason why, Ben, I will say too, I don't like to discuss my pocketbook sometimes online, because people not gonna believe when your pocketbook was good on this day, and then
that's right.
And then when the next few weeks, something could have happened to you and money could have went down the drain, right? And it could be mismanagement of money, to be honest. It could be bills just coming out of nowhere. It could be where the contract that you had, which I've experienced, a contract that you've had that was great, no longer is a contract for you, right? So you have to go and figure out, gone, right? You got to go and figure out what life is going to be. So I say all that to say, recently she got online after a few videos saying that she was going to get her teeth done and it was going to be paid for. before, and addiction had messed up her teeth. And she had a partnership with somebody who's going to do her teeth, and said that all her teeth were going to have to be removed and replaced because of the decay from the addiction. But I don't think it was only the addiction. I think it was also previous. Just listen, when your parents ain't got no money. For me, baby, I had to work hard. Yeah, I remember when I had braces, but before the braces was crazy. I always say that.
Right.
And like I chewed on rocks. But you have to invest because my mother didn't have the money. Because my mama didn't have the money to get my teeth fixed. Okay. Right. Sometimes we used to go to the dentist and they'll be like, well, miss, we're going to have to do. My mom was like, well, she just going to have to, I'll be over there with a toothache and that's it. You know what I'm saying? And I had to, when I got older, I invested in getting them together. Okay. Right. And so, and it took a lot of money, but I had to say she got online and she said that she was very she was in a position where she could not afford to get her teeth fixed. And with that being said, was crying about it and basically wanted to crowdfund. She created a GoFundMe. She was saying that her teeth are falling out of her mouth. She can't afford it, all these things. Here's the problem. You let people into your pocket just about a month before. Jules, baby, you let people get into your pocket and count your coin. Got on Tamron Hall and she told Tamron that she just is making $45K per contracts now instead of that $10K. Or she said that she... just giving people, the process of how her money looks. And so people were pulling up videos about that, saying that she needs to go get a 9-to-5. And she was basically saying, now, Jules made some points and said that, can't get a 9-to-5 because, or can get a 9-to-5, but it's hard for me to get a 9-to-5 because I am trans, because I am... and if you could pull, the Jules up, I think people know her, but I want people to see. But, because I am trans and because I am of a certain weight, because, I am a public figure in the TikTok space, people are not going to want to hire me or take me seriously. And so I say all that to say as well, people were like, go get a real job. Why did you waste away your money and all those things? So when we talk about us working these 9-to-5s, there were words being placed in Jules' mouth, but I also want to say, like, it's very tough when you want to crowdfund, but the things that you're crowdfunding for is like getting new teeth, the $10,000 or whatever for whatever. They were saying that, some people were giving her solutions, making your parents and your siblings pay. Who's to say that they don't pay a monthly amount? But it just comes into play where it's like when you get into the space and you start sharing those bits and pieces of you and stuff like that, people aren't going to believe necessarily when you need something. But they won't do that. I hate to say this now. Me and my personal feeling, I'll tell you right now. Now, Jules, baby, go ahead and do a couple of videos. Start putting in what you need to help you out because you have that benefit that other creators don't at this moment. You still have name, you still have seniority. So you're going to have to actually put in the work. If you can't work a 9-to-5, work your channel. Right? You can get income a little quicker than some other people, right? I do this basically, it feels like for free, right? I can't just do this and get my income to be able to cover what my day-to-day needs are. But Jules can possibly do that. And I think that she should use that. It can't be just, and I don't want to, this is my personal feelings. I think sometimes it gets to the point where, and I've seen white people do it and they get away with it, right? They'll get on the internet and cry. They get on it. We can't do that. Right. The brown and black folks, it can't be that. They'll see you do it one time, you do it again. They're like, now, sis, you're getting like, we're all broke here. And the thing is, you're asking your audience, who's broke to pay for your teeth. Not to pay for equipment for you to continue to do some work, not to pay for, to get you veneers.
But but that just shows how much society sucks right now. And I
Mhm.
think and I don't mean this to be cliche. I think that's all the more reason why the work that we never walk away from it, right? We might disappear for a while, but we don't walk away from it because it's something that's got to be done. Like, you would not talk politics. You would not talk about the issues that are going on in the community. You wouldn't not talk about what's going on in Haiti or with Haitians and here in the United States. You, Rebecca Azor, I know you're going to do that. Whether you're getting paid a salary to do it or not, it's just, it's
Mhm.
on you. You got it honestly.
Yeah, yeah. And people will never let you forget in this space. But I'm grateful that I'm not in like I'm not an influencer, right?
Right.
I'm an actual journalist. I'm actual, I've worked in media for a very long time, but the pressure of being in the space and having to, you're bringing up a point in the society, right? She feels like she has to have those teeth to be able to move forward in this space, and dishing out 10 grand on it or however much she may need in this moment for that is just going to be a lot. But you still have the way to do it. You're going to have to work for it. If they're not going to give it to you just on tomorrow, you have this GoFundMe. And she got online, she deleted. This is how I know she actually can figure it out. She after the backlash, it was less than 24 hours later, she deleted the video of her crying, and she began to she was like, I deleted the GoFundMe is down, everybody got their refund for their money, and I'm not going to speak on this anymore.
Right.
And that was that. And then she did like a live, but I didn't watch it. But just goes to show you, like, sometimes it's just like, I need this now because I need to move on. I need to do this. I need to do that. I need to get my new teeth. And it fell through. Basically, the person that was going to do her teeth, it fell through with that. I don't know what the ins and outs of that were, but it's like, get on, girl. Like, get do what you need to do and move forward. We here, like you were saying, I there's nothing wrong with the 9 to 5. Do I like working this particular 9 to 5 and this style? I'm grateful that I'll just say, you know what? I'm grateful that I get to work from home, right? I'm grateful that I get to do that. And so that's the free time that I do have. That's when I make my phone calls. That's when I'll, try to contribute to doing the work here as well. But I will say, like, there are more important things. I also think that it goes into something I've had to learn over the years. Being a good steward with your money.
Oh yeah.
And you're not taught that when you come into some money and it's like, okay, this is great. You're not taught that when you come from nothing or when you come from getting a paycheck to paycheck type lifestyle. So also being a good steward of your money is something that I think that she should work on. But who's to say she don't have the money? Maybe she just didn't want to pay for it on her own. And that's just about it. I don't really know but it did strike a conversation in the online space. And I think that it just is more so, I think, Jules, baby, go work. Like, you are working. Just, you have an upper hand that a lot of creators don't have. Right. And use that to the best of your ability and just work. Do your story times, do what you need to do. You get paid off of TikTok to do so. You get paid, you still get brand deals and offers and things of that nature. So
yeah. No, she has definitely a better starting point than the average person. But this is again, and I don't want to sound cliche, but I just want to share it again. Right. The majority of us who do this work simply are not going to make the day-to-day living that people would like to make, which means that we have to go to work and we come and then we do our streams, which is why I think this space.tv is like it or not, we started with them originally a year ago. And it's a bunch of streamers and content creators. And, you're in there. So we have journalists, I've done my journalism work. So we have journalism there. We have all those things there. Here's the reason I'm bringing it up. Because if we leave it up to people who life is kind of easy and they're all just, are making money hand over foot, they have no idea what's going on with people who have to work 12-hour days and live check to check. And the reality is that's what most Americans deal with. Ain't nobody out here. Nope. How many people are out here making their living off of content and able to just go and take care of everything they need, including their dental benefits? It's rare.
It's a lot of white people. Yeah, it's every time I get on, and particularly, and I don't see this in the Instagram space. I don't see that in the Instagram, but it's a lot of white people, Benjamin P. Dixon, that's just getting up and brushing their teeth on camera. And then
we're talking less than like what? We're talk about the 1%. Less than 1% of people are going to be making money doing this content stuff. Everybody else is we're all just doing it for the sake of doing it. Think about all those white folks on Instagram ain't making no money.
I don't know, Ben. Because some of them don't be having no.
What the audience are they making money for real? Like the majority of content?
Not for real, but I'll say in comparison, if we compare, right? And I'm talking about the work, right? The work. A white person can get online and a black person can get online. They can do the exact same thing. And of course, the black person probably did it first. And they can do the exact same thing. And I'm telling you right now, that black person has to actually work. Every time I talk to, and I always bring her up as because she's one of the hardest working people that I know right now in this space.
Who that?
Olaimi or Lauren Bolowares. That's not her name.
Yeah.
Boware. Like I say her last name like the Africans like her daddy, but no. Ole Boware. Listen, when I talk to her, this girl be like, girl, I gotta just close my eyes for 2 minutes because I got 3-4 videos to record. And they're for different styles on her channel, right? Mm-hmm. She doesn't just do one style, she has different styles, and it goes under the Illuminati verse. And but I say that to say she can't just wake up in the morning like the white girl that tried to out all the black people that was making money. She can't just get on a mic and just start talking and then make her check like that, right? And just go on about her business. She makes her money because it is her work, her vision, her everything. Same way that you do, Ben. And for years, right? Even though people tried to steal your vision because they had white in them, but that, and tried to go on and it didn't do right. But my thing is, like, we gotta work for hours and then make sure that it's our thing, our vision, something that people can't say that they have control of, our likeliness, or just like what we did and had all those millions of views, and those people took it and it no longer exists on the internet, basically. For years. It's just literally you got to go and do it yourself. And the work that we have to do comes from us every day, pouring out, getting in, unless we align ourselves with other people who basically buy us out for less than what we are worth. I have to say, the white person doing it, they're going to get something for it. And I get on the internet, they'll get something for not doing the most. Like they'll literally wake up in the morning and just be like, I feel like I just, because that's how they talk on TikTok. That's how they talk on TikTok. I just feel that it's just like, and but anyway, I say that to say, no, it's a hard, and we can't lie about this. We talk about this very often, and in this space, Jules getting online crying. It don't matter who it is. We are taught to look at the black folks. It don't matter if it's our own. They get online, they cry. We're gonna be like, go get a job. You don't get to get on. But the white folks will get on there, and the people be like, oh God, what's your GoFundMe? They can get online and be like to a 5-year-old boy and be like hard ER to a 5-year-old boy, and people will just, okay. So this is what I'm saying. Like, this is what this online space is literally about. Also, they can get on, they can kill people outside and become millionaires in podcast world with childbearing hips. It's so crazy, right? You have spaces like Spotify and all these other places that are going to give to these people easily with their lackluster work, right? You're gonna see people who grift get, people who grift get, people who don't won't.
That's true.
So, like, I mean, there's nothing that we can do about it. And I come to the processing point of saying, girl, it's either you work for it or you don't. Honestly, when you look like us, you have to work for it. And especially when you don't want brands, or when you don't want media companies, whether they're small or whether they're big, to take your work, benefit from it, but then treat you like you are just disposable. And many times throughout being in media and also going into the digital space, you'll see that a lot with Black content creators. They're hot for about 2-3 years, but they're not going to be people who are recycled or respected after a certain amount of time. But you will see like white folks, even if they go cold, they're still able to maintain their lifestyles throughout.
You got to give me some specifics. And you gonna call some names out, call some specifics, or we're gonna talk about that because I do have a video I want to play for you to make you even more upset. Not that I'm trying to make you upset this morning, but I realize there's something I need
to piss me off a little bit. Can we just got back on? Go ahead, piss me off a little bit. What's up?
I'm gonna play a video. I want to switch the background first because AOC, our homegirl, right?
Okay.
I thought we love AOC because she was woke.
And I don't got a problem with that. I'm out of the woke zone. That was back 2016.
Oh,
we had to move on.
What's your take? So you're not woke anymore?
Ben, there's nothing woke about me because the white folks took it. I can't do it. I can't go to the cookout no more. I can't do none of it. I love my white folks, but sometimes we can't do everything. They're walking up to you like I'm woke. Like I am woke. And I can't even. I moved on from 2016. The resistance. We moved on and got rest.
But wait. Oh Lord, I forgot about the whole rest movement. Yes, the rest movement was really a thing. But still,
the resistance.
Yeah.
But what's up with AOC? What happened?
So anyway, AOC, and I'm trying to get this image, so you got to bear with me as I filibuster. I have a clip of her. As a matter of fact, let's play the clip. And she is abandoning the concept of woke. Now, here's the thing. You're right. And nobody talked about woke in, I don't know how long. And when last time somebody even actually talked about woke? But this is her on ABC yesterday talking about woke one is crazy. But here's a specific context, not just woke one. She's specifically talking about abandoning the concept of defunding the police, right? That's what we're looking at, defunding the police. And now all of a sudden people are abandoning it and saying, oh, we really didn't mean that back in the day. That was woke one. Woke one is crazy. So that's the context of the clip. Let's listen in real quick.
Standing is that Francesca Hong has made clear her present stances to her electorate.
Yeah, she's moved away from a lot of that.
She's moved away from it. And I have a local city councilman that has this saying woke one was crazy.
Woke one was crazy. Okay, that's
and I think that what's important is that standing is that
I wish I had more of the clip, but there it is.
Has made clear
woke one's
her
crazy.
stances
calling it woke one is crazy. First of all,
exactly. Go ahead.
But and because we know that woke is synonymous with being Black, right? Woke is before they took it to say that we are progressive or we are. When people said that they were woke, that was you were a Black person that understood the systems, understood the powers that be. You were understanding what was going on systemically. That's what that literally was birthed out of. You woke person. Then white folks started saying, I'm woke too. It's like, I have a Black friend too. And then it became woke, then became synonymous with just progressive ideals. And at that time. So we just, and as Black folks at the time, that's why I said we have to move away from that, but I'll get into that a little later. But joined in with the typical, I wouldn't say bipartisan, but progressive, centrist, left, all the things that considered the myriad of what the left would be, Democrats would be. That's what we did, and we called it woke. And so when AOC was coming out, remember she was the bartender out of New York, a little, you know what I'm saying, a little spicy, right? A little spicy Latina girl out of New York, bartender girl, all the things. But I think what we're seeing right now too, Ben, is a kind of a cleanup of imaging of a lot of the people that came into the progressive movement, especially around the time, especially the millennial ones, especially around the time of 2016 and that time where we started seeing more seats look a little different than they did before 2016. And started seeing people run that weren't the typical political people who would run for these positions. However, I think right now we're seeing a cleanup of imaging with these, with the people that we put in these places, and so
she's pulling a Miley Cyrus. She's going back to Hannah Montana.
Yeah, a lot of, I wouldn't say she's even going back. I don't think she was ever this before, but right now she has to move into a different, she may be and we talked about this on the Leftist Mafia, and coming into politics, you come in one way. You are going to, at some point, align yourself with what politics is. Politics is politics. AOC saying this, though, it's cringy, right? Hearing her say that she is no longer like the woke one. What is woke one? Was there ever a woke two? Like, what are we talking about? So there are like seasons of wokeness. It's kind of crazy. However,
and it feels so good to that white man on stage. He's like, oh, yes.
Wow.
Good way.
You're so right. It was just,
all the white men, even some of my friends, Ryan Graham over at Drop Site News, they're like, oh, this is a great response because woke one was really crazy, folks.
But Ryan Grimm is your friend. Like, I worked with Ryan Grimm, such a sweet person. But also, I think that Ryan Grimm, now that you're bringing this up, Ben, we're going to have the same conversation that we've had on the Leftist Mafia. And I was telling my white peers that, hey, it gets uncomfortable for white folks to say the thing out loud sometimes, because it kind of, white folks in the leftist space to say the things out loud sometimes, because it starts to call them out for a little bit of what is their own, I'm just saying the words I want, racist ideals, my brother. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't tell. Like, she is somebody who I think is white adjacent. I always thought that she was white adjacent, and she does benefit from leftist talking points. If you pushed a white leftist or, adjacent white leftist to a place where they have to start correcting the conversation when it comes to actual Black or brown issues, or, especially specifically, I'm going to say specifically Black issues, okay? Because it makes them uncomfortable. It makes them uncomfortable if we say, hey, you can't come to I'm not even talking about the cookout. You can't come to the protest expecting X, Y, and Z, or you can't come to the protest and then go to your channel and cover it on this level when you know damn well them police officers was throwing people to the ground, they were ripping them a new one, they were doing all this. You guys go and kind of sweeten up the conversations, right? Or your anger is performative and it only lasts but this amount of time. In the next 2 months, when we're looking for people to talk about those Black issues at these different levels, you're not there anymore because you were using it as performance. And I can use TYT, for example, as one of those things. CYT came up when we were also doing our show, and we were talking, we got in trouble for talking about the Black issues, but we were the Black people talking about it from the standpoint, and TYT started discussing the same exact things, right? And then they had to be angry, and it was the resistant movements. We worked with a guy named Ryan, and he used to be so upset and very performative, show up to Senate meetings with signs and all the things, all the performance. But then after that, it was just like, that's it. That's after like cut, and it was just like, okay, did you really care about that? Or when you're having to kind of educate them, which I felt like that was we thought that it was on us for a while to educate them on how to be properly woke. Then I realized they don't want to be woke. They just want to know what sounds good. And I remember, what sounds good when they have to make their talking points, because they don't really have to deal with what we have to deal with still day to day in the world. And we have to be honest, when giving this type of news or in this space, when giving this type of stuff, what happens is people still feel more comfortable, no matter what the news is, they feel more comfortable hearing it coming out of a white person's mouth. It could be a Black issue. They would feel more comfortable if the white person was interviewing the Black person about the issue, but to go over to that Black person's space and have to talk about it, it's too much for them, right?
It's too much.
It's uncomfortable. So I think AOC and a lot of the people that we, voted for or really, pushed into the space and thought that they would do changes for us. And not to say that she hasn't presented herself in such a way, but we're going to see a lot of cleaning up of the imagery of the verbiage, a lot of disassociating with what was. You no longer hear defund the police now, and she was one of the main ones to come out with that, right? And defund the police, you're not hearing that verbiage anymore. Of course, I don't want to use woke anymore because I feel like it has been something that has been whitewashed over time. And to say that there was a woke one is very interesting, because woke should have just been what it was.
Right.
And and now it just goes to show that there's probably a positioning that she's gonna she wants to go further in her career. She wants to move towards a different place, a higher space, and in order to do so, she's going to have to disassociate with things that really drew a line and showed where she stood on it.
She wants to be president. She wants to be president, and she has accepted. And this is the thing that bothers me, is that we are allowing, and she knows this. This is what bothers me about AOC. She knows that the meaning of woke has been intentionally stolen, colonized, weaponized, reversed in order to destroy any hope of justice in this country. Every bit of what Republicans and MAGA are doing with woke, and now liberals, right? Because I never forget, you remember that one white guy who worked with us? Not David. David, we love David. We're talking about the other white guy. We don't have to call his name on air. Back in at the beginning of the pandemic, this dude came up to me during that time and said, well, maybe you shouldn't use the word woke. And I'm like, white boy, excuse me. That is a black term. Who are you to tell us how we're going to use this or not, right? Little did I know that was at the very beginning of liberals all going, oh my gosh, we don't want to be woke. The whole anti-woke movement only exists because liberals allow Republicans and conservatives to define the word however they want to define it. And here we are like years later, and now all of a sudden, out of the blue, because who's even said woke in the last 3 years, AOC is like, oh, well, yeah, we're going to, it was all woke one. We're not.
Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me? Can I hear you? Oh, look at your background.
Yeah.
Hey, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Hey, it works. Perfect.
Hey.
Welcome, folks. Welcome.
Uh-oh. See that? Alex is not gonna have a good time today. Hey,
can't-
Hank, what's up?
What's up, Christina? Hey, Alex is fighting the internets to get on. No voice, Alex.
And now we can't hear you, Alex. Can't hear you. Nope.
Alex needs voice. Christina, we should become millionaires by inventing. I've stolen this idea from like kindergarten Zooms. Not that I spend a lot of time in those spaces, but we need a little sign. We need a little sign on like a popsicle stick that says "Can't hear you," or flip it over and it says "Yes, we can hear you." Like little visual communication for the cameras, because we're always every single panel show and every single podcast and whatever else is always battling this for the first couple of minutes. For some reason, I think that means I'll make millions of dollars by making a single TikTok on how to draw and tape a piece of paper to a stick.
Yeah, exactly. We're also going to be having more of the hosts come in anyway, so that's going to be exciting. Ooh.
Yes.
I got a new laptop, and I'm still trying to figure stuff out because I might need to get a different monitor because this monitor is just not hooking up. And if I switch the video card, or it just I don't know. It might not just be a compatible monitor because I have an Acer Nitro.
Okay.
Ooh, thunder. Okay, yeah, I got like an Acer Nitro. I'm doing rent a center because I got a new PC from a sugar daddy, technically, and he's paying it off for me. It's really good, really, really good. And I'm like, you know what? Let's see if I can get approved for a new laptop, and I did. So I'm doing weekly payments on that.
Oh,
very
good.
nice.
You bet.
No help. It looks good.
You
though,
and your
apparently.
phone?
There's
I'm
Alex.
using my phone.
Nice.
No,
Welcome,
looks
Alex.
great. Looks great. Love the background. Love the
Yeah,
camera quality is good.
Yeah.
I don't know if you recognize me. I'm Jennifer Check from Jennifer's Body.
I was like, you're going for something. I didn't recognize the shirt, and now that you pointed out, there it is.
Yeah.
Jennifer's Body is a great movie.
I also didn't recognize that. I'm I'm trying to play along. I have no idea.
You don't know Jennifer's body? Megan Fox?
Not a big Jennifer. No. Is it somebody who is a human? My guess.
Jennifer's Body was a horror movie with.
They sexualized Megan Fox in it. She's a succubus. She gets like sacrificed, gang raped. I mean, by like a band, and
and then she comes back as a demon to come get revenge.
It's a vengeance story. It sounds like then.
Yeah, kind of.
So it's a good movie.
But it's really good. But like she's literally just killing any guy that she can get her hands on, unfortunately. But they really the marketing for that movie sucked. I mean, it's now considered a cult classic, more well received than it was when it first came out. So
okay, all right,
yeah,
I'll have to check into extra large sized shirts that have hearts on them if I want to go as Halloween as Jennifer. Maybe
I mean this kind of the full look. I got
Is that what she looks like in the like? Is that what you? Okay.
Yeah.
Now, can I ask,
and the nail polish too.
Is that a coincidence? Is this like cosplay, or can it kind of be
cosplay?
Both? Okay.
Cosplay. Yeah. Because I'm wearing the wig, and I mean, I'm not as beautiful as Megan Fox, but
Oh, come on.
I mean, she's like, I've never gotten any work done, and I'm like, yeah, you have. You've gotten shit done to your face. I know. Come on, girl.
Yeah, it's called industrial light and magic. You got the whole entire movie industry.
Instead of doing filler and Botox, do facelifts like everyone else is doing. That's how everyone looks so young still, because it looks more natural. There's like 500 different types of facelifts that you can get done. There's a ponytail lip, there's a this lip, there's an extreme, there's a subtle. Because that's why everyone's like, why does Lindsay Lohan look so good compared to how she looked 20 years ago? And I'm like, well...
I would argue Lindsay Lohan. I mean, I remember that infamous sketch on
Mugshot?
SNL where she
with
the mugshot when she showed up as like Hermione.
Her boobs are
on
big.
SNL. Yeah. Like I don't think she looked better than that moment right there. But I don't know. Anyways, I'm looking at. I'm using the iPad now to look at chat because I can't look at chat on the phone at the same time. Look, I'm trying to make it work. I'm on vacation. I shouldn't even be here, but like I'm having withdrawals from not being on camera.
I was on vacation. I wouldn't be here.
Tell us
withdrawals from not talking to a camera.
Can you share details about your vacation? Not like location or something, but like, are you?
Wait, you're also behind a map too. You're being held hostage as well.
I know.
Yeah. You guys have maps.
We're in different rooms in the same house, y'all.
He's actually.
It goes around. It goes around the corner.
Yep. Back rooms map version.
Yeah, the back rooms map. I'm up at.
We're in the back rooms.
I'm upstate. I can say I'm still in New York. So much like Mom Donnie, even on vacation, I won't leave the state.
So you're not far from Forrest then?
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. And possibly. I'm not giving away my assassination coordinates. Can I hope up the newspaper from today? Thank you, Mercurio. But yeah, we are house sitting for my in-laws while they're on a cruise. And I'm still working, like my wife's still working. We're just basically changing location, and we don't have other people in the house as well. My dad, much love to my dad, was in the hospital, had to get surgery, minor surgery. He's okay, he's back home. But I also don't want to fucking be home and deal with that. So we're up here for a week or so to just hang out and go in the pool. My wife just got home. She's in the pool outside. So we're relaxing, doing
when I used to go to Daytona during spring break, the first week of April, it was always biker week in Daytona. So we're always like, oh, here come all the bikers. But we went to like a Holiday Inn, and you would literally you can literally jump off your balcony and decide whether you want to jump into the pool, the jacuzzi, or the ocean.
Oh,
nice.
3 different bodies of water. That's awesome.
Yes.
That's great. Well,
last time I was ever out in the sun forever, everyone's like, oh, you look so young for being 32. I'm like, yeah, the last time I was out in the sun, I got 2nd-degree burns and I was 14. So never again. I'm going out in the sun. I'm a vampire.
Much love, Jet. Thank you about the, and W. I don't know if Sandy's coming on. she
I don't
doesn't
know who's
really.
all coming on. It's just
Yeah, I hope. I thought Chris Jackson was going to come on, and you could shoot a text to Palki, because that was really cool on Tuesday. The election coverage, that was awesome. You guys went super late.
yeah, Florida
That was
started
great.
drinking.
Dude, that was a nail biter, man, and that's crazy. That 2 weeks in a row, that both races that we thought were going to be kind of blowouts ended up being nail biters, and the race that we thought was going to be a nail biter, Peggy Flanagan, ended up being
Yeah,
much a blowout.
basically, a lesson here, folks. Betting is what's inflating these polls and fucking everything up. And also, always pretend we're 20 points behind. Never get cocky, never have confidence,
Right.
always doubt. And keep going.
Never ever get caught. Always fucking play like you're behind. Even like Zoran did the same thing. We won the primary. Don't sit back. It's time to really amp it up now. Then we won the general. Don't sit back. It's time to keep getting involved. Keep the pressure on, because eyes go away from this, then nobody's seeing that the successes that happen in New York, and that's got to be the case for everybody, you know. I was just watching Vanguard. I know you were too, Hank. I saw you in the chat. And I think they made a pretty good point about, like, you know, this stupid fucking Thanksgiving thing. Yes, the media shouldn't be talking about it. But of course the media is going to do this because they don't want to see her win. They don't want to help her out. They're always going to be antagonistic. So behave like that. Behave like they're antagonistic, that they're going to be unfair. I remember in 2020, maybe it was 2016 even, people complaining about Bernie Sanders coverage on MSNBC is unfair. Chris Matthews talking about lining people up in Central Park. I'm like, of course they're going to say that. They don't want to see you win. They want
Yeah, tell
Hillary.
that about.
They want
That's how
Biden.
you celebrate the Jewish guy winning, is do some anti-Semitism. Okay.
Yeah.
And he got cancel culture my ass.
Yeah. So like he, you know, I think the what was it? I can never remember which one is which. Zach, I think, made the good point. Like, you know, you're getting all these Thanksgiving questions. You go, well, Thanksgiving's unaffordable. I was criticizing the celebration of Columbus as a genocider and blah blah blah. But you know what? Thanksgiving's a great time to meet with your family and have some dinner. And what's more unaffordable now than a big dinner? You know, hell, I'm up here on vacation house, basically thinking about bringing up my friends to have a barbecue. And we were like, dude, can we even afford to get all that food for a barbecue? It's fucked up, dude. It's fucked up. This should have been the narrative around July 4th. If the media had any fucking balls or anything, gumption, any desire to do anything, they would have been like, people can't even afford to get meat for July 4th barbecue. How un-American of Donald Trump on the 250th anniversary to not have to make it so unaffordable for people to get meat.
Where was my Springsteen? Where was my barbecue? You know?
Exactly.
Because that's what 4th of July is all about. Nothing else. Fireworks and Springsteen.
Oh.
Fun in the USA. Hey, he's my homeboy, okay? I'm from the same borough as him, so family acquaintance. I got respect the boss.
Do you guys think that Springsteen fandom is concentrated in the East Coast of the country? I mean, it seems pretty obvious to me, but he's obviously loved all over the place. But where I grew up, I know that in the Jersey corridor, is that even a thing people say?
Yeah.
Is a obviously I want to say hotbed of Springsteen activity, but it is the center of it. If you grew up there, you're more likely to be a big Springsteen fan.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
what's interesting about Springsteen is that he had so many hits in the 70s and the 80s and the albums and funny stories, because Bruce Springsteen's kind of like Mom Donnie. Like when he comes back to Freehold, it's like, oh, he's like a unicorn. Like, oh, there's Bruce, you know, whatever.
Yeah, magical being.
When his first record came out, my mom was helping my aunt work at a record store. And this guy comes in and he immediately goes for the Springsteen albums and the 8 tracks and all that. And my mom's looking at him because my aunt's in the back, and she's like, she goes in the back, she's like, oh my God, Lo, it's Bruce. Bruce Springsteen's here. He's here. Oh my God. And they go out and he's gone. Like, he just comes and goes. Like, my mom used to serve him food at this place called Jersey Freeze. My dad partied with him. My uncle was part of the same Rumson Beach Club as him. Like, and my cousins went to high school with him. And they were one of the few people who were nice to him because he was like weird and introverted. So like, And now those people are like, oh my God, we feel so bad now. And he always pays a tab whenever he does attend these reunions. And one time my parents are walking, because you can walk anywhere in the Freehold Borough. You can walk anywhere. Like it's very walkable area. You could go from like the mall to like
The other
whatever.
mall.
And yeah, and it's like the 5th largest mall in the country, the Freehold Raceway Mall, which is crazy when you think about it. And so one time my parents are walking and this person keeps beeping their horn and like going, hey, hey, you know, and my dad gets all angry and turns and is about to yell at him. And it's Bruce. He was slowly like following them in his Cadillac.
Wow.
Yeah.
So did your folks all know him before he was big, or was he always? Did he pop off at a young age? Was he like a successful 18-year-old?
He was always a musician. He had a very difficult. I recommend watching the Deliver Me from Nowhere, the Springsteen biopic that came out, which is about like Nebraska, because it does tackle like his struggles when he was younger and his relationship with his dad. But he was it was getting cloudy. Hopefully the internet doesn't cut up. But everyone knew who he was because some of his relatives were a little bit more popular. He had a cousin who my dad was really close with. And before, at the cousin's graduation party, my dad was there and Bruce was playing. And this was years before he became famous or whatever. So for a lot of people in Freehold, they're like, I knew who Bruce was before he was famous. And we don't, like, my mom remembers like what he'll come to the like Memorial Day parades, you know, just chill and it's kind of cool how he's very humble, and he actually has a song called My Hometown, which is about Freehold.
I see.
So he's cool. And also he's very popular because he's one of the few acts that's like almost 80 and does like a 4-hour plus show. He's like Elton John on the guitar. Like Elton John, I've seen Elton John concert. Great.
Piano man.
Yeah, Stone Pony, that's right. Yes, a Stone Pony. That's where he started. Yep, in Asbury and all that. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I know this stuff. He still performs every once in a while. My sister went to Neptune. That's right. My sister went to see Bon Jovi in concert because there's like this rivalry that Jersey's like, is this Bon Jovi or Springsteen? I prefer Springsteen because he has the working class like background and his songs are about Jersey and working class issues, very Four Seasons-esque compared to Bon Jovi. And then the next day, Springsteen came to the concert. My sister was like, "Oh, one day I missed." It was just so funny.
It's nice that he kept his roots tethered. He stayed. You know, kept after meteoric success, like one of the biggest acts in the world. He could have disappeared into, you know, celebrity mansions forever and never gone home.
Yeah,
people love him for that.
His son is a firefighter in Colts Neck. Hey, Carlos, what's up?
That's right.
What up, Carlos? How's it going? Howdy.
What's up, Carlos?
Howdy.
We're getting some Christina lore about how her parents used to associate with Bruce Springsteen back.
My dad met Reagan and Sammy Davis Jr.
Known Springsteen associates and Sammy Davis Jr. That's cool.
Yeah, he was at a party and he was there. I'm like, did you do like an Archie Bunker thing? He's like, no. If y'all ever watch All in the Family, highly recommend. There's an episode where Archie Bunker's like cab driving Sammy Davis Jr. He comes over to the house and he's like, you know, oh Sam, you know, you're not like the others, you know, you're one of the good ones type of thing, you know. And Sammy Davis Jr. is like, so are you? And then he's like, and then like he kisses him on the cheek and Archie's face is like this when they take a photo together. It's one of the most iconic episodes of All in the Family.
Okay. Yet another interracial kiss that radicalized America, starting with Star Trek.
They couldn't even do. You know what's so funny about interracial kisses? That's kind of a weird segue.
They're fun.
Yeah, but Candyman in 1992 or whatever, they couldn't show Tony Todd and Virginia Madsen kissing. It was still too controversial for the 90s.
Interesting.
For the 90s?
I could believe that. I do remember seeing that in the theater. That was a fun.
Because you don't see them actually, like you just see like the back of his head when he puts the bees in her, and I'm like, really? We couldn't see that?
But the famous Star Trek interracial kiss was the 60s.
Yeah. William Shatner kept messing it up on purpose because they didn't want to show it, so they kept rolling out a tape on purpose.
Interesting.
Yeah, they wanted to do takes without kissing, and then but he made sure to only get it right with the kissing take, so they only had one choice because it was very. It really speaks to the degree of the supremacist hellhole that this country is, and sadly, it probably speaks to the centuries it's going to take to unwind that knot.
Yeah.
Although climate change
no
will
kidding.
force it much faster.
So there's
anyway.
there's one thing I wanted to talk about, which is the woke 1, woke 2 bullshit. But then I just saw some breaking news here. Hassan is proceeding with litigation against Scott Jennings, which is good. If you want to pull up that clip, and then there's this thing with Joe Rogan here.
Did Adria post it?
Yes, Adri just posted like 15 minutes ago. Shout out
perfect.
Socialist Adri. And apparently on Rogan, it's trending on Twitter right now. So I don't know, maybe this is just from me, but apparently Joe Rogan found out Shane Gillis was on Rogan again and was saying like, hey, did you know that he is selling like a paid subscription or a paid tier for Truth Social where you could see his tweets faster than
He lost
anybody
a lot
else
of money.
so that you can insider trade? Like literally, this is so that you could I'm paying $100,000 for the tier on Truth Social, and then I can go to Kalshi, place my bet, and then everybody the news will disseminate later. That's fucking.
It's a corruption subscription fee for advance notice about information from the president.
What?
Yeah.
Another corruption scream from the corrupt president?
Yeah, and
He's
that
been
one I'm
doing
seeing
nothing but corruption.
Marco Foster posted that one.
It's
Okay, this is
it's a
this is
horror.
the thing. You guys can see it, right?
Do we need context for this? I'm not all completely up to speed. I'll trust you guys to.
So
fill us
okay,
in,
so
but-
the context is the
Can you find
attacks
that-
against Hassan are getting bad. They're getting worse. They're literally saying that he wants to lynch black people and murder black people and all this other stuff. And it's just him
Can you
reading.
find that video from Scott Jennings?
Yeah.
We can play it after this.
Yeah, but like, yeah, what's happening is that they're basically saying defamatory stuff about him, literally quoting his shit from out of context. Again, it's just annoying. I'm like, you guys are gonna keep poking the bear, and he's finally like, fuck it, I'm gonna do something because these guys are getting way too cocky now. And this all started because of moderates and liberals, not conservatives. It started by the third way, and look where we are now.
This was a Scott Jennings clip. This is the RNC strategy. It was the initial clip came from the RNC, and now Scott Jennings is highlighting it.
Why is this not playing? Come on now.
Do we lose him?
This
No,
is
there it
such
is.
an egregious lie. It is such an egregious instance of defamation that numerous people who fucking hate me, like literally hate me, have actually gone out to bat and said, this is the worst instance of defamation that I have seen. I hope you sue him, which I
Joe
am.
Walsh.
I'm in the process of I'm working through litigation right now.
Good.
So, like you.
So yeah, that is
That's from today's show.
Yeah, that's the
Yep,
update.
that was just the thing with
Nice.
Adri is that she to combat some of the 5-second clippers, clip chippers, she actually like watches the show because she's studying, she's in college, she's a single mom, lives in Canada, so she's able to and she's finally going to be monetized on Twitter to make some extra bucks off of clipping us on. So what she does is she'll do entire segments with his quotes and then also summarizing what he's alluding to or talking about. And there's a bunch of other people who do this as well, because Hasanami Productions and a bunch of other people, but to have it on Twitter before people can do the 5-second clips, like him talk about, that he's a racist or whatever. Like it's getting to the point where it's like he's addressed this stuff over and over again. I feel like he's gonna have to do another hour-long video where he addresses all the controversies because the spotlight has been on him because they haven't talked about anything else besides.
Yeah, because they would
Hassan.
rather talk about Hassan than talk about cost of living and how the Democrats aren't doing shit to fucking fix
The
it.
ICE, the people that are
ICE,
going to be in prison for 100 years
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
protesting that one a detention center.
Yup.
Exactly. So
Hassan's uncle even covering this begrudgingly. You can tell how jealous he is that Hassan
Yeah.
has
Yeah.
this place. It's so funny. It's
Which,
just
like,
but,
hey, Cenk,
gee, do I pick Tucker Carlson or do I pick Hassan Piker? I don't
Yeah,
know.
man. That's
I
what
don't know,
mean.
Jank.
Which path do you choose here, buddy?
Maybe
Political
the guy
genius.
who's a fucking national story. Go sidle up to him. You're really good at sidling up. Go sidle up to the motherfucker who's your little fucking nephew, dumbass.
Yeah, who walked out
Fuck.
the door with millions of like Jank just did bad business. Okay, I can save you.
Yeah,
You guys know
go,
where I can go.
Tell
I
the
can-
truth, Jank.
Let me put my ham back in my ham pocket for now. Okay, ham. I want to go ham. I'm out of touch. But and Jank covering it though, he did mention something like, "Oh, they're going to make Hassan president if they keep doing this," just like they did with Trump. He sort of like compared it to the way they like sort of. It was like that. Those situations aren't. Like, and also it's a warning that Trump would become president. I
in
think
the
our
most
world,
Cenk way possible.
yeah,
of course.
yeah. Like, but and he does defend Hassan too, and it in terms of
More than Anna does, which
it's
is
being
like
forced into his news feed, or sorry, their coverage feed because it's so prominent. And yes, Christina, much more than Anna. Anna to his face
Yeah.
told him,
Oh, it's speaking with Scott Jennings is live now.
yeah.
Oh, is he really? Pull it up.
Yeah, because let's see, what has he
I
got
mean,
going
is
on?
it even worth
Byron
like
Donalds and
making?
Marsha Blackburn poised to make history. Yeah, I don't feel like watching that.
Is it even
He's
worth for
trying to
Hassan
address-
to make like a response to any of this, except for like obviously do what he's got to do with litigation? But like, I mean, it just seems like a exercise in futility because these people are always gonna do like bad faith attacks. I mean, I don't even know if it's worth him spending the energy to like address any of this. It's like, dude,
Not anymore.
I'll see you
He's
in court,
already
bro.
done it.
What
Exactly.
if? Okay, but the problem is what if someone tries to kill him? Like that's what it's giving Bill O'Reilly and George Tiller. And again, more
Yes.
context
Yeah.
for those who don't know. George Tiller was one of the few late-term abortion doctors still left in the country. He was a middle-aged older man, really great guy.
Early 2000s.
Yeah, early 2000s, and Bill O'Reilly, started doing this segment called Tiller the Baby Killer, where he would talk
Jesus.
for like 10, 20 minutes about George Tiller every fucking night on the O'Reilly Factor. And what y'all thinking? What happened to George Tiller? He got assassinated by someone who was like, yes, Bill O'Reilly inspired me to murder him. And Bill O'Reilly's like, if people want to blame me, that's ridiculous. I had nothing to do. People can't be influenced, blah, 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 blah. And everyone's like, but he would not have been targeted had you not, talked about it incessantly.
In a
Right?
church,
Yeah.
if I recall, he was killed in a church.
Yeah, in a church. He was,
Yeah.
he was
Yeah.
like a minister or whatever. He was
Yeah.
a church volunteer. So he was like the good quintessential Christian man.
It was
And it cost him his life.
It was proto libs of TikTok, proto like Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro.
Yeah,
Candace
yeah,
Owens.
Yeah, it's stochastic terrorism is what
But
it is.
anti-abortion activists are fucking insane. Like they will take action, unlike some other like crazy people. But like you gotta watch out for the anti-abortion.
so,
folks,
I mean,
'cause
Oh
it's
no,
ridiculous.
I agree. I'm just saying, like, Hassan should take whatever actions he needs necessary to protect himself. I'm just saying, like literally just going making a video about addressing any of this. It's like Hassan is not not really a controversial figure, to be honest. Like, I don't know. If I was Hassan, like, I would take whatever necessary actions to protect myself, calling the police for potential swatters or whatever. Reporting any threats, but like, man, to try to address the same bad faith nonsense that's always going to be lobbed at him, it's like,
Yeah, like how many America Deserves 9/11 videos does he have to? Can he do? Like
And I think
that's
honestly, like being on the internet for as long as he has, and probably having to already have dealt with like swatting attempts and whatever. Hey, what up, Pep?
Yeah.
Like
What's up, Pep?
swatting
Speaking of swatting
attempts.
attempts.
I'm sure whatever Destiny and Ethan have thrown at him over the years, like he's prepared to fucking deal with
We
it.
know
So,
what his house looks like now,
this
and
is-
that's so weird.
and this is just like an even grander scale because now it's national, it's mainstream. You got pundits on TV talking about it. So yeah, make an example of fucking Scott Jennings.
yeah, 100%.
What about the one
Disincentivize-
woman from Fox News who had C.J. Pearson? Oh God, what's her name? I forgot this. She's the
Harris
one black
Faulkner.
lady on Fox News.
Harris
Faulkner.
Faulkner.
She literally was like, oh, she deadass was like, Hassan Piker believes in lynching black people and he wants us dead. That is racist. What do these people have to say? And I'm like, look, if these candidates who use Hassan as a community they need to defend him. If I was a candidate who had the help of the Stop Migrants communities to make me win a primary or whatever, I'd be like, listen, you guys have talked about this man incessantly 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Are you aware of what our own president's doing right now, what the Republican Party's doing right now? Are you not concerned about that?
I'm sure they're aware. They just don't care about any
They don't
of
give
that.
a
It's-
fuck, dude.
Yeah, hypocrisy.
They don't
What?
care.
What is that?
I mean, it's
Dude,
a
they're-
layup with Max Miller. I mean, literally, they should be
How
hammering
the
that.
fuck are they not talking about that?
Because they don't care.
Or
Because they don't give a fuck. They're more
Agreed.
worried. They're more worried about the left than they are Max Tiller. They're more worried about the left than they are fascists, dude. They don't give a shit. They're literally taking clips of him reading chat or
Yeah, they
reading
can't tell
quotes.
he's moving his eyes. Yeah.
They can tell. They can tell. They're cutting it. That's why they're cutting it into like little compilations like this,
Yeah,
so that
like
it happens
5 seconds.
fast enough, and then it's just like his voice and face saying these words. That's enough for us to lay these claims at his fucking feet. And again, like a Fox News person is gonna go assassinate him because he said black people should be lynched. Like, no, they love. Dude,
No one's gonna
he
do-
said. I actually found myself watching him live for the first time yesterday in a while. Like, if you believed that I said these things in earnest, you'd be defending me, Scott. You'd be defending me, Fox. You'd
Yeah,
be
like he
defending me.
cares about minority
Yeah,
groups
where's
and all
the
that.
where's the cancel culture people at?
Yeah, you're
Well,
defending.
that's their whole game, though, is to make us. The thing is, Fox News isn't doing that for their audience. They're doing it for us. The thing is,
Yeah,
they're going,
yeah.
hey, leftists, how can you stand behind somebody when you guys are you're the moral high ground here. You guys always posit yourselves as being
bullshit.
I mean, they really do, though.
Yeah.
Like, Fox News has been hammering that, where like that they did that with Graham Plantner, where it was
Mm,
just
it's-
like
it's the game
same
they
bullshit.
play.
Yeah.
It's the super villain. It's fucking Green Goblin on the bridge going, do you care about the people or do you care about your girlfriend? Which one are you going to go for, Spider-Man?
Motherfucker, I'm Spider-Man and I can do both.
Exactly, bitch. Exactly.
Mhm.
It's not a weakness to give a fuck about other people. It's just strength, actually, you stupid fucks. But yeah, you can tell I've been again. I'm on vacation and I can't. I'm having fucking the shakes from not
You're gonna
being
need-
on camera.
This man,
Better-
this
you
man's
better
on
be by-
vacation, and look at him. He's
Yeah.
working. He's on vacation, and he's
working on
not working.
vacation.
It's
Yeah.
crazy.
Get in
Crazy.
the-
I'm
Alex,
also
got to get
literally-
into go into the pool with your wife. Just,
I'm
you-
also literally on the clock working right now, so I couldn't even go in the pool if I wanted.
Oh my god,
okay.
dude.
you got
You can't work in the pool? Wait a minute.
Yeah, remote work
No.
includes pools. Come on.
That's crazy.
That's true, as long as the
Wait a
Wi-Fi
minute.
holds.
God forbid I get water on this laptop, dude.
I hate to admit that I have done that because
Yeah.
I got a remote gig that it's sometimes it's if you could do it on the phone. Which once they made the iPhone semi-waterproof, I was just like, well, I don't have to worry about my wet finger screwing everything up now. Might as well.
Boy, I bet Scott things mentions are blowing up right now.
So defamation is an
On
interesting
Twitter.
topic. I'm not a legal
It's-
expert in any way. I did a lot of research about it though as I was making my film. I did like a deep dive reading tons
I
about
hope
it.
so.
Out of worries
I'd
of
hope
being
so, Nick.
defamed, and the more I learned about it, the more I realized I should be the one suing for defamation. So there's
It's
a
very
go ahead.
so because of free speech laws, depending on the country, it's so difficult to prove here because you free speech. I mean, that's why I always use Johnny Depp and Amber Heard's trials as a example because it's like he had to prove that she wrote about him in the Washington Post about about like during like the Me Too era about whatever like she suffered from him allegedly, right? And so she did all but name him. So he had to be like, she is talking about me. We recently got divorced, recently separated. Who else would she be talking about? And he also had to prove that, him getting canceled, whatever cost him,
She also took a massive
whatever.
dookie on
Yeah.
the bed.
That is why Ethan Klein is suing Ian Idubbbs in Canada, his home country, because they have very different free speech laws. So it's easier to sue in other countries. So if Ian didn't live in Canada, Ethan would definitely have tossed that lawsuit. that he was, putting up against him. So,
Interesting.
it's really up. I'm all about free speech, but when it's just kind of, it sucks that it's hard to prove defamation.
There's the other layer
in
of
this
that, though.
country.
But being a public figure is also a major layer in that. The second that you're a public
Yeah.
figure, it's so much harder to prove
Yep.
defamation.
Yep.
So if this happens in the private
Thanks, Internet.
sector, like
you have to prove
Mhm,
intent
mhm.
and you have to prove damages as well.
Yeah.
So and the standard that the law will enforce for public figures is much higher. So if you can't just defame your neighbor who's a nobody in the public, and then it's easier. I mean, you can, but then they can hold you accountable at a lower standard. So yes, that factor does change with these bigger, media people we're talking about for sure.
That is why allegedly is your favorite word, ladies and gentlemen.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Supposedly, allegedly, apparently,
Allegedly.
Lee,
Yeah.
I
they
mean,
did Lee in it.
So, but has something been filed, or is just Hassan is just probably at least he's got his lawyers looking
Yeah,
into
that's
the
what it
potential.
seems like.
'Cause
Yeah.
It's
he
very
does need. I
fresh
think
Hassan's
he
news.
going
should.
after Ethan, or is this after Scott Jennings?
Scott Jennings.
Jennings, yeah.
Because
It's important that he
think,
makes a
by the
stand
way,
at some of these
call
cases
him.
because it is going to keep escalating. And
Well, the thing, Scott Jennings is going out on public airways saying just overtly false shit. That does fall
the
within
racism. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Like
Because when because if he were to, if he does, the lawsuit or whatever, they'd be like, they could Hassan's like, all my VODs are available for the public. Clearly, that's why people keep, because people can download the VODs immediately and then clip whatever they want, yet still have, the VODs. And I'm assuming Hassan's team has been, they probably have a big hard drive or whatever, multiple that have all his VODs because Twitch eventually removes VODs after a while.
Yeah.
So they could be like, did you say this? Oh, well, here's the full context. Here's the full, 10-minute video,
Here's the
yelling
fucking
at this
8
chatter for
hours.
being racist.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
there's YouTube
He's fucking-
archives. Yeah.
That's what I like
Yes.
about YouTube. Although, I mean, I don't know, after my scare, I started downloading every single YouTube episode I do, but I need another terabyte hard drive coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah, what happened?
These prices? Yeesh.
Yeah,
I know.
what
I
happened?
know.
That
I'm lucky
sucks.
I got a sugar daddy.
Am I at that point where I just need,
need a
to?
sugar
Well, hey, how do I get one of those? Wait a minute.
Yeah.
You're a
So-
pretty
I'm old
girl on
enough
the
though.
internet.
I'm hoping for sugar children.
Oh, well, I guess I could shave my beard. Maybe they'd get confused.
There you go. There you
Yeah, I
go.
can give you some makeup skills. I'm considering uploading my like how I do my makeup because everyone's like,
Christina,
damn,
you should
Christina.
absolutely do get ready with
Hey, my
me.
my
on
skincare
TikTok.
game's on point.
It's probably
You
better
too,
than Hassan's,
Pep.
who just uses basic soap. He literally uses the same soap he washes his balls with his face. And I'm
Oh,
like,
disgusting.
Are you not supposed to do that?
I got my face soap. I use
exactly.
I
I'm like, he uses
I
the
use
most
conditioner
generic
that takes
bar soap
15
ever.
minutes.
I'm a 5-in-1
like-
kind of guy.
Oh my God.
You know what?
Just for all you men, and there's a lot of men on this panel. The for men brands, like for men, don't work. Get
No.
the girly shit. Get the flowery,
Crew,
fragrance, pinky stuff.
Crew is good. My wife has used my Crew stuff before when she's
Well, Crew works,
gotten
but like
lazy.
when it's like Suave for men or this for men,
Swap
I'm
for
like,
men is
yeah,
bullshit.
yeah.
You're right about that.
But like if if it's specific like skincare brand that's meant for men,
Yeah.
yes. But
Billy
people say
Jealousy.
a lot-
I like Billy Jealousy. That's a men's healthcare line.
yeah.
I've
doing
been
a great
using the
job
same
at
bottle
convincing
of
people
Per
I'm not
Plus
gay.
since the 80s.
But yeah, I my sister's like, I'm 40 and I look so old. I'm like, bitch, I started taking care of my skin as soon as I was like 14, 15 years old. I got 15 years of people, when I'm not wearing my makeup and I'm all like, whatever, people are like, oh, when are you going to graduate high school? And I'm like,
damn,
I've been out of high school for 14 years.
What a
The
compliment.
salt and pepper that does it for me. I just got to pull
then
the
when I'm,
Hassan.
like,
I just
all
got to go
dolled up, they
baby
think I'm
face
in
and
college.
surprise everyone.
So
Yeah.
yeah, I
There you
think
go.
first of all, love that Chris Rabb called Sean Hannity Scott Hannity. So I think we
I
should
love
call
calling him Scott now.
Scott Jennings, Sean
Yeah.
Jennings. Let's call him Sean Jennings. That I'm coining
He,
that.
Good.
Did you guys
That's
already
good.
talk about how Jennings is the new guy? The
Oh, he's gonna
New
be the press
Caroline Levitt?
secretary.
Yeah, he could be the press secretary once Caitlin's or what's her face is gone, right? Yeah.
Apparently, it's between him and Carrie
Oh
Lake and
Oh
someone else.
no, not her.
And the
Wait,
cast
Carrie
of, and the
Lake?
cast of Her Take are gonna.
That'd be hilarious. The entire cast, including Anna
Yeah, the
Kasparian.
original cast.
I
yeah.
mean, you might as well put Who is that lady? The Kraken lady?
Yeah. What was her name?
Release the Kraken.
Yeah. Shit.
Might as well, because she's just as out there as Carrie Lake is.
Oh my God, what was her
Kraken
name?
lady?
Yeah, look it up.
Here, Sydney Powell.
There you go.
Powell.
That's her.
I knew it started with an S.
Oh, she kind of has a Mitch McConnell voice, little bit. The Dominion voting machines were hacked. We need more votes.
Is that Sydney Powell you're doing? Or?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, she sounds like that.
She actually does sound like that.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah, I do very obscure impressions, you know.
Those are the best.
It's great for the career.
Yeah, I do a great Walter White.
Oh, nice.
Wait, so that means you could do a good Heisenberg? All right.
Yep.
I can do a
I
little
lost
like Bob Ross and, you know, pretty much a bunch of wrestlers and some obscure stuff. But Trump is, dude, I had to deal with the situation. I think you guys might have seen on Discord. But when I had to deal with the cop, we were talking about internet trolls. And at one point I slipped into a Trump impression and I just kind of sat there. I'm like, please laugh, please laugh, please laugh. And she kind of cracked a smile. I'm like, yes.
Nice.
That's the way, dude.
Surprised she didn't pull out an electrified glove and then
I mean, dude,
God.
I'm not even kidding.
Attack.
I was kind of like, oh.
Pep's doing the Jeb Bush. Please clap.
Yeah, please clap.
This is why I prefer Twitch over YouTube, because we have Posada Bot over on Twitch, which is a political mod from OG Prodigy that bans people who are like who just made an account. They warn people like, oh, this person's been banned in a bunch of other accounts. You know, do you want them? You know, and if they seem cool, it's like, oh, maybe they just didn't vibe with the streamer or whatever. You know,
is this
it
an
happens.
exclusive bot on Twitch?
Yeah, it's on Twitch.
No. Yeah, it's on Twitch. Carlos, do you have the bot too or no?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't.
It's a must.
I'm doing it.
It is a must.
Wait a minute.
I keep getting those fucking like, hey, you want to buy streamers or buy
say,
viewer bots? Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Carlos and I will hook you guys up, because I mean it is a must. Like, it makes the experience on Twitch so amazing, because it also it also claps ban evaders too, because Twitch has that
but
thing
that's a
where
problem. I've been having this weird thing where certain people are marked as ban evaders even though they're not. Like, I have one guaranteed one that I'm like, I have no idea how you got marked as a ban evader.
they will definitely clap that, because it's interesting, because Twitch has that thing where it's like you have like you have one email and make like 50 accounts, and I have this one guy who's like 77777_7__7, and I'm like, dude,
I get a few of those.
give up. You're gonna get banned.
I have this weird thing where I have hate watchers that like they watch me a lot. Like, I got this guy Han on Twitch where he's watched me for 2 years now, and I'm like, why do you show up every fucking day? Why you hate me?
That's why I don't understand. Why? To do something different? Does hate
I don't know.
watch bring people joy? Like,
Do any of you guys hate watch somebody on the regular?
I can't do that.
Actually,
like whenever I can
I must
barely watch
confess.
the 5.
I must confess.
Are you Han? Is that what you're confessing?
I am
Alex?
Han. I'm
Plot
the guy.
twist.
No, I.
This is your intervention.
I've said this story, but you know, whatever. 2012 is when I started watching the news, and I would watch Fox News and MSNBC back to back. I would read Breitbart and Huffington Post, Daily Caller, Vox. I would go back and forth and see how they would cover different stories, and then of course I would go find the origin of the story, which is usually like AP or Reuters.
AP, yeah, it's always AP.
So, So I'm like, oh my god, there's only one outlet actually doing journalism, and then
AP or
everybody else is
Reuters
just commentating on it. That's fucking crazy.
From the Guardian.
Yeah, so like, the stuff I would scream at Bill O'Reilly on the TV, I would absolutely hate watch. But I tell you this, I tuned into Bill O'Reilly every fucking night, because his show was a lot more entertaining than Chris Hayes' show or whoever was on at 8 o'clock then. I think it might have actually been like Chris Matthews, so I might have.
That's a problem. Newsertainment shouldn't be a thing. Like,
Yes,
this
that's
is
the
different.
problem.
Commentary's different. Or
Yeah.
infotainment, yeah. Oh,
Yeah. But it's not even infotainment because we're not really giving that much information. This is news entertainment. This is Vanguard shit. This is
Yeah,
like,
I guess. But I would say that like the standards are very different from like a podcast or like a panel or whatever versus like Fox News or CNN or whatever. And it's like, what are you guys doing? Why is Bill O'Reilly on this news program? You know what I mean? The Sean
I ask that
Hannity and
every
all
time
these
I see
people.
him on anything now.
yeah.
You know what's funny? News Nation, I call the island of misfit pundits. They're people who got like fired from like MSNBC.
Did
you
you see
know,
that? It's a
Fox,
faith-based thing. I didn't
what?
know that, but apparently it's faith-based, where it's a
What, News
faith-based
Nation?
news network. Yeah, News Nation.
Oh, I did not know
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, they just started advertising as a faith-based news platform. I was like, oh,
That's crazy.
no.
I'll tell you this.
leaning into
I
their
don't like the
market.
fact that they're in the back of taxi cabs now in New York.
Oh, they are?
Yeah. It
hell?
used to
No
be
way.
NBC, and now it's fucking News
Yeah.
Nation. So they must have outbid NBC on that. I don't know. That's
That,
fucked
you know
up.
what?
I hate it.
You know what? Those are those little ones that you see at the gas pump too, where it's like those little clips from like the news networks. I've been seeing Fox News at some of them. I'm like, oh no. So this must be the new push where they're like, we must maximize our viewership, and they realize that when you're trapped in a taxi or trapped in a lobby, there's nothing else you can really put on.
Yeah, I mean, dude, Fox has that deal already. Like that, they've been the network of dentist office and fucking waiting rooms and like all that shit. That's where Fox gets probably most of its viewership.
News Nation replaced WGN. Well, not here. WGN's still a thing here.
Well,
We're just not
what up,
national
Jeff?
anymore, I don't think.
Jeff, hop in, dude.
Yeah.
But yo, fucking so what the fuck was this? Yeah, so hate watching, yes, I did hate watch Fox, but like I had a good time doing it until 2016. 2016, the Trump shit, it's literally stopped being fun to hate watch because it was all Trump all the time. And then he wins, and then it's just not fun anymore, period.
Yeah.
For any side to watch. Because before, it was very like pro wrestling. It was very like rap battles. Like they would say something at 10 in the morning on Fox, and then at noon on MSNBC, they'd respond to it. And then on the 5 at Fox, they'd respond to that. It was a very back and forth. It was very funny. But now it's just, ever since Trump, it's just been fucking nuts and depressing.
Yeah, I mean,
and
that
not
kind of
fun to watch.
illustrates the whole problem that we're experiencing here, right? That illustrates the entire
Yes.
problem. Like, why is it a wrestling match? Why is it like this spectacle? You know what I mean? Like that's
it's daycare for imbeciles. It's a mobile hovering above a baby that just moves around a little bit.
I was just watching
absorbing
this
it.
morning. Jon Stewart interviewed Crystal Ball and Sagar, and was like,
I want to watch that.
you know,
I feel like Hassan's gonna come on soon on the weekly show.
Hopefully,
Yeah.
and I was
Perfect.
like, dude, this is a full circle moment because they even brought up like this is like Crossfire what we're doing, and he was like, oh my god, I'm getting flashbacks, and I'm like, yeah, dude, you went on all the networks back in the day and exposed them for being entertainment, being more focused on profit, being more focused on getting eyeballs. They kept having him on every network, CNN, MSNBC, Fox, to ask him, why are young people watching you instead of us? And he's going, because you guys are failing. You guys aren't doing your jobs. You guys shouldn't be interested in how many people are watching you and how much commercial space you can sell for to these companies. You guys should just be in the business of getting facts right and breaking stories. God damn it. Like, I am a comedian. I'm on a network that I am the show preceding me is South Park. The show was a talking piece of shit. I should not be seen as a fucking news guy. And he was the OG, like, I'm just a comedian. And I get that. I understand where he was coming from. He was trying to.
Yeah, but Zelensky has proven that you can be more than just a comedian, and when the time is needed.
I always found that a little bit of a cop out for John to say that, even though I mostly agree.
It is.
I agree.
There's nuance.
There's nuance there, and even the big criticism of that Bill Maher had, and he was right at the time, and Sam Cedar going like, hey, you're gonna have this rally to restore sanity. You might want to like politically engage all these people who showed up and not
Well,
just
also
throw a
and
comedy
or fear. It's the rallies to
Right,
restore
yeah.
sanity and or fear.
Right, because Colbert too. But
Yeah.
yeah, guys, like you accidentally ass backwardsly found yourself in a position where you're influencing people on a political scale. So you might actually want to do something with that. I mean, even the Robin Williams movie at the time was like a move. There was a Robin Williams movie about a Jon Stewart-like figure who finds himself like, oh, I'm gonna jokingly run for president, and then like he's actually in the race and he's winning, and oh my god, this is not supposed to happen. But and I get Jon Stewart trying to plead with America, plead with the news networks, being like, I am a comedian. These are supposed to be different things. This is not supposed to be entertainment. He lost that battle, and I'm sorry, dude. You lost because now you got Joe Rogan, who was just uses the "I'm a comedian" as a defense for him to say whatever he wants and to not
Or
be
like
criticized.
be misinformed, be like not informed.
Yeah, I don't want to carry water for Joe Rogan, but every once in a while it's not an excuse. Every once in a while it is like, I'm a silly goose that just happens to talk about some serious stuff. I can relate to that a little bit more than
but you're smarter than him.
If you've had Epstein's roster as regulars on your show who are billionaires,
different, but I mean he's been using Rogan's been using that since he was before he what I would consider had his downfall. Like he would say this shit back when he would have like a David Pakman or like a Kyle Kalinske on. I mean it is kind of weird. Like I probably wouldn't have near the exposure to the leftist, scene if it wasn't for Rogan, because I saw Pakman first, got a little bit into his stuff, and then Kyle Kalinske. I was like, oh, I like this guy. I like the way he carries himself. I was like, oh wow, like their content's not that bad. And then Pakman turned out to be completely fraudulent. So.
Remember when Rogan endorsed Bernie and Democrats were like, this is a bad idea? And I'm like, but here's the problem, though. If we don't accept Joe Rogan, he's going to move to Trump. And guess what?
He did. And then everybody's talking about how the brosphere is literally what pushed his victory.
And we need a Joe Rogan
of the left.
And then it's Hassan, but not like that. Oh my God.
Yes.
It's Hassan.
Not like that.
Yeah.
Right? We need the David Pakman. And now you got, speaking of that Harris Faulkner thing, there was another clip.
He needs to sue her as well, by the way.
Sage Steele. There was a different black woman on Fox going, we need a Hassan Piker of the right. And I'm like, what do you mean?
They already exist.
You have Joe Rogan.
it's all the podcast bros who helped Trump, the Theo Vaughns and all that. What the fuck are we doing?
Yeah. It's
That's
fucking
crazy.
I'm
like,
although to be fair, that was such a flash in the pan that they already exhausted that. If anything, it was almost more detrimental because those same disaffected young men are now listening to these comedians come full circle and go, oh, I'm either not voting or I am going to vote for the left because you know what? Fuck it. I do kind of feel like these other guys lied to me. This is also why I do have the thing where I'm just like, can we, like when we were talking about woke one stuff, like what AOC was saying, I was like one of the only ones that I feel like kind of went, she's not entirely wrong.
All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom and come back. I want to talk about this woke one thing.
All right, have a good pee.
I just realized you and Christina have the same background.
Yeah, he's in a different room right now. Yeah,
a big map is fun.
Yeah,
Can we talk about woke?
Do you?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's so annoying.
It was
I blame
broad,
that
though.
guy that AOC quoted. I'm like, girl, don't talk about this. I mean, like, because here's the problem, though. Yeah, Ose, I think that's Ose.
Was that who actually made the quote? It was Ose?
Yeah. Yeah, and
oh,
she
that's
even
fucked
said,
up because they even said that they were going to get behind him. What?
Because they even said, she even said, like, give credit to my guy. I was like, wait, what? Him? He said, okay, but here's the thing, though, and I'm going to say this as a white woman. There was more to the Rogue One than just, pronouns and stepping over people, overcorrecting people. But, the shit that right room was complaining about, I'm like, there was a lot going on. You got COVID, racial tensions were escalated to a point.
I go before then. I go back to 2016, the grievance politics that brought us Trump, because at that time, you remember this, Christina, like they were going after tweets from 10 years ago.
Yeah, it's
that's
just kind of
that's the thing that got me, where I'm just like, okay, so are we just admitting that we're not going to let anybody have any bad takes ever, or let people even walk things back? Because I'm not even kidding about like the 10-year tweet, brigade, where they were just like, oh, hey, look, we found one, and you're just like, I am a totally different person,
bro. They brought. I
I
just saw a
even
thing
admitted-
today of them bringing up something that like Troy Jackson did in 1988.
Yeah.
What did
Oh,
he
yeah?
do? What did he do?
He threw a bottle at a woman, an empty bottle.
Yeah,
because he's a chauvinist.
When he was like 19.
Like my thing, like when I was, and also to a lot of us millennials, we have a very long footprint online. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of us have deleted stuff. A lot of us have admitted that we used to say things that we don't agree with anymore. I never was raised to use slurs. I never used growing up in the South, you would think, oh, Christine, you probably said the N-word. No, I didn't. Not even singing rap songs. I just don't feel comfortable saying those words. My parents raised me a certain way because growing up in Jersey, a lot of my parents' friends were working class black teens. So, I was raised pretty liberal, but though it wasn't like a political thing, it was just the morals and standards. And but there are times where I would, in quotations, for context, but even then I had, a few people be like, Christina, I understand, you're putting it quotes, but you still shouldn't, tweet, the stuff. And I'm like, okay, cool. Okay. I'm like, you know what? You're right. Let me do that. And that's when all that shit stopped. Like 2015 is when people stopped putting stuff in context and quotes when they would refer to certain things now, like slurs. But now we're back to saying anything without quotes now. Like it's so crazy. It's like,
look,
Trump got
Yeah,
elected
but in
and
the
things
comedy
went
scene, it was
crazy.
kind of like, it's kind of weird. Like millennial comedians I've been talking to, there's a lot of them that won't go back to using the R word, like especially in their act or anything like that.
Yeah.
Even though it is,
There's
sometimes
creative
applicable.
insults.
Right,
Like
right.
dolt.
Right.
I
did see one though, Dan Soder actually, he used it, but he used it to like point out the context where he was just like, ooh, see, some of you guys still get uncomfortable with it, And I liked that. I was like, that was a good use of that.
Look, if you're using a fucking slur in an art form,
I'm guilty of it.
at some point, like, it depends. Look, I will point out this is, but what I do, talk about movies, music, TV, video games. There was an album I recently reacted to, YG, the guy who made the Fuck Donald Trump song, part 1 and 2. He put out his new album. There's a song on there where he's trying to tackle like trans issues by putting himself in the shoes of like someone meeting a trans girl at a club, finding out, and then freaking out and holding a gun to her head and shit. Like, it's a crazy ass song. So and there's been conversation about it. People being like, well, he tried and maybe missed the mark and this, but it was also just a lunatic fucking way to try and hit that mark. Like, people were comparing it to Kendrick's Auntie Diaries, where
Yeah,
he's
it's so
talking about a
cringy.
family member being like, hey, this is my uncle, now it's my auntie, and blah blah blah. And you didn't do it, YG. You tried, you missed. I understand. I understand comedians being like, we want to make you put your phone in a bag so that we don't, you're not recording us and then sending it to a blog and then we get a news story written
Actually,
up
that's
about
not the
an
reason
unfinished
as much
bit.
anymore. It's actually because they don't want other people monetizing their stuff.
Yeah.
While they're recording their stuff at the club. That's a big thing now.
Okay, well, initially it was because, hey, we don't want you to, take our shit out of context. We're working on a bit, and maybe this doesn't make it into the final version of the bit that gets recorded for a special or something. I understand that.
Well, no, you just nailed it though. It's like, I mean, you've worked like. You don't want your stuff that you're working on going out as like your definitive bits. Like, this is the reason you even go do smaller rooms and like
you don't want to be like Dave Rubin doing like the Yoda impression. Like that's
right. Yeah, you don't want to do that. Or you don't want that recorded. That's one of those ones where it's like, go to a bar and do that one.
But like, I think
I did stand up on the same show Dave Rubin did stand up, by the way.
Oh,
what a small
what
world
a
it is.
showcase.
What a small world.
My one and only achievement in comedy. I'm not going to tell the story. I'm saving it for Sam.
So
It's for my true,
Yeah.
my true love.
People keep saying I should do stand up because I'm
Woodworking.
so quick with comebacks and stuff. I'm like,
Yeah. No, it was a
This
very
whole-
open set.
This whole conversation that came out of AOC's Sunday appearance, talking about woke 1, woke 2, woke 1 is crazy. Like, I think this is the general conversation isn't that new. It's, I bring it back to Emma Vigeland, who's talking about it in the context of Graham Plattner before he dropped out, going, yeah, like you said, Christina, we're all millennials. As time goes on, as more generations get older who
We
have
get less
grown
sensitive.
up on the internet, there's gonna be fucking shit that you tweeted, that you posted, that you said
When
in a
you're, like,
chat
12.
room on Roadblocks when you were 9 or whatever. That
God.
That is good. Yeah, dude. I know.
So
World of
glad that there's
Warcraft
no
chats.
footprint for me.
Right.
My
But,
first
like,
digital footprint was my MySpace account in 2003.
and MySpace is gone. No one can find it again. And
Wait, it's
that's
coming back. It's
thankful.
coming back though. It's
It
coming
is
back.
coming
And
back.
guess
Yeah,
what?
right.
Instead
I'm
of
gonna
spending
try
our
it.
time on Twitter all day,
Yep.
we're gonna be learning how to code again because
Yeah, get
I'm
those
so focused on
HTML
making my
codes,
layouts
CS
pretty.
codes.
Yep.
Yes, let's
Yeah.
go.
But I
I'm
think
excited.
like that sentiment
Come back to us.
that sentiment of holding people, yes, the bringing up a 10-year-old tweet, blah blah. But also, I will say, first of all, the word woke has been fucking bastardized,
It's a
commodified. It was a black
Black
word.
woman,
Blah blah blah.
trans. It's not. It's
Right.
about being awake, being like aware of like the
Exactly.
injustices
Yeah,
in the
again,
world. It has a
the
real
amount of
definition, people.
Exactly. The amount of fucking albums that I've been listening to the past like 2 years now doing my channel, and from the 90s talking about stay woke, be woke, make sure you know that there's fucking
Stay aware,
systemic
yeah.
oppression in this goddamn country is important. And it's been bastardized by the right. The right always sets the narrative and the fucking
Or
liberals follow it.
DEI or
Liberals are
whatever,
fucking reactionary. Yes.
Yeah.
And then using this, wait, I had a point. Like, so that's one, right? And fine, whatever. It's changed meanings now. It means this to the most amount of people. So fine, I'm going to use this as a shorthand to talk about this broader topic of like cancel culture, which also didn't fucking exist, because I remember when people started using the word cancel and I thought it was fucking stupid. It was fucking 10-year-olds. First of all, never forget that any account you see on the internet might be a 10-year-old. So never forget that.
Like DSA Watch,
we were
apparently. They're
talking
like
about-
14.
Yeah, like DSA Watch, like you were talking
All
about.
these
that, like,
liberal op accounts are just preteens
a
in their mother's
10-year-old
basement. I'm like,
who's like,
I'm like,
my
okay, so-
enjoyment when I get home from school is going into chat rooms, hate watching somebody, or going into chat rooms of live streams and pissing off the person so much that they start talking to me. Like that's the adrenaline. That's the fucking serotonin hit that
No, I
someone's
get
getting.
it. That's why I've gotten better at ignoring them.
For sure.
That's why I got this out of it.
That's a huge, huge thing. And then you also got to factor in like, so you also got to factor in the fact that like the right wing has successfully now, because people are taking account for this when they shouldn't, wrapping the Democratic Party at large like they did with Hollywood back in the day, assuming like Hollywood's an extension of the Democratic Party, which it's
I know what
not.
you're about to say, and this is the thing: we are very bad at anticipating the message and getting in front of it.
Yeah, because they got the think tanks ready. We don't have any of that on our side. We don't got the think tanks.
Half the time we don't need it. Half the time it's literally just not responding with "nuh-uh." Like that's how I feel like we respond so many times to like the
replace
right wing
woke
framing.
with DEI.
What was I about to say though? I didn't know.
But what I'm actually about to say.
I just was like, I don't know where he's going.
Sorry, what I'm about to say is that taking like the right wing's trying to connect the Democrats are canceling people on Twitter. They are blacklisting people on social media. They're doing all this. No, they're fucking not. That's random fucking people. Those are random accounts. Random accounts are the ones who are going, oh my God, this person said something racist. And then maybe that account is big enough that trends, that person becomes the fucking Twitter villain of the day. Remember the lady who was flying to Africa who was like, I hope I don't get AIDS. And then she lands and she lost her job. Like that's cancel culture. That was and again, that's just that's the side effect of social media. You don't like it? Go regulate Twitter. Go regulate Facebook. Go regulate these things. But they don't want to fucking touch that. They don't want to touch that shit. It's the same way Uber is getting around not being a taxi company. They're an app. They're a tech company. No, you're fucking not. You're a taxi company. But they're getting around it by saying they're tech. Because look at what's happened, dude. Anything on the internet been pretty much like Wild West since the 90s. They haven't
Anything
really
can be
done any
misinterpreted
legislation.
and interpreted a
Yes.
different way.
And this COSA like legislation that they're trying to do isn't fucking working, and is going to actually empower the social media companies that already exist to prevent any competition from rising in the future. So this is, again, Taylor Lorenz. Shout out your fucking interview with Taylor Lorenz. That was great.
Yeah.
Like that needs to be shouted from the goddamn rooftops. So again, even taking credit, like not taking credit, but accepting the right-wing framing of the Democrats were the ones who were canceling people. Like,
okay, what about
It's not about accepting it. It's about
how many
countering.
people who've gotten canceled have made a comeback? How many people have been accepted into circles again in politics, in Hollywood, in music?
J.K. fucking Rowling was fucking canceled by the Christian church for making Harry fucking Potter, and
now they love
didn't
her
fucking work.
she's a transphobic piece of shit. Yeah.
Disney in the 90s, right? I mean, Pep, you talked about this, how like your parents wouldn't let you watch anything that wasn't like pre-approved by a certain Christian organization. Like that was they're the original cancelers. That's what they do. They've been doing that for fucking forever, literally, because they're their church. They've
Yeah, but the whole message about canceling is still stupid in itself because that's putting that's admitting that
really.
Technically that's exactly what it is. Like there are things that are definitely
Nobodies get canceled over minor shit, right?
Yeah.
But then people with power and influence are able to come back for doing, even though they did worse shit.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, my best example for this is like the way they responded to Al Franken. I thought that one was like that was an overcorrection. And it was like, you guys overcorrected so bad, literally left us a gaping fucking hole in the fucking Senate.
And we haven't recovered. And I was one of those people and that's the thing too, that a lot of these right wingers need to understand is we're not kids anymore. We're not overcorrected and overcorrective and oversensitive anymore. So when you guys bitch and moan about seeing a black person in a movie or whatever, we're like, really? That's okay. Grow some balls. What? You guys still have this view that millennials are children, that we're overly sensitive snowflakes who can't handle, difference or whatever, or, whatever the hell. And so it's like, okay, we grow, we learn, we change.
But
so
I
when
don't
we
even
see
think
right
that.
wingers
No,
being sensitive,
I think the correct framing is not going like, well, I'm not trying to like. First of all, canceling was like, oh my God, I don't want to see this celebrity anymore. Can we cancel them like a TV show? Like it goes away forever. Like that's what canceling is.
Or I'm tired of seeing now the new thing is I'm tired of seeing Zendaya in every other movie now. And I'm like,
right.
That's not a thing that male actors deal with, mind you.
Actually it is. I mean, Timothy Chalamet, Glenn Powell.
Yeah,
I think it's
no, trust me.
overexposure.
There's definitely fatigue for certain actors.
It's fatigue. Go away, come back.
Johnny Depp actually was one of those for me, where I was just like, why is he in everything? Fucking sick of this guy.
Yeah.
But look,
what's funny
I think it definitely happens more with women, though. You're right.
Of course it does.
Too many sand.
You know but another thing too is I always tell people this. They're like, oh, I'm tired of seeing the same actors in like all these movies. I'm like, imagine you're in the 30s. You see Joan Crawford, Clark Gable, Greta Garbo, like Betty Davis and Spencer Tracy, like all the golden Hollywood actors and everything in the 30s, 40s, because the studio system was so much different than it is today. So a lot of actors were working together. Clark Gable and Joan Crawford did 8 movies together before he did Gone with the Wind. Like people forget that Hollywood had pairings regularly with people who had good chemistry, people who had affairs.
Yeah,
imagine. So when people are tired of seeing Zendaya and Tom Holland, and I'm like, guys, this is like this era of Hollywood that we're in now. Like, okay, imagine you grew up in the 80s. Did you get tired of seeing the Brat Pack? Everything
disagrees with you.
I don't have to imagine growing up in the 80s. I peaked in
Were you tired of
1982.
seeing the Brat Pack and everything, Hank?
forgetting.
Were you tired of seeing Rob Lowe in
BRB.
every fucking movie between 84 and 88? I bet you were.
Good point. Charlie Sheen was the 80s movies. Yeah, Charlie Sheen was in like everything. There's so many movies where I'm like,
no one was tired of seeing
I just
Patrick
recently
Swayze, though,
watched
let's
one
be
where I
for
was like,
real.
is that fucking Charlie Sheen? That's Charlie Sheen. It's like he was in everything.
Yeah, he was big for a while.
No, I mean it cycles that way. Like, I mean that's usually how it goes. Like
Real
90s.
men love Patrick Swayze.
Yeah.
it's funny that-
Patrick Swayze.
It's funny that so many men look up to Patrick Swayze in Roadhouse, like especially like today's era men or like Tommy Shelby. And I'm like, you do realize that Patrick Swayze studied ballet. Like he played a drag queen. Like
I
I'm like, you
I
guys
looked up to
don't
him from Dirty Dancing. He's got that dance moves. He's awesome. He was really
I love Patrick Swayze.
Oh,
Nobody puts baby in a corner.
stop me.
Nobody
Yeah.
puts baby in the corner. I remember watching Dirty Dancing for the first time and it changed my life.
It did. I mean, I understood that. To
That
be the case for
soundtrack
many.
also probably one of the best.
Everybody-
That and Goodfellas. Best
Roadhouse
soundtrack.
was the movie where, yes, that was my Patrick Swayze movie, but that's not like, no, Sam Elliott, man. That was the takeaway from Roadhouse. It's just like, all right,
Even when
mijo.
he doesn't have his mustache, when he guest starred on Parks and Rec for the last time without his mustache, I was like, whoa, who is that?
Yep.
That's what that
He definitely looks different.
Some people look better. Like if you have like no upper lip, you look better with like facial hair. Like look at Ron Swanson from Parks and Rec when he shaved. I was like, whoa,
Good pull.
you
Yeah,
have
he would look
a
very weird.
baby. You have like a baby mouth, but put that mustache on.
I had a.
Come on, grow
This
back.
is just my own family, but my dad was a mustache guy for up until my 30s, and then one day he got rid of his mustache, and like I'd never seen him without a mustache. Freaked me out. I couldn't deal with it. No, it's
Yeah.
fine. I got over it, but that is a not a Hollywood story, but you get used to someone's face, your own father or
No.
Sam Elliott, everyone's father.
That happened.
and
to-
it does
so
mess you up.
My dad, he got diagnosed with cancer, and he shaved when the chemo started, like taking the hair from his face. And at one point, me and my sister were just sitting across from him, and he's just like, notice anything? And we're just like, I don't know. And then he's like, he starts stroking his face. We're like, oh, it's gone. Whoa. I don't like this.
Who is this
And, like, I
person?
had that, like, now I understand why babies cry when like their dad shaved the beard, where it's just like, I kind of get it. Where it's like, ah, you're not my dad.
Yeah. Beards are
Nothing like
major
I
parts
know.
of the psyche and the visual communication that we all do. Jeff, speaking of
Jeff?
beards. Hello.
And a haircut.
And a haircut.
Nice.
Damn.
I had one of those in a
Someone's
while.
making haircut money. Whoa. Upper 1%, huh?
Yeah. Christina, we got a week today, huh? We brought it back.
Oof, brave
Yeah.
sentence if you're
Love
not
it.
sure. Yeah.
No, but she's famous. Like she's got the best
Yeah.
wigs.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. And I'm growing out my hair. Oh my God, taking out oh my God. I do what they call the ballroom hair technique. Because I'm growing out my hair, but I have to wear a wig cap. And it's like, oh, so ballroom hair dancing, ballroom dance competitors, they do, a lot of the women do this thing where they put so much gel in their hair and a lot of hairspray. So it's like locked tight.
Glue it down, yeah.
And like because they have to wear it like days in a row, right? And but so everyone's like, that's a lot of, I mean, it's like they basically use like a full bottle in one setting and a lot of hairspray and whatever. And it's so funny because everyone's like, oh my God, that's bad for your hair. And then when they take it out, they have to tap, scratch, and then they're like
Break it.
pulling, and you hear the crackle, the snaps, and they have to cut off the bands and all that. I should share like a TikTok or whatever.
So it's woven into the real
No,
hair?
no. You
Right.
put a cap on. Like
Yeah,
it's
it's a cap.
basically glued
wig cap,
down.
yeah.
You glue
Oh.
the hair down because it's got to stay in place, and you put a
Yeah.
cap on it. So when
Like
you
a
take
swimmer.
it off, it's like a helmet.
Yeah, it's like a helmet. And then you gotta the thing is you gotta condition your hair first. Like a lot of people are like, oh, you just I'm like, no, you gotta tap, try to, pull whatever, if you put stuff in like a tight bun or ponytail or whatever. And then you tap, scratch, do all that. And then you also put a lot of conditioner because conditioner loosens all the products, all the gel and all the spray. And then you shampoo your hair a few times, and then you condition it again, and bada bing, bada boom, your hair is good until you have to do another ballroom competition in a few more days. So with me having my hair grow as long as it is, I'm like, I gotta glue my hair down. I gotta put it up in a low pony, put it up, spray, and it's so wet too. I'm like, oh. It's so
the
bad.
first day it
Things
is.
I
Now,
do for you guys.
Yeah, well, we appreciate it.
thank you
Also,
for your
I
sacrifice.
didn't immediately get the Jennifer's Body reference. I thought it was like April, May. You ever play Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney? in the
Yep.
first.
Oh, I know that game.
She aped the girl with the like doing this and the winking and all this fucking
Yep.
shit, and that's what
It's
I
actually
thought of
wild.
almost immediately.
I
I
have
actually
that on
replied
here.
to your tweet with the picture of her because I was just like, "That's what you look like."
Yeah, ballroom competitions. I mean, they put on like the darker than Trump fake tan, a glow on, so
Got it all
that
right
and
there.
thick makeup, lashes on both and so they have to so they can be seen. And everyone's like, well, why? Nice.
Yeah,
They're like, why does their hair have to be like that? I'm like, because would you want your hair in the way when you're dancing like that? When you're dancing with your partner, doing tangos and salsas and rumbas and all that. So I'm like, yeah, I understand. But some
Yeah.
girls do their own hair, and I'm like, I would need to hire someone to do my hair. I'm learning how to do the hair though. I want to practice on someone so bad.
I need a job. You want to hire me?
My
I
wife
got
is
one
hold on. My wife is a
technique,
hairstylist.
baby.
She's
Get
listening-
rid of
hold
it.
on, my
Fuck your
wife is a
hair.
hairstylist
Hair
listening to this.
sucks.
She says you have to melt it with warm water and conditioner. Oils take out the residual gunk. Detox shampoos are made to cut out the oils and gunk after melting. It's not as serious as the process.
People are like, oh, and I'm like, guys, if you know what you're doing, it's fine. I'm like, it's hair, it's gel. It's not like they're frying their hair with like crimpers and all that and adding all that.
What's the
Oh,
biggest
just
hair
put
disaster you've ever had, Christina? Have you ever like accidentally burned it? The stuff that ends up on a viral clip of a sort over your whole life.
Well-
Maybe did you ever like, oh shit, it's
I got one
green, it
after
was
her.
supposed to be purple.
One
It's really
time
embarrassing, boys.
I had a brush stuck in my hair and I had to cut and I fucked up my hair. I had to get bangs. They had to fix my bangs. I mean, that's about it. But like one time I dressed up as Lady Robin, like female Robin from Batman or whatever. And it was too sexy of a costume to wear, even though there was no dress code for costumes for Spirit Week.
Yeah, and
Another
male
girl
Robin
was-
wouldn't be considered sexy. That's bullshit.
Yeah, and a girl wore the female Batman one, and I'm like, how come she's able to wear it, not me? For the Robin,
Yeah.
whatever. But and my hair was like poofed. It was like wild, and I'm like, oh my god, because my mom really teased the shit out of it, made it like almost like an afro, and I'm like, oh my god, how the hell am I gonna get all this out? Because I had just done my hair. I didn't even make it a first period. I didn't make it a home room, so I was like, oh great.
Mine's really embarrassing and also totally guy coded. I was using a leaf blower and I did not tie my hair up. And I got my hair stuck in the leaf blower.
Ouch.
Wait,
So it was almost like
it was
that
on
scene
Sun-
from Wayne's
It just
World.
ripped it straight out of my head. And it was like this giant, like it was a nice knot.
So it went into the intake where it's pulling air in from.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep.
And then wow, that sucks. So that
That
did
hurt
it
a
like
lot.
cinch up tight, and you're like,
Yeah,
oh fuck.
the whole thing like came up, I'm like, ah! And then I went,
Yeah.
and I felt the whole thing just go, pah.
Like Chief Wiggum with his tie in the hot dog machine, but instead it's
Oh,
your hair.
that's
and,
nightmare fuel.
Yep.
getting
And
sucked
then
in.
I had a
So
close
you
call just like last week. I was using an air compressor and I felt just like the little bit go into the air compressor. I'm like, nope, not again.
So
Yeah,
it's a little
get PTSD
safety.
from that.
If I may just have a little Hank safety corner in woodworking,
Ooh.
a major issue is hair and also like hoodie strings and
really?
bracelets.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I didn't
and,
think about
and like
that.
sleeves, even gloves with some tools, lots of different tools, so like especially table saws and spinning tools. If you have something that it's worse to have gloves on because the gloves can get pulled in and then it pulls your hand in with it. So you'd rather just take your actual skin getting cut instead of the glove. But like people will often get their hair caught in a table saw or their sleeve or something. So it's just one of those little details, less experienced people or maybe people who have a very short woodworking career make because they don't realize how dangerous it is to be around spinning things like your leaf blower or whatever.
It kind of reminds me of
or hot dog
Who
machine.
Framed Roger Rabbit when he puts R.K. Maroon's tie in the
Yeah.
thing and like
Yeah.
brings him in the clothes.
It's like also that one in the beginning of the first Wayne's World movie where Wayne's doing that to Garth's hair with a thing and he's like, it's great.
Yeah. Speaking of Roger Rabbit, first of all, folks, I'm back. I was trying to jump on my iPad. iPad's not working. It's the iPhone. It's happening. It's the phone.
Honestly, you're a lot clearer than you were before.
Yeah, you sound better now.
I got 15% on the phone, so I'm not going to be here for too long, folks. But there's the Coyote versus Acme movie that's coming out the 28th, which I encourage everybody to go see because that is a movie that Warner Brothers initially threw in the garbage. It was a finished movie that they threw in the garbage to write it off for tax reasons when David Zaslav of Discovery bought Warner Brothers. And then it was floated around and picked up by, I think, CashApp Productions is the studio that's putting it out now. And we want this to do numbers because it will show that Warner Brothers made mistakes. This would support the artist who fucking worked on that movie.
It's apparently really
you know,
good.
Absolutely. And it's also getting good reviews. I did a
mean, it's
trailer
getting-
reaction on my channel. Go check that out. It
Yeah,
looks like
99%
it's
or
about
something like that.
standing up to a big company. It's about Wile E. Coyote suing Acme for all the products that don't
Oh,
work
God.
that he's
Funny
bought
concept.
over the years. So I think that's a funny premise. It's got Will Forte. Will Forte's great. So I'm excited for that. And this leads me into fucking talking about the Warner Brothers situation. I do not think that Paramount is now threatening to move headquarters to like a red state so they can
Georgia
get this
Yeah, I
merger
saw
to
that.
go through.
The thing is, I
And I
thought they
just
were
don't think
trying
it's
to do
gonna
that anyway because Georgia was trying to incentivize studios to come.
Or are you guys just silent?
No, we can hear you.
I can hear you.
All right.
Yeah, you sound loud and clear.
All right, because I was worried, like, oh no, now I can't hear them. But yeah, so now Paramount is threatening to move headquarters to a red state and get this merger to go through. And I think it's a last ditch effort. I think it's not going to go through. You know, good on you, Gavin Newsom and California, for blocking this shit because this is an egregious fucking consolidation of power. The Ellisons now own CBS, Paramount, which is all of CBS and Viacom and all that, MTV, Nickelodeon,
CNN.
all this shit, including CNN. Well, CNN's owned by Warner Brothers, so that they would own CBS and CNN, and they fucking own TikTok now. So this is
Jesus.
It needs to be stopped. These
Yay.
fucking corporate things need to be fucking
lame.
stopped. That's the
Yeah.
only
Well,
thing.
I mean, I remember a day
about
when
the, like,
antitrust was an
woke
actual
one,
thing.
woke two discourse.
Oh,
that
yeah,
is
thanks.
making
In
me a
America?
little bit
Not
worried.
really. I mean,
I
like-
don't think AOC is gonna like move off the issue of like police defunding and abolition reform, whatever you want to call it. I think get her in the fucking White House, and then we can fucking talk about this shit because it's
Well,
not even it's not even a real conversation, especially with Trump there. But like with Gavin Newsom as president, like we need to fucking get her in, and then talk about all the shit that we want to talk about, that we've been talking about. Because
We also gotta make sure we get the midterms.
abolitionist.
Stuff
I'm
like-
learning. I'm watching Olay videos. I am reading what I can.
Well, I mean, also,
I'm listening
the
to
prison
OG Black
also-
Red Card and whatnot. But like,
Also ties into the prison industrial
I
complex too.
think
You know,
that is the way to go. That is the
Alex, hear us?
utopian goal. You know, and I think that's kind of what AOC is trying to frame this as. Like, there are, first of all, they're all fucking talking about every progressive they bring on now. They're just reading the fucking DSA platform at them. They're going, "Do you agree with this? Do you want this?" They're acting,
All
or
right.
if they're in
Real
more
journalism.
bad faith, like
All right,
CNN
hold on
or
a second.
Fox. They're
Dude,
just
he's like a runaway train right now.
they're framing
That's why
it
I don't
as
think you
this
can
is
hear
your
us.
platform as your candidate. Like you're affiliated with
see us.
DSA, so
Alex,
of
can you
course
hear
your
us?
platform is abolishing the police, abolishing the Senate, all this
No, we
shit.
can't.
Like no, these are utopian goals for the on the road to.
I'm like
these
this on a
goals.
first date.
Hold on.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
on
write him
the
a
road
note.
to these goals, we are going to have fucking Senate reform at the very least. Pack this fucking Supreme Court. Fucking have police reform at the very least. I mean, Joe Biden literally won in
All right,
2020
so-
by promising more funding to the police, by bashing the fucking left, by being like, hey, remember those crazies out there in the fucking streets? The biggest protest in the fucking maybe world history? We're going to fucking do the opposite of what they want because I got to show that I can bash the hippies. It's a 60-year project.
Ain't nobody reading that.
Alex,
I'm
can
sorry.
Hey.
Pep.
can you hear us?
Try to communicate with me. I gotta read it.
Can
on a
you
tiny
hear
little
us?
phone. Look,
Can
I'm
you
gonna
hear
drop
us?
off now. I love you all. I got
Yeah.
10%
Ain't
left.
nobody reading that.
Alex, go charge your phone, man. You got a life.
I
You
gotta
got a whole
also
day
relax.
ahead of
It's
you.
vacation.
Yeah, you're on
Yeah.
vacation. Why are you
So
here?
I love you all. I'll see. Maybe
I never
I'll
get
try
to
and
take a
hop in on
vacation.
Tuesday
Yeah,
for my
same.
show. If not, I'll be back
Give
the
Joe Boo a
following
can
week.
of Sprite and relax.
Give
Just
me
put it
2
in there.
hours.
Take care.
That's
This
what we should
woke
do. Christina's score would be 2
1, 2
hours.
Shit, like, and the dark. Like that's the last thing. I wanna
Okay,
say.
bro.
You just want
Go
to like.
enjoy your vacay.
We're talking about the R word and slurs and shit, and Look, I love the Vanguard boys.
He's such a New Yorker.
Yeah. You know what? I'm a yapper myself. I do Midwest goodbyes.
But
like,
we see, he can't hear us.
I'm surprised that I'm even saying the R word.
I want
like
all
that.
of us to do this.
You know what I
like
mean?
Like an orchestra warming up.
Like it's not canceling. It's going, hey man, you probably shouldn't say that word. Hey man, you probably shouldn't like repeat the N-word when you're rapping a rap song. Like, it's not that big a fucking
Since
deal.
my chicken scratch
It's
isn't
not
good
this,
enough.
like, crisis.
Yeah.
But for them, it
Use a
was.
marker.
Oh my god, I'm getting called
Fair.
out on the internet. And now, because of the fucking Twitter algorithm, again, maybe you should regulate Twitter.
Alert.
Yeah, the fucking Twitter
give it even
away,
look.
and now someone
It's out of
doxed
power.
me.
It doesn't work anymore.
This is the
me,
weirdest
and I
bit we've
found
ever
my
done.
fucking employer, and now
This is
got
a
me
good-
fucking
this is a good
fired
thing
because
to
the
clip.
employer doesn't know how to
modes.
fucking deal
Yeah.
with a Twitter moment going viral.
Alex's phone needs to
That's
die
what I
right
mean,
now.
man. But
Alex,
give me the light. All right,
Park
thank
your
you.
plane that way. Disembark. Don't hit the turn. Don't crash into the people. And with
Now
their
he's going to talk for
luggages.
10 more minutes.
That was hilarious.
All right. I was trying to get on a train, but I got bucked off of it. But I did want to talk about
That was
like,
epic. We love Alex, obviously.
I love it. That was really funny.
Yeah.
get him out, get that bum out of here. We're talking now.
Someone get these beggars out of here.
No,
See how this looks, right?
No, so I think with the AOC stuff and like the all that like dark woke stuff or the woke one stuff, it's just like it is a very silly sort of like the idea of saying like the woke one was crazy. It's making a joke about some of the sillier points of that period. And it's not necessarily even like a direct rejection of some of the like more important things about it. And like I think that a lot of, and maybe this is a hot take, a lot of the people that are trying to make political hay out of this, specifically people on the left, are doing it in a way to get themselves over. In a way that's kind of bad faith to get themselves over, and it's
Or it's
exhausting.
like, oh, I wasn't that sensitive back
Yeah.
then. Okay.
They're making it about
We were all
themselves.
I mean,
overcorrective.
Yeah.
I'm
And
not
I
even
think-
trying to get one over. I'm just saying I wasn't. But
Right,
that's because I
it
was a
doesn't
bit
matter,
of a
but,
different
if
person.
people are
So
coming out and like making like the right is going to do their stupid bad faith BS about it no matter what.
Oh,
right?
absolutely.
But,
But that's
like,
what I
if-
was
if you're
saying
gonna
about
have-
like combating it early, like just knowing that this is going to be the message.
That's not my point. Like my point is that part of the reason, and I don't want to like overstate this because I don't like necessarily think this is like why Francesca Hong lost or anything like that. But like when you're making arguments about electability, and she's a representative of the American left, and like that literally that day, like you have leftists at each other's throats arguing about the dumbest fucking shit imaginable. People are going to look at that. They don't even have to be engaged with it.
And not take it
They don't
seriously.
even need. They don't need to know what's going on. They know that
They're
this
like, these
dumb
are
bullshit is happening, and like, do we really want a leftist to get elected? You know, that's a factor in a number of things.
No,
you know,
I-
it's really, really like. It's,
I think
it's,
the biggest one was the fact that people weren't looking like they had this hangover from New York and like these bluer areas having this wave. Even
And they
Michigan's
thought it would be a cakewalk
no,
in
yeah,
the
because
Midwest.
Michigan is like purple, but it's not like trust me, Wisconsin's
I
like
wanted to-
it's almost red. Like they're
Well, I wanted
lucky
to
to
say
have
something
had
else
this
about
governor.
that too. Actually, about the like because there's a lot of folks that are running around and sort of saying like, "Oh, Bernie and AOC should have endorsed" and all this other stuff, which
But
like
they don't
maybe they should
endorse
have.
those.
But
Yeah.
maybe they should have, maybe they shouldn't. It doesn't really matter. It didn't happen. You can't really change it, right? Whatever. What I think what people are losing sight of in all of this thing and this whole thing, especially with all this drama surrounding it, is that the Francesca Hong campaign was a grassroots DSA run campaign that built a statewide infrastructure and got within 3,000 votes of winning.
Yep.
Now,
Mhm.
I'm not going
Unheard
to
of.
try and make an argument that this is like a moral victory, any kind of shit like that. But that is a network of people. That is a network of volunteers that could be activated for something else, be it Francesca Hong for Congress in 2 years, be it for somebody else running for something else,
Senate.
or being it to run some other kind of campaign. So like people are like, the fact that she was the front runner was also kind of crazy because they had just like scandal left, right, and center.
How much
And
of that was right wingers pushing it though? Because like I saw that there's this theory about Polymarket and how like those betting sites were being
that was going on for
with,
too
like,
long.
right-wing
That was going
bot
on for too
accounts.
long. That was going on for too long for it to be the case. Like she was the leader for like several weeks, right?
No, I'm
and it
talking
was
about
because
the point margin though, because they were saying that it was a 96% chance and then 44 to 22 for like 2 weeks almost.
well, the percent chances is all bullshit. Like that's not a real thing. Like that stuff that's popped up in like with 538 with like Nate Silver. Like that whole like that was even before Kalshi, before Polymarket, and it was always fucking bullshit, right? Always 100%. Fuck that shit. Like you can't quantify results. Like it sort of gives you a misconception of what the actual difference is, because if you look at a poll, you could see a certain number of points, right? If you look at percentage chance of victory, oh wow, Francesca Hong's got a 75% chance of victory. That looks like it's the lead. That's still, you got a 0.25% chance quarter chance you're gonna lose. Regardless, though, like my point is that like the fact that she was a front runner, that was like already an anomaly. But the thing that I'm trying to communicate here is that there was a campaign that was put together from the ground up to get somebody who was saying cancel Thanksgiving 2 years ago to be the governor, and she almost fucking won. That is crazy. That's awesome. And like the people on that campaign, the supporters, everything should hold their head high.
From my understanding, a bunch of the supporters and campaign people for Francesca are actually going to go and coalesce behind David Crowley.
Yeah, Jasmine Crockett, you can learn from
That's
everyone
really
else
smart.
in these Senate races and governorships and congressional races. She's gonna be. She was like on Jimmy Kimmel, and I'm like, oh, you're everywhere but Texas, man. What the hell?
Yeah,
And everyone was like, well, how come you're only singling out Jasmine Crockett? It's because you're. I'm like, no, it's because she's the only one who's doing this. It's not because she's black, not because she's a woman, it's because she's the only person, only sore loser who is doing this by not helping James Tallarico, because she's a sore, bitter loser like Hillary Clinton. And I'm so sick and tired of. I'm so sick and tired of these Democratic candidates who are sore losers who can't just accept defeat, move on. Bernie did it twice.
Well, the thing is, she's also she's putting out like she's actually worse for like in Texas because she's actively campaigning against Tallarico. She even tried to like do the thing where she's just like the Black Caucus in Texas will not vote for James Tallarico. I was just like,
and yet,
what the fuck are we doing?
And then she told Latinos in Texas, mind you, that's a huge voting population, a very important voting population, mind you, that it was their turn to pick cotton, for God's sakes. Why would you say that?
That's a crazy thing to say.
Actually, this is perfectly said by Mifune. Crockett is very ego motivated.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, she really is like politician, and like that's kind of like think of any of these guys, right, left, Democrat, all of them. Once they're threatened losing that cushy position, they really do kind of act like cornered animals. Where it's just like, oh, I don't, but I can't lose this. This was really nice. I get a nice little stipend, and I also get all this lobby money. Oh, damn.
But if a centrist candidate loses, it's our fault.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or if a centrist candidates win, we're so back. The left's gonna. The left. Oh my God. The left is losing it. Oh my God. It's like you guys couldn't handle us winning a few elections, and you're like, well, a handful of primaries isn't going to make a difference, and then they glow when they get like a win, barely a win.
That's what ties it all together for me, though, is the with the woke 1, the woke 2.0, the stuff you're talking about just now. It's all just about, to me, I'm just mapping the way the standards are applied very differently depending on what your ideological background is and what your threat level is to the establishment, mainstream, etc., to use some clumsy, standard words for that. But like the way socialist candidates and DSA candidates have to answer for the slightest little tiny infractions, and the way that's poured over compared to the way just like Biden and Kamala and Trump's and these guys have been slaughtering children by the tens of thousands for 2 or 3 years, and that's not considered over the line. But somebody acknowledging the reality that Thanksgiving has a problematic origin and that's a very opportunistic thing for them to pounce on. And I can't necessarily fault them in the battlefield that we have in this shitty, stupid country for making that a big campaign issue. I wish we could develop a society where people weren't susceptible to hearing about Thanksgiving getting canceled and think that like a politician's actually going to do that. A Wisconsin politician's going to get in there and just be like, all right, no more Thanksgiving.
I don't think that she's actually going to do it. It's just the fact that she made it like it's this perception that like leftists are weak and that this is just another thing where it's just like, guys, I thought you were about policy. Here she is out here talking about canceling Thanksgiving.
But was it her plank? How important?
No,
like
no,
how
this is where,
high
like,
elevated was it?
This is where
by
like they're
whom,
so
my
good
point.
at doing their smear campaigns. This is where like half of politics
David
is.
Crowley hates Christmas. Have you seen his burner account tweets? My God.
Does he actually?
I think what I
He
think
does?
we need more Thanksgiving and more Christmas. We need to
holidays.
use holiday universality. We should have a Christmas every single month. There should be like a big
Binder
one
said
in
it best.
December.
Damn.
And there
Honestly,
should
Big
be
development
one
in the
every
war
single
on
month for
Christmas.
it. However, the whole point of
Thanksgiving in
it
July.
is to Trojan horse the 4-day work weekend by getting people to have more days off by expanding holidays. Americans will always suck up to their bosses and stuff, but we love our holidays.
Well, that's
Our
the thing.
rare
Most people they see it as a culture war
4-day
issue.
weekend holidays.
Oh my God, that's what it is. I just realized culture wars are back, like in full effect, but that's it. Like this time because they've already exhausted the trans issue, so now they're trying to do like they're coming for your holidays, like it's the fucking we say Merry Christmas, we don't say Happy Holidays. It's literally the same bullshit. But that's where I'm saying for some reason that is fucking effective with your average American, which pisses me off personally.
It's only effective. Go ahead, Carlos.
Oh no, I was just agreeing. Yeah, like it's wild that this is the situation we find ourselves in. Like, and it's so frustrating that everything is so. It's a spectacle. It's all like a WWE thing. Everything. It's like they talk about holidays. Oh, now it's a big spectacle. Like instead of actually having like a real conversation. It's so frustrating.
Well, there's a reason for that. And the reason is because like actual policies. No, the reason why
Sorry,
is
mistake joke.
because there's no actual like the reason it has to be like WWE, which is what everything is now, is because the Democrats and the Republicans, neither of them are actually offering anything to the American people. So they have to make it a spectacle because if they were going to offer anything and have that be a part of this discussion, then they would lose, right? They would automatic L. So the reason that they won't argue with Abdul El Sayed about Medicare for all, they'll just talk about how his own video from a month ago is cringe or whatever. Did y'all see that? Like Fox News tried to post his own.
It's like oh no, clip of Hassan Piker resurfaces. I'm like, yeah, for like the 50th time today for the last 3 years. Like, what
but like
I
the
didn't even
reason
see
that they have
That's
to
how
constantly
tuned out I am with this.
yeah, well, the reason that they constantly
Congrats.
have to
Blue's
do
Clues out, he
this
did.
nonsense over and over again is
You have nothing
because they
else.
can't. Well, I mean, you can't make an argument against Medicare for all. You can't make an argument in defense of the current healthcare system because it's so fucking terrible that every single person hates it, and he's probably an alternative. So what you do is you attack them in other ways.
Yeah.
Hassan, people aren't going to argue with his actual policies that it actually pushes for, or any of
Or
the people that
platform
he's
him.
pushing. Yeah, they're not going to even give him a chance to defend
clarify
himself,
stuff.
because if they do, then he's going to actually come through as somebody that is reasonable, that's actually talking sense. So they gotta clip Jim him. Like that's the state of it. Like essentially, you need to have this spectacle, the WWE, as Carlos mentioned, because that's the only way they can win. And fortunately for them, I guess the fact that they have a lot of the initiative when it comes to presenting this stuff, that's the real big problem. Is because in a capitalist system, capitalists are going to
actually, to keep it to the WWE thing, because we know what's up. No, it's kind of like the thing is though, they're really good at playing the heel, and they have like the ability. Like right now, what they have is The Rock, where it's just like they're good on the mic, shit in the ring. You know,
I think
like
they should on their mic.
Well, unfortunately, that's the thing though. Like they're good at getting you ramped up about the dumb things, or not you,
the right
or
wing
us,
is.
but like they're just so. They really are, man.
Yeah,
I
no,
see how
I agree
effective it
with
is
this
with, like,
entire analysis. I'm just frustrated because it's true.
No, yeah, no,
Yeah.
100%. Also, somebody said a little bit ago in chat that Hassan should sue Fox News. He is suing
Yeah,
Scott
he is. Yeah,
Jennings.
we covered it earlier. Yep.
He's suing Scott Jennings because
He needs to do Harris Faulkner as well because of like she's like he literally said that we should like it's like lynching black people and all that, and I'm like I'm like no, there's more clips to it. And again, it's hard to prove defamation in the United States because our free speech laws are so freaking lax that Ethan Klein has to sue Ian in his home country of Canada in order because he knows that he could probably somehow prove defamation, even though it's still like very
is he in
loosely.
iDubbbz?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And so
man, it's so funny just like looking back, it wasn't even 10 years ago when like Ethan Klein was the guy that made the lawsuits in favor of
they lit like with denims, they're like, sir, we're using your own precedent that you set when it comes to being in favor of copyright against you. I would be like, are you a fucking moron? Like that's what I'd be like. I'd be like,
yes.
The
short answer is yes, he is a moron.
Yeah.
Does he have to pay Denham's legal fees?
No.
Damn it.
The American legal system's fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like that's actually like that's a testament to like how bad Donald Trump must have like messed up that he lost a 85 million defamation lawsuit against like Gene Curl. Like that's how bad that dude messed up, that he straight up like lied about the now adjudicated and confirmed how do they word it? Sexual assault?
Sexually assaulted,
Yeah, like that. Can you imagine in this legal system losing as Donald Trump, like a prominent figure? President, celebrity, whatever. Jesus.
That actually to what Christina was saying, that kind of proves how ironclad it was.
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
It's very hard to prove any of this, and the fact that they did actually, rule in favor of her.
Yeah.
Plan B is the
We
plain
can actually pull up the
hiker.
clip of Hassan announcing that he's in the process of suing Scott Jennings if you like.
I already played it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you did?
Never mind then.
Yeah.
Damn it. I'm exposed for not watching all of the show. Damn. I was working in my own defense.
Yeah, you're.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we'll see
driving
more
home,
as it develops. Scott Jennings will probably just say something worse again, or something stupid.
Or he'll be like,
like,
Well,
crap.
if it's a serious lawsuit, he
Oh
won't.
no.
Yeah.
No, because I mean, all Hassan needs is like his VODs. Like he'd be like, "Here's the full clip of what I was saying." Clearly, because also too, they do a close up of his face, right? But when he singles out a chatter, he pulls it up from Chatterino, right? So you see what he's responding to, what he's reading from. But they never end up showing. They just show like a zoom in of his face, as if he's actually like saying it himself and not, reading from chat. I'm like,
yeah.
You see how this looks, right?
So apparently, at least I saw a screenshot from someone saying that Sean Hannity is covering the fucking Abdul El Sayed Blues Clues video now.
Like right now?
Which is, by the way, it's an objectively funny video. It's an objectively adorable video.
Listen, the one impression I could do is Blue for Blues Clues.
Very good. Wow.
That's how you do it.
I thought you were
I
blue.
felt like I was watching it all over again.
Yeah.
Exactly. There's the whole, also Hassan saw a video that I from a TikToker that the difference between Mamdani and Abdul. It's like elder millennial versus younger millennial. But I'm like, it's also Libra versus Scorpio energy.
Can you elaborate? Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
So Libras.
Zoran's a Libra?
Yes, he is.
Yo,
it makes a lot of
Libra
sense.
gang, baby.
Wait,
we here.
I want to hear Christina, but I'd like to survey the audience, our gang first. Do you guys know what a Libra is? What month that means?
Yeah,
I know like the zodiac
September and
signs. I
October.
just don't. Okay.
Late September,
Gotcha.
early October.
I also pulled
the
Knight of Cups reversed.
Okay. So go ahead, Christina. I just was curious what the fellas knew about Libras.
So the whole thing about Libras, we're all about balance. We're very indecisive. We're very kind. And believe it or not, some of the best like politicians end up always being like Libras. I've noticed.
Also, we're yappers.
Which is crazy. Yes, we're yappers. That too. Know that for a fact.
Good point proven.
Scorpios are known for being a little spicy, a little mischievous, a little like, oh, it's either Scorpio or like Gemini. Everyone hates Geminis, unfortunately, because they're so chaotic. And Trump's a Gemini, so that makes a lot of sense. But Scorpios are fun and they're spicy and they're a little, mischievous and they don't give a fuck, right? That's the whole thing. And so a lot of people were like, okay, Abdul's 41, that makes him an elder millennial. A lot of elder millennials are known for being, no filter. They're very chill.
You know what made me
don't
almost
care.
cry today, by the way, when I learned that Abdul Sayed is like a month younger than me.
Oh. And so, but and of course, Zoran's a younger millennial. So there's that, few year age gap, but also too, the zodiac signs make sense. Because when I literally kept thinking to myself, I'm like, before I knew, I'm like, Zoran has to be a Libra and Abdul has to be a Scorpio. And when I looked that up, I was like,
nailed it.
Oh my God. Everything makes sense. Elder Scorpio millennial versus
I have headphones on, and somehow this actually was the first thing that popped up.
Yeah, that's it.
It's fucking
The
wild.
phones are listening to us.
By the way, it is a banger video. No question.
All his ads are cute. His grandparents, where did Abdul El Sayed come from? I'm like, that's how you do it. That's how you do it, because apparently Abdul was raised by his dad and his stepmom. I don't know if those are his moms, because I'm like, huh, you look rather light skinned. I was surprised. I was like, okay, cute little Michigan elderly couple. But I was like, that's how you get the Fox News audience.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the Don't Stop
Doing this
Believing video. The Don't Stop Believing video was fucking genius. That's just white people in.
Yes. I'm like, this is how you get the white Fox News people that don't stop believing, or the why mom stands and Taylor Swift and all that, and everyone's like, well, how come it's cool when he does it, but if Marilyn McMorrow, I'm like, because she's a white woman, that's why. When white people do white people shit, it's cringe. But when other demographics, other races do it, it's cool, it's cute, it's fun. Because they're kind of
everything I do
they're
is
leaning into it.
100% cringe. I agree.
So this feels very boomer driven or television audience driven is more of a better way of saying that.
Yeah,
it feels like go ahead.
It starts looking like an anti ad, like the one with his grandparents, the black and white with the red text. I'm like, oh, this was like a good scary ad about, and then it's like, oh, well, we're his grandparents, and protect his grandparents at all cost.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're cute. They're very cute.
If anything, it's just free publicity, and it's going to show. The funniest part is the Fox News crowd. They're going to see their kids, just being like, "Whoa!" Or like you said, the older millennials going, "What?" or younger millennials, "Whoa!"
That's cute.
Go ahead, Carlos. I was going to go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead.
Oh,
Please.
well, so that's kind of what I'm getting at with the boomer TV thing. It's like this cycle of these videos, and it's the era where politicians have to be media darlings and sort of like social media stars, kind of, and little viral videos, plus that deep, someone was saying it earlier, anybody who's 45 and under now is going to have this major digital footprint that's going to be mined forever, and ongoing for politics. But
40 and under.
Okay, fair. 40 and under. Thanks for the correction, young millennial. But I'm saying that
millennial.
Everybody's young to me, and has been since I was a child. But the kind of emphasizing what it'd be, it's like we're still operating under, at least as far as this conversation about this stuff goes, is the concerns of an outdated model for which consumers are most important. And it's probably still true that boomers obviously carry a tremendous amount of influence and for various reasons, but that seems to be almost on its way out, I hope.
Because they have all the money.
Well, there's that, and the influence and the power, and they don't retire, especially the rich ones. And they're all in the way. They're all just clogging up the system. But it's like we still have to kind of have these conversations that sort of either this is good use of our time. I don't mean this in we shouldn't be talking about this kind of way, but I'm saying that do younger generations who mostly get their news from online, and plus there's that giant swath of Americans who never, they're surprised to find out there's an election next week, like in November. They're like,
it's all my friends.
Oh shit.
It's all my friends are politically just absent until it actually comes around, and then they'll come to me and which is nice. At least they do that where they're just
trust you. Yeah.
Hey man, I know you follow this stuff. Who should I vote for? And it was just whoa, I don't want to tell you what to do, but
right.
I'd be like, fuck yeah, I want to tell you what to do.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm just kind of just thinking through the ways that the power structures that are making these giant stinks about Abdul and Hassan and stuff, and that they seem to be catering to a older, wealthier, television-based, aging crowd. But that also does happen to kind of model the
Reliable
establishment
voters.
media far more, as far as the DC circuit and the confluence of that whole side of it.
Yeah, but you're not going to see it as being as effective as it has been in the past, because
That's kind of what I mean. Yeah.
Like this last time, they kind of used that angst to engage with like Gen Z guys or like Gen A guys, that the Andrew Tate brosphere dudes. But now those guys have been burned so bad by Trump's policies that you have a whole like generation almost going like, never again. Like, I can't do that. And like they didn't even make it into like their mid-20s before they had that attitude, which I'll be honest, that's good for us. I was kind of like, well, thank you for the help. You know, like I'm of the opinion that unfortunately we kind of needed Kamala to lose to kind of amplify the left. Because if Kamala had won, we'd still be in this position of just, fighting the fucking the libs, your average libs. And I don't think we would have had any of the traction in New York, or the DSA would have any of the traction that it currently has.
I think again, this goes for any candidate, it doesn't matter who it is. Like, if Biden had delivered on a reasonable portion of the agenda that he actually ran on, which was actually fairly progressive, then we'd be in a much different place than we are now. Part of the reason that we even got in the position where Trump had an opportunity to make a comeback is because he didn't deliver. Part of the reason Trump was even a possibility in the first place is because Obama didn't deliver.
Yep.
And so, like, if, again, it's the same as everybody, it doesn't matter if it's Kamala Harris, if it's Obama, if it's Biden, the fact that, and really, Harris didn't even run on anything progressive, which is why she lost. She didn't have a single fucking policy that anybody gave a shit about. But like, again,
$5,000 home credit.
It's less about like who the person is, and it's more like because they're going to lose if they are going to run a campaign like that, because that's an idiotic losing campaign based on nothing. Say hi to Link.
Hi, Link.
Like it doesn't matter if it's Kamala Harris or whatever. It's just like whatever the policies are. So like, we're like Bernie would have saved this, but like only if he delivered. If Bernie's going to have his agenda be like his platform be very specific as to what it was, and he doesn't deliver on that, that would be more disappointing and disillusioning than even Obama.
Right.
Yeah.
But wouldn't you agree that, ironically, because of where we're at now, we avoided that outcome entirely, where now we don't have to even conceptualize that? We're not like...
No, it's not like the establishment went away. The establishment's still here, and they just fought back again in Wisconsin. Like, we're just in a worse... Like, people are just suffering more now,
Well, I mean, okay, yeah. No, so as that was my whole argument for Kamala, or voting for Kamala, was harm reduction. But... now having the hindsight, I'm kind of like, you know what? The push is why we're in this position now, that we have New York moving the way that it is, and Abdul Al-Sayed and a few of the other candidates in Minnesota. I mean, again, going back to Francesca Hong, I'm not even going to pretend that this is a wind out of your sails thing. Like you said, she got so close. They're working together. Fuck it. Like, and also it's Wisconsin. I mean, I've spent a lot of time in Wisconsin. It's, like I said, it's a red ass state that we're lucky to have any Democratic representation in that state, frankly. Like, especially when you saw the numbers from each county, like we're talking one family with 3 generations could sway an entire county,
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a bit of a socialist tradition in the Midwest, in Wisconsin, Milwaukee. I'm sure you're already aware of that. Like, there was a socialist mayor way back so there's a little bit of an enclave in terms of lefty politics. And as someone who's also spent a whole lot of time in Wisconsin over my years, I'm from Northern Illinois originally, and I have family in Wisconsin. I agree. It does seem to be quite of a, if I were to just assess it, I would never predict that a socialist would get within point whatever, under a percentage point, and get that close. And man, so it gives me some hope, actually, that she did that well. And I know Madison is a very liberal area.
Where the Supreme Court in Minnesota race that Elon spent those millions of dollars on, when they won that, I was like, oh, damn. Like, Wisconsin has shifted to like a proper purple state. Just it's not deep purple, you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
I mean, that's the home of sewer socialism is Wisconsin. You know, that's like the fact. And I was actually talking about this with Palki on GMC this past week. It just dropped on Monday. Check it out if you haven't already on YouTube. She talked about how Michigan was not. It's like it's completely insane that Michigan was ever considered a purple or a red state. That is the heart of the automotive industry, the heart of the UAW, the heart of a huge part of the labor movement. And what she said, and what I agreed with her on, was shout out to Palki, by the way. She freaking rocked. She told her story about how she volunteered with the Abdul El Sayed campaign for the first time. She is a freaking hero. But like what we agreed on was that the reason that was even considered to be a swing state or a purple state or potentially even a red state is an indictment of the Democrats' politics. It's an indictment because they've sold the working class up the river, that they abandoned any kind of working class politics and essentially just made it so that they could that the Republicans can swoop in with their bullshit. And what happened when the Republicans took over? You get the Flint water crisis, right? You have no drinkable water in the freaking city of Flint.
This is what sucks, Jeff, is the fact that, yes, they started the Flint water crisis, but for some reason, Obama was the one left holding the bag with the people of Flint where they felt like they were betrayed by him.
It's his fault in a lot of ways, because part of what happened under Obama is that Obama just, like, when he stepped up and became president, dismantled the organizing base that put him in place. Essentially, Obama for America, the organization that he founded, was not really something that was used after 2008. And it's really important to remember that he was holding that bag because he was the captain of that ship, and when it crashed into the iceberg. What's up, Ben? How you doing, bro?
Ben.
I've never talked to you, met you before, but
Hey, Ben.
my
Nice to
name's
meet you.
Jeff, man.
Same.
I
Hello,
am
Ben.
so excited to be like, I didn't realize I've been away so long. I didn't realize everything that was going on right now at this particular hour before I go back live. And I run into the dopest show, and I'm loving everything that you guys are really breaking it down. Thank you for even bringing up Barack Obama destroying the organizing power that put him in power. For why? Why did he do that? And why is that a consistent through line? Because where could we be had we not had to rebuild the left every 10 years?
Can I actually I actually talked about this with Mike from PA on my show Good Morning Comrade a couple of weeks ago too, because part of the reason he thinks it's important for somebody like AOC to run for president and for an organization like DSA to endorse, and maybe people agree with me, maybe people won't, but I think it's important if DSA gets behind a candidate like her and can build the infrastructure for her campaign and have it be DSA the brand as opposed to it be answerable to AOC directly. That's actually a infrastructure that will continue whether or not she wins or loses. And I think that's what's important, is building this campaign infrastructure, getting an army of volunteers that can be used to plug into a number of things. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
The state house losses of under Obama. Go ahead, Ben. Sorry.
No, thank you. What's bothersome about all this is that, do you ever get the feeling that they not only know this already, but the reason we're not able to do exactly what you just said is because they've already planned for it? Like, I don't want to get too deep down the rabbit hole of controlled opposition.
That's their greatest fear. It's like the threat to their existence.
And in the face of fascism, no less. Right? We listen. Look at what David Crowley did. Okay. I mean, he came in and ignited his campaign. He got the
he was done. He was finished.
He was done.
He was explaining the plot of Disclosure Day for why he got back in, and I'm like, guys, he's weird. He's weird.
That is weird.
I was like, everyone's like,
Awful
he's a
movie.
man of God. I'm like, listen, I'm not a religious person. However, when even a Democrat's like, I had a sign from this bird from God to run. I'm like, nah, you need a Republican life.
Was the sign literally the governor calling him, saying, hey?
Listen. Okay. I would be, okay. So you happen to have a pastor on the show. So I don't share my I am now Pastor Ben only after 10 years of everybody knowing me as Benjamin Dixon, the Benjamin Dixon Show, because I realized, number one, I've been in ministry since a kid. Like my dad was a pastor, so I got it honestly, right? But then I always wanted to keep a separation of church and state. I like when we keep a separation of church and state, because I don't need folks having to examine all the particulars, because I'm Pentecostal. I'll shout and run around the church and speak in tongues. I'll do all of that. I'm not interested in sharing that publicly. We can if y'all want to, but so I say all that to say about David Crowley and his wife and the bird and all that stuff is like, I don't know. Me personally, but it's normal. What they said is pretty normal in the black church. I'll tell you that much. It's pretty normal, but I'm one who wants to keep a separation of church state. All that to say, did you see how the establishment got their asses in line in lockstep and ran an efficient machine to stop what what she did was downright admirable, unbelievable, but for the full mobilization of the establishment, she would be the nominee.
100%.
I also think
that
it
was a fair
helps.
fight. Yeah,
I do think that it's going to help with the fact that she's backing David Crowley now too, kind of like bring that party a little bit more to the left, because they can't just ignore everything that she stood for.
She can run for something else too.
That's right. I think we're going to have to fight that neoliberal. Listen, I love David Crowley as a black man, as a black father, as a black Christian, and as a person who I believe, check me out on this. I believe that he's not going to destroy the public health of Wisconsin.
Yeah.
The public health of many states that I travel through, particularly Florida, is being gutted right now, right? And so
I'm from Louisiana. I know all about it.
Oh my goodness. As bad as he is nothing like what MAGA would do. That said, we're going to have to fight that neoliberal every single day, tooth and nail. I don't think we can let up off David Crowley an inch.
Well, what do you think about the governor of Wisconsin having a 96% approval rating, and just in general, he is pretty based with his policies. Like, he's done a lot to protect LGBTQ youth, and I know that he actually lowered state taxes like pretty much statewide. That's why Republicans even like the guy.
I'd like to know more about how he's pulling it off.
That's what I was wondering.
I'm like, if what you say is true, like we need to study that. And you now I'm trying to connect the dot there. Is that Evers you're talking about?
Evers.
Yes, Evers. It's going to be hard to beat the man with 90-something approval rating. Where is he? You sure he's not?
I looked into this because I was like, is it just with our party? No, this was statewide. He was over 90%. I was like, that's insane.
That's insane. That's not heard of. So when he gave that endorsement, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, just like a Democrat governor, like, it's unheard of for that, especially. Like, they're usually graded on a curve.
Right. Well, I don't know about the curve part. I can't vouch for that part, but it's possible. It's true. But no, there was a man with a 96 approval rating endorsing anyone would change the course of any race. I'm sorry.
That's why I think it happened as quickly as it did.
Saddam Hussein numbers.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
he's putting up Vladimir Putin numbers.
Jeff, do you know how long they actually because when did he actually come back to the campaign? When did he announce that he was coming back and going to be on the ballot? Do you know?
It was a very
I'm not crazy. It literally felt like it was like a week before the actual voting day.
No, the establishment, and again, this is, I think again, Mike from PA said this because he was. He said this on Twitter.
I get called Timu, Mike from PA.
Damn.
Get a haircut, Mike. Peace and love.
But he said that, and I think he's right. The centrist Voltron is still dangerous, and that's the one big takeaway is the one big takeaway from all of this is that like we got our big win,
Yeah.
you know, in New York City. We got our big
Facts.
wins in Detroit, and I'm sorry, not, in Michigan. We got our big win in Denver, you know, for progressives and other places as well. I mean, they pop up here and there, but when they want to aim the laser and blast something off the face of the earth, they
Oh my
still have
goodness.
that capability, at least for now.
And
Yeah.
they feel entitled to socialist pain.
Absolutely.
That's one thing American history has proven throughout its last century and a half, is that if there's any threat to the corporate right to extract all the labor and worth and land and resources from any country, we get to kill you. We get to do anything we want. We get to impose right-wing dictatorships throughout the entire planet in order to maintain this global centuries-long mugging that is colonialism and capitalism.
Yeah.
So and now that we're inside the American bubble, now the socialist threat to them, I'm using their word threat, not our word, but it is a threat because it's grounded in material reality, and people are more and more persuaded by their fucking bosses and by their landlords. We're going to have oxygen lords before too long, if as far as I can tell. They would sell you oxygen if they could, and kind of they do. Poor people live in pollution, and rich people get to escape it.
That's
And I'm
right.
just kind of rambling,
That's
but
right.
that this is just going to
Wow.
ramp up and up and up and up because they will not stop at anything to prevent to maintain their grip on the planet and on the economic system.
Oh my
that they have.
goodness.
And all we're talking about is slightly improving people's lived conditions so they can keep making their bosses rich.
Right.
Can I just say
I
that
gotta jump, guys.
right?
Oop.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I gotta jump, but I just wanted to say, you know, thanks everybody. I'm really enjoying Space Station on the weeks that I can make it, and I really think this is gonna be a great project going forward. Check out Good Morning Comrade on this space. It comes on Tuesdays, and on WHIV LP New Orleans 102.3 on Mondays at 11.
What is my brother's name who owns the station, or who?
Mark Allen. You know Mark Allen?
Yeah.
He's got a show on
Yes.
this space too.
I know, and you know what's crazy? Like, it's just been so long. He was a dear supporter of ours back when I had my podcast going. Tell him I said what's up.
I will. Mark Allen's my boy. You know, I've been on WHIV for 7 years.
What? Really?
Yeah, 7 years
That's
on
cool.
WHIV. Been doing Good Morning Comrade. Me and Robert, who also has a show on here called Lumencast.
Man, if I can keep my feet planted 10 toes deep where I am right now, I want it, because he offered me years ago to come on, and I would love, because right now I think, and I'm gonna let you go, bro. Right now it's all hands on deck, right? And so everybody who's throwing up a signal, let's go. And I'll
DM you. How about this, Pastor Ben? I'll DM you.
Okay, let's do that. All right, man.
All right,
Thanks,
brother.
man.
Take care.
Bye, Jeff. We could, I know Ben's doing a show right now.
I was actually
We're
just about to
pushing-
give you a plug here. If you guys didn't know, Pastor Ben is going live after this show here. So make sure that you guys stick around. It's been an honor to have you on here, man. It's awesome.
Look, thank you.
Thank you for actually helping start this project. We've been having a lot of fun with it. I know I can speak for myself. I've definitely seen this as a huge benefit, and also I love doing this. So hope that's the case for all you guys. So Pastor Ben, did you want us to start leading into your show?
Look, listen, let me say, whoever wants to stay, if y'all want to keep doing what you're doing, if you all have to go, whatever you need to do.
I'll stay.
But I would love to chat with all of you who's available.
I'm available.
Yeah,
can
come
do
on.
about 10 minutes.
Yeah, I can stay for 10. I'm good for 10 minutes. Yeah,
give me 10 minutes of your time. How about you, Hank? You got to get out of here.
Yeah,
I'll stick around for 10 minutes.
10 minutes. That's we're gonna make this the most powerful.
Let's do it.
The most powerful 10 minutes we can make it. Matter of fact, just for shiggles, run the intro real quick, because I might clip this these dope people on my channel.
All right.
All right.
That was the end of this space station.
Where is my clip? I can need it.
The Benjamin Dixon Show is only possible with listener support. Go to patreon.com/VPD show and support the Benjamin Dixon Show.
Ladies, gentlemen, and gender non-conforming individuals, to another episode of the Benjamin Dixon Show. I am, of course, your host, Pastor Ben. We really are just going right from the last show. I am joined on stage by some of the dopest hosts on
Mm-hmm.
thisspace.tv. Shout out to the entire family on thisspace.tv because we are all the way live. Christina's in the house. A Difficult Truth is in the house. Hank is in the house. And Pep Talks TV is in the house. Listen, whether or not you may not know I watch your stuff, but when I on Mondays, I get the rundown from the week, and Nick has cut all of y'all's best moments. So I'm a fan. Thank y'all for staying.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Pastor Ben.
Yeah, thank you.
Listen, I
I've
know
known Ben for years.
Oh, I know, Christina. We go back all the way back to before Bernie, bro. We went all the way back to 2015. You've been on the scene with me for a while, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. And you're always liking and retweeting my tweets.
listen. You know what I say? I say if Elon Musk has crushed my reach, which he has, but I'm able to retweet other people into the algorithm. My stuff won't go viral anymore, but I'm able to share stuff. And for whatever reason, he hasn't blocked that ability. Man, I'm just retweeting everybody now. I'm liking, retweeting. Because what I and while I have you, this would be how I would want to use it 10 minutes. Because to me, MAGA is the threat of our generation, what they're doing to the republic. What they're doing to public health, which is my personal beef. Like, I hate the fact that they're creating an age of pestilence. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., right? They all, to me, are public enemy and threat number one. And because of that, I'm of the disposition of I don't really, I can't afford to be upset about who lost what. I need folks in Michigan to elect Dr. Abdul El Sayed. And I need folks in Wisconsin to elect David Crowley. Not a fan of him, but when I see what the governors are able to do to weaken public health, I just feel like it's all hands on deck. Now, I loaded that up real dirty. I'm not giving any of y'all a chance to answer fairly. But before you guys have to go, just tell me what your thoughts on unification to beat MAGA. If you disagree with me, please just give it your all.
Who wants to start?
Well, there's been that divide. I would say so. Ben, I'm the guy making the TYT documentary, and I kind of track that conversation a lot. Between like the Jank and Kyle Kalinske model, there was that big blow up, and that was sort of centered around what Jank's insistence that appealing to MAGA and helping them understand they were wronged, whereas Kyle's argument is, and the crystal ball sort of wing of this is, and I hope I'm summarizing this somewhat accurately, is that it's the non-motivated voters, the non-voters that are more of the population we should sort of be targeting in that sense. I do actually completely agree that the threat that MAGA poses to every single human on the planet is paramount, and they are a useful army to the capitalist demons that are trying to destroy humankind's future. And replace it with a tech dystopia that's rooted in reducing the human population by several billion. In order to replace, because they want to shift from calorie-based labor to electricity-based labor. That's the plan of the oligarchs. So yeah, we got to stop it. Like, it's really bad, and it unfortunately it's a really difficult media environment and persuasion environment for reaching people who are already have their noses hooked up to the Trump butthole machine. So,
that's right.
There you go. That's my. I don't want to get in the way. I could ramble for
no, please, no. That's the format. Have your say what you let it rip. Who's next? Who wants to jump in there?
Actually, makes me wonder. Does that mean that we actually have to listen to TYT?
Oh hell no!
No. I'll do it for you. And it's.
I use my whole thing is I source anybody. Like, I don't care. Like, I have pissed off a lot of people that watch my show because they're just like, oh, how dare you watch XYZ? And I'm just like, because I get perspectives from everybody. Fox News, MS Now, TYT, pretty much anybody. If they're reporting on something, I'm going to get a perspective on it, if they're offering it up, and then I'll critique it. But this is where I do kind of feel like we are at this moment where online leftism versus liberalism and all this kind of stuff. It all seems like, when I step back, psyopy, if I want to get a little conspiratorial about it, where it's just I kind of feel like this is the controlled opposition going to these spaces. They'll push stuff into the algorithm that they know will separate us. And I don't know. I try to be more aware of that kind of stuff and not fall for all the traps. But realistically, I do think that the most important thing is kind of to elaborate on his point is to just recognize how bad this fascist regime is.
Yeah.
Never lose sight of that, because it's so easy to fall back into like attacking the safer person and then just be like, okay, and by proxy, we're just letting Trump run roughshod on us.
Come on, talk about it. A difficult truth. I know you have to get out of here soon. I know a lot of you have to get out of here soon, but I want you to jump in there. And Christina, I'm hoping you can hang out a little bit longer.
Oh, I can be here for as long as you need me.
All right.
Yeah, so I think obviously the number one threat is to fight fascism. That is the priority. 100%, whatever it takes to stop this fascist movement is what is required. I think that like there's a difference between like the neoliberal establishment and like more liberal voters on the ground. I think like we have to win, not by appealing to like MAGA or whatever. We have to win despite them. Not trying to win them over. It's more like trying to wake up like the normies that are not really in tune or just starting to wake up and go, wait, this is not right. What is this? Like, this is not right. We have to be there and say, this is why. You are right to say that this is not fair, and here's why. But yeah, like for sure that fighting capitalism is not going to be easy, and it's a battle that we have to also be conscious of. But like MAGA and stopping this fascist movement should be the number one priority. It's not to say that the neoliberals or capitalism is a problem, because it is, and you should criticize these politicians like your Gavin Newsoms and whatnot. But I think that the priority has to be stopping this fascist movement, because if they win, we all lose, regardless of what you are, liberal, leftist. We all lose.
That part. Christina, jump in there, answer that question if you don't mind, and then I want to give a chance for the fellas to leave, because I believe they have to go. I think this question.
One more question before I go for you, but
please.
I'll let Christina elaborate.
and then by all means, go ahead, Christina.
Yeah, so I agree with Carlos. There's a lot of, former like Obama voters, former Clinton voters who voted for Trump because he was offering something different. I feel like some of them are definitely waking up. I think those are the people that we can definitely sway back in our favor, and not so like my MAGA chud uncle who basically, forgive me for saying this, has his tongue so far up Trump's asshole, he's licking the prostate at this point, So there are people that we could definitely sway over with a real authentic left populist message, that voters that we've lost who are waking up and realizing they made a mistake. But for some of the hardcore MAGA people, it's like, yeah, we can't get through them. It's not worth trying to beat a dead horse. So that's how I feel.
That part.
Yeah.
That part.
Well said.
Okay. I had one quick question for Pastor Ben here. I got a little bit of religious background myself. I'm not personally a practicing Christian anymore, but when I had my favorite verse to use politically, specifically to engage with those that like to disingenuously use religion to prop up their politics. Yeah. Specifically conservatives. Matthew 7:21 through 23 was one of my favorite verses to bring to them. It's essentially the one where Jesus is giving a sermon on the mountain saying that if you live a good life, you're welcome into the kingdom of heaven. But if you're out there, using his name in vain, saying, oh, I'm going to heaven, I'm better than you, he's going to turn his cheek and say, I don't know you. Now, is that one of your favorites as well? Or do you use that in any of your sermons? Because I would use that pretty much every single time that anybody engaged me, like in a political discussion that turned religious.
Right. So I think one thing people miss with the Sermon on the Mount is they fail to look at what Jesus was saying structurally as well. And I think that's what you're tapping into, right, straight at the heart of it, right? What's being taught on the Sermon on the Mount are structural instructions for a better operating system. I mean, it just functions better when you follow the directions and the justifications and the logic that Christ was given on the Sermon on the Mount. But let me tell you, if you ask me, like, what do I really use right now? It's going to be from the book of James. I believe it's the 5th chapter, could be the 3rd. I have a lot of scripture in my head right now. Somebody could check it for me.
Yeah, I do the same thing.
But it's where James makes it clear, woe unto the rich who defraud the wages of the laborers, and instructs the employers to pay everyone at the end of business because they need it to pay their bills. I have come to terms with the fact that the Bible, when the Bible is liberated from a colonizer interpretation, you will see very clearly that God is pro-labor and that capitalism is mammon capitalism, and it is antichrist. So when I fight when I fight capitalism, I'm doing it as much spiritually as I am based on any theory that I've read.
I'm actually a little confused because isn't there like in the Sermon on the Mount though, where he talks about paying taxes, give unto Caesar kind of thing?
Render unto Caesar's what is Caesar's, and what he's saying, render unto Caesar's is not. He's saying like we're not here to overthrow that system from Caesar. Right. But what he is saying is what you render to Caesar is that coin that you have in his hand. And on the coin was the picture of Caesar. He's saying that coin, that's Caesar's. Give it back to him. But what you can't render to Caesar, what Caesar can't take is you and your soul.
Yeah. Like, because when I was reading the Bible and getting into politics, it was so weird because I went to a like hyper Christian school that was borderline culty. And my doctrine teacher used to tell me like, oh, God would, or Jesus would actually be Republican. He would, he would definitely love himself an AR-15. And I was just like, what?
Come on, man.
I don't think so, man. And then I remember like bringing up 2 Corinthians, bringing up the book of Matthew, and then the book of James, and just being like, hey, this is all more in line with communism. And he's just like, no, what do you mean communist Jesus? That's ridiculous. Like, he was trying to kind of like in 2 Corinthians, he talks about abolishing borders.
Not a big prepper, not a big survival bunker prepper guy. Jesus, he didn't handle that.
Prepper Jesus.
I think we should all be allowed.
Supply side Jesus.
He's got his AR-15 and his big old bucket of. I'm ready to survive on all the. This is 3 years of fish, and I could make it into 10.
We that's so funny. We got to lower the retirement age to the same age Jesus retired. That's what I think.
Oh my goodness!
Hey, I'm there. I'm already past it. Let's go. But no, I really was interested in that, but I do have to go. I got
no. By all means, listen. I want to thank you guys. Hey, jump as you need, and before you go, though, let me say this. Because I'm streaming on my channels and on Twitter as well as my YouTube channel. And I want everyone to know, like, this is the type of analyses that you get from This Space TV at the drop of a dime. Each of these are amazing hosts. Make sure you subscribe to this channel. Hey, folks, thanks so much for joining me.
Mind if I get a quick plug in?
Please do. Plug your channel.
At Pep Talks TV on YouTube and Twitch, and just at Pep Talks TV pretty much on social media if you're doing the stuff. I pretty much stay off social media. I'm trying.
Watch Pep Talks. I have watched them. I've sat through stuff. It's excellent. Tune in. Who else? Hank? What about
real quick, man? Any other time that you would like to have a religious discussion, I am totally down. I haven't done this, and I made a joke with the letter hack when we first started this that if there's one person that could take me back to church, it was Pastor Ben. So,
hey, man. Hey, don't play with it. Listen, should have bought 100 for the Spurs and bought a Bentley. Praise the Lord, man.
Hey, man, thank you. All right, take care, guys. I'll catch you next week.
See you,
hey, Hank, give a shout out to your work, man, and where everybody can find you.
Yeah, Winners and Losers on YouTube. I just had Knowledge Fight podcast's host Dan Friesen on. He's a friend from back in my stand-up days. It's a very popular podcast, covers Alex Jones and right-wing misinformation. But check out tellthetruthjank.com for my film about the battle for workplace dignity at the home of progressives. I was deeply involved with the organizing union at the Young Turks. They lied about the union, and now it's an active cover-up. So it's a really important story. It's an opportunity for justice. It's a very rare thing in this world that a union buster might actually face a slight degree of accountability. And in this case, all the accountability is the title of the film. Cenk just has to someday tell the camera that he lied to his audience about why the union started. It was exploitative working conditions, not Nancy Pelosi, as they told their audience. So, I can obviously go on forever about that.
Yes,
but,
anything I can do to help you with that, not out of, listen, I obviously, a lot of people know I used to work with TYT. Yeah. I left on my own accord, and despite Cenk trying to tell the public that they fired me, no, I left. But I'm saying this I put that out there to be transparent. Of course, it's going to seem like I'm going to be petty with janking them. But my problem with janking them right now is that they're playing too much with the right wing, and we don't have time for that shit. And so anything I can do to help you, because I believe we have to make sure we disrupt the impact that TYT is trying to have on the progressive movement right now, which is dirty work. It's nasty work.
We could have a much longer conversation, and we definitely should someday. You can come on my show. I'm sure we'll end up on this space again, or
By all
there's a
means.
lot to talk about. You'll be in the film briefly.
Okay.
I am planning a sequence about the rebellions that have occurred with the mods, with yourself, with Bonnie, and with Francesca and such. But so it's a 2-hour full feature-length film. 84 minutes is currently available. If anybody's curious, you can go to the website or my channel, Winners and Losers. Just go to the playlists. I made it pretty easy to find. It's 2 large preview chunks. Years of work.
Do you have a promo I can share on my channel?
The website has the trailer. Yeah,
okay.
I
do you mind if I snatch it and share it on my channel?
Yeah, play it. I'd love that.
Okay.
Yeah, please
All
check it out. I'm actually getting closer to pushing harder on a GoFundMe that I've got going. I need to do like another round of fundraiser appearances and stuff like that, and I'm trying to set that up. It's a lot of heavy lifting for a single person, and so I have a hard, and it's kind of slow for me. But
no,
I would be thrilled if you'd share it with the audience. I know that they're the kind. I would love to connect more, but also like your people are people that. Because of your
listen, I'm gonna bring you on. I'm going to bring you.
In.
Please hit me on Twitter. Make sure if and then I'm going to bring you on my channel to interview you and share it as far as we can. Again, of course, it's going to seem like I have a reason to hate on TYT. I don't. I really, what I do have a problem with is anybody who's flirting with Marjorie Taylor Greene, raw milk, ivermectin side of the conversation. Hell no. So of course I'm gonna run that football for you. Hit me up. Let's do it.
Absolutely. Great to finally connect.
Hey,
Bye.
pleasure is mine.
Bye,
I
Christina.
couldn't have asked for more. A difficult truth. I know you've got to
Bye,
bounce,
guys.
so please plug your work as well.
Bouncing.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, Difficult Truth, Twitch, and YouTube. Pretty simple. Just like that.
Just like that.
Yeah.
Hey, man, I'm glad. Thank you so much for you've been riding with this space since day one.
Yeah.
And you've held down that position and that chair, and I have had occasion to watch your replays. Thank you for being a part of what's going on here and making it what it is.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, brother. Take care.
All right. Thank you. See ya.
Christina!
Just the 2 of us.
What's this black man doing on stage with this white woman? Oh, the stories they're going to try to make up now because you're on screen with a pastor, white woman from a side of the country. We won't dox you. I'm not going to inadvertently dox you.
Oh, I don't. People know I live like in South Carolina, so it's all good.
Ooh, bless your heart. Bless your heart.
Yeah, moving up to Jersey, back to Jersey in the year though. So I'm.
Oh no, good.
That.
Listen, and I'm not knocking South Carolina whole. When I said bless your heart, I was thinking about Jim Clyburn from South Carolina, and I said I was going to be nice this week and not mock him too much. I even said something nice about James Clyburn on Twitter. You know what? A lot of times the reason I like and retweet your stuff so much, not just because generally speaking, I'm retweeting, liking everybody, but you be saying some good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I could say something nice about Jim Clyburn as well. There's this rural health clinic called the Clyburn Center that I help fund that it's named after him, and that's the only way I can get any type of like healthcare.
Oh wow!
Primary doctor, psychology, or therapist, or whatever, or dental, or whatever. So I can say that about him. So that's good because
that's huge. Wait a minute, no, I can't. I would be phony. I would be phony as hell if I didn't slow down and say that man created a clinic that you're actually being blessed by right now.
Oh yeah, it's you could do a sliding scale fee. Usually everything's like 70, but you could go down to 30. If you get like any type of like procedure, like a dental procedure, you only pay like 30% up front and they cover the rest. So I always tell people, if you have a rural health clinic in your county, highly recommend because they have resources for you.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well then it's not that. Okay, I'm going to be fair with James Clyburn, okay? It's not that I believe he hasn't done anything good. I would never say that he hasn't done anything good, and I want to pause and reflect on what he's done, even that's something that's blessing you. I know that there was a good gap in my life where I needed that. Oh my goodness, would I have ever needed that, right? So shout out to him for that. But the establishment is, and you're front row and center seeing this happening and devolve on Twitter. I don't look at David Crowley and the Francesca Hong as a victory for the establishment. I see it as their Hail Mary, and they made it this time, but they won't make it next time.
Yeah, yeah, that's the craziest thing is that when centrists get one win, they're like, we're so back, but like, and then it's like, oh, it's over for DSA and socials. I'm like, not necessarily. She was able to do that without TV ads, without any real money. Like that's pretty. Like I think she's gotten the most votes in a primary in a long time for like a runner-up.
Yes.
But apparently Tom Tiffany came out against data centers, and people are mad because David Crowley is very much for data centers, and I think they polled like over 70% of people from Wisconsin they're not cool with data centers. So I'm like, uh-oh.
Well, listen, if this more, okay, just as a disclaimer, I am speaking to a predominantly white audience, and I have an occasion to talk about inter-Black issues. Please don't repeat what you hear me say in this conversation. It's just best to just kind of do what Christina does sometimes when I have some of my craziest tweets. She'll just quietly like it, but she won't retweet it because she's like, I'm not sharing it. But here's the problem. If that Black man loses this race because he insists on supporting data centers, and the Republican Party gets the advantage in this race because they oppose data centers, then I'm praying for Wisconsin, because we're talking about very serious times. But it's going to be what it is. It's on him. It's absolutely on him. It is so foolish for anyone to come out and be pro data center. Not only pro data center, Christina, he even talked about how he wanted to, work with the venture capitalism. Venture capitalism.
Yeah.
In 2026. Is that what we're trying to do here?
And say the Republicans, well, I mean, MAGA and Republicans are basically the same. He's like, oh, they got some good ideas. I'm like, okay, name them, and what policies have they done to make those policies happen? Like, oh, well, they believe in, cutting, the deficit and all that. I'm like, how? When? They haven't done that.
Right. It
don't matter.
It's mind blowing to me to think that one, and this bothers me about my dear sister over in Atlanta, in Georgia, Keisha Lance Bottoms. She's running for governor, and she has come out kind of equivocating a little bit around data centers. And here's the thing. We got to have some serious conversations here, because we, the people, all of us, whether we're Republican or Democratic, we are facing a movement with the tech industry that has a stranglehold on every politician one way or the other. And Republicans running to the left saying, oh, we oppose data centers. Of course, they'll say that. And then as soon as they get in power, they're going to do the same thing that Democrats are doing. And so I'm trying to be careful with this, because I'm not telling anyone to vote third party, don't vote. I'm not even talking about voting right now. I'm talking about a broader movement of everybody who understands what we're up against, or at least we have an idea of what we're up against AI.
Yeah, and I was talking to Taylor Lorenz about this recently, about the data centers and the privacy and big tech. And in a weird way, big tech was supposed to be the solution to big government. We'll protect your privacy, we won't spy on you. Big, government's always watching, Big Brother's always watching. We'll protect you, you're safe, and that turned out to be lies.
Yeah, every one of them.
All lies. Yep.
Every one of them.
I'm so glad my space is coming back, so I can just focus on coding my layout and not be on Twitter all day. It's gonna be great.
You better stay on Twitter. Here's another reason I retweet
I will stay
you
on
all
Twitter,
the time.
don't worry.
Here's the reason I retweet you all the time, because I need more people to get on Twitter and fight like you do, right? And so that's me saying, hey, go, Christina, go. I want your voice to go as hard as we can. We need more people like that, because I don't know if people realize what Twitter really is. And I hate that Elon Musk has control over it, but it's still the public square. And if we don't have a strong representation from the left out there fighting in the public square, then we've completely lost.
Yeah, I'm glad that I've stuck around, and I got, a pretty decent following, and
Yeah.
it helps, but also too every once in a while I'm like, oh, Hassan's streaming. Wait a minute, why are you liking my tweets? I'm like, wait a minute, I'm like, dude, you went to the bathroom. What are you doing? Come back, Yeah,
Everybody is
he's
Hassan crazy right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, they have nothing. They don't want to talk about Trump, I guess, but like Hassan's gonna be suing Scott Jennings
He
apparently.
should sue his bitch. Excuse me.
Harris
forgive me, Lord.
Faulkner as well. Like, I feel like what's interesting about the clips of Hassan is that they'll zoom in on his face when he's like reading, like his, you've seen him, like he highlights a chat and puts it
Yes.
on his, stream from
Yeah.
Chatterino, and he reads it. They don't show that. They show just a clip, like zooming of his face, where I'm like, it does look like he's reading something.
Yeah.
So
I don't, here's my super conspiracy theory hat. I'm only saying this kind of to have fun with it. But Republicans and Fox News have to know that every time they run a negative campaign against Hassan, they only make him bigger.
Yeah.
They have to know that.
Streisand effect. I'm like, did they not? Did they don't think it? But also, too, it wasn't just Fox News who started. It's the Third Way, the moderates, the centrists of the Democratic Party who started this, and then the Republicans realized, they could piggyback off of it and then do worse.
Right.
So it's
right.
it's getting crazy. Like, I don't want to know what his house looks like, or like,
Right.
photos of him, outside, walking kayak. Like, I'm like, it's getting to the point where Hassan fans who watch him 8 hours a day are like, stop talking about him. We need a break from him. We watch him. I was featured in a video about
I saw
Hassan
that.
fans.
I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw
And
that.
I was like,
Congratulations.
I don't have time to watch him all day, but I always catch up with like the YouTube videos because, and all my friends who clip him, long segments and all that. But it's getting to
Right.
the point where like even his followers and viewers are like, we're having fatigue because every time we turn on the news, it's about Hassan. And it's like, oh, we're gonna
Yeah.
have Hassan derangement syndrome soon.
Listen. I think everybody does, and I think here's my conspiracy theory hat. Like, right? What if they're doing it on purpose? What if they're promoting him on purpose? Like, it could be anything. Like, it could be just to make him a target. Right? They have to make a boogeyman. Right? I'm going to be generous. Right? There's one theory that I saw online. Everybody's talking about, oh, well, maybe Hassan is controlled opposition, because why are they supporting him like this by running all this negative? I mean, he's getting presidential level coverage, right?
Yeah.
But then to me, it's like maybe they're just trying to find one boogeyman to embody all of the fears of the left, and if they could vilify him and tear him down. But that's such a huge gamble when every time you run a negative ad on him, he gets like 10,000 new viewers. It's crazy.
More followers, more this, more that. And also, it's getting to a point where he's tired of having to talk about himself on stream. Like, the news. Because the thing is, peace and love to Hassan, but he really does ignore a lot of the kinder comments, and then like finds like the negative stuff to point out, and then go and get like angry about it. And I'm like, peace and love, but you gotta see the love, see the love. And I'm kind of glad that he reacted to the video that myself and a few others were
Christina,
on.
you've been streaming a long time. You used to stream before Twitch was even Twitch, didn't you?
No, I used to just appear on a few people's shows, but I didn't start streaming on Twitch until after my dad died, because I'm like, okay, I can focus on something different.
Right.
Yeah, 5 years later, I'm still here.
Wow. I feel like I've known you a lot longer than that. I feel like I've known you
Yeah.
at least.
Well, because I mean, even before 2020, you would also be like on TYT doing, panels and appearances, and I was very deep in the TYT fandom. I mean, Anna Kasperi and I were friends for 10 years until she basically mocked me for being poor or whatever. So everyone was like, "Damn, Anna, she always defending you no matter what, and this is what you do to her." F you, like it was like I was like,
It
oh wow,
got real there for a minute. It's real, and it matters. It's real, and it matters because they represent. Again, I'm not hating, but they have absorbed for 20 years. They've absorbed the progressive media energy as well as revenue stream. And in this ninth hour, this ninth inning, we're in the bottom of the ninth. And the first thing they do in 2024 after Trump wins is start, moving over there and start capitulating to them and start, in my opinion, groveling to no. You represent the flashpoint of all of the media, progressive independent media wealth for the last 20 years. The fuck you mean you gonna try to pivot to the right? And now they're hanging out with Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson. Like I don't know. I guess I got a little chip on my shoulder about that, but it's more about the representation of the community.
Yeah, they even brag about losing, memberships and viewers and all that stuff. And I'm like, well, that's not something to be happy about, considering, a lot of us funded your studio, and now then you did a thing with Polymarket, which is, I got offered to do something with Polymarket. I'm like, no, I know I need the money, but
right.
I'm not doing. I every time I get offered like a deal where it's like, oh man, I have to sell out. No, I ain't doing that. No, But
I never get the sellout offers though. I've been blessed to have a couple of contracts that were righteous, right? But I haven't gotten a call from George Soros. I haven't gotten a call from Polymarket. Not that I think they know. I think Polymarket knows anyway. You better take that Polymarket money. No, I'm joking.
No. It'd be funny. I think you maybe have seen my tweets, bro. I'm like, you could tell when a former progressive sells out, like to like a liberal, or like if they're being like anti-woke, DEI, whatever. I'm like, you are a leftist who sold to the right, And then if you're like, if you sell it to like centrist, like liberal, more, it's like, oh, the left is anti-Semitic, they're commies, they're this, it's too extreme, they don't vote, and I'm like,
right.
Listen, I know you're reading a script here or something like that, because this is very like formulaic that you're posting right now.
Right. Come on.
So it's just so funny. Also, shout out to Majority Report, because they're kicking, TYT's butt right now, because they're progressing, they're moving forward, they go with the times.
Yeah. One thing that really, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I love them. It's funny because we've had you on Movie Night Extravaganza, but we've had Sam on twice, and the story was how we got him on the first time is Conan, my co-host, essentially pimped me out to him. There was a gathering of an event in Brooklyn, and Conan and Forrest were there. And Conan kind of shoot a shot. He's like, we have a host who couldn't make it here. She's, her name's Christina. She's great. She's wonderful. She has a crush on you. And Sam's like, oh, go on. And he's like, yeah, she's a very attractive young lady. So will you come on the podcast? We'll do whatever movie you want. He's like, yeah, sure, I'll do it. So
that's a good step.
And it's funny because everyone was like, yo, Conan, you kind of sounded like you were selling her to him, offering her to him. And he's like, oh yeah, that did sound kind of interesting.
Pip game is the oldest game in the game for a reason. I digress. There was one more other thing that you were doing directly that, and now you got me laughing. Now I forgot what I was going to ask you, but here we are. Listen, don't let me hold you. Now you can hang out. I got about, let's see how much time I got left back on the clock. I still have about 20 minutes left on the clock. I want to talk about Robert Kennedy Jr.'s a name that I got from Andrea here at this space, his Age of Pestilence. And I really think we on the left, I'll put it like this. This is what I want to run a campaign on. Wearing a mask is the most radical thing that we can do right now, period.
Yeah.
And I say that not just because of COVID-19, obviously, but I say that because of flock cameras. Right?
Yes.
Do we want our faces to be seen by all of the surveillance state? Do we not have the right? And I think a lot of people forgot, Christina, that the anti-mask movement started because of the surveillance state companies who were lobbying Republican governors in particular. And then Republican governors started the whole you couldn't have a mask mandate, This was funded literally by, in Florida, Flock Cameras was one of those companies that helped start the anti-mask movement.
Yeah, another thing I talk with Taylor Lorenz about is the fact that, all of a sudden, people, Flock Cameras, they're a guy who, with Michigan and Wisconsin, one state has legalized weed, the other state doesn't. And guess what happened? He went over state, line to get legalized weed, came back with it in a state that didn't have the legalized. Flock camera found him.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. And I'm like,
Wow.
okay.
That's too much.
That's getting
if I
pretty
can't
soon,
go
you
buy
can
weed
drive on
in the next
interstates.
state, if I can't cross state lines and buy just some weed without the police state cracking down on me, we've gone too far, America.
Yeah,
And
ICE wears masks, but we can't. I mean, people have been wearing masks forever, like during flu season. This is not like a new thing that started during COVID. I had a friend who, when she was like 8, had a heart replacement surgery. And she had to wear like a very thick, not even like N95 mask. It was like a mask that covered like from here to like all the way down here.
Wow.
Once she became like a teenager, she stopped wearing the mask. And unfortunately, her heart rejected, her body rejected her heart and she died.
Oh my goodness.
I always tell people, I'm like, you don't understand people's story about why they wear masks all the time.
Right.
And also flu cases went down. Like everyone's like, COVID may be up, but like for some reason, flu cases haven't been this low in forever. I'm like, yeah, because everyone's wearing masks. Who would have thought?
I believe everybody, as a matter of fact, let me see if I can get this on the screen real quick. I think we're missing that the biggest play that the fascists are making right now, because they're not going to come there. I think we're expecting them to send the Gestapo to kill us with guns and put us on the wall. I don't think that's the play this time. I think the play this time is to continuously keep us sick and get as many people sick as possible, because people who are sick, dead, or dying cannot stand up to power. And
that or throw them in prison for 100 years for expressing their free speech.
Right. We're talking about, was it Minneapolis that just happened? That was,
I think Minneapolis, I think also in Texas too. Like it's happening. And it's like people who left before things got bad. But if you were there, you get arrested.
The police state, adding on top of that, the sick state, the state of pestilence, what the decisions that they're making. They're weakening. You saw everything they did this week with the school, the childhood vaccines, and separating MMR. What used to take one appointment is now going to require 5 shots instead of one sitting. Right? They're making it as difficult as they can. You can't even get the COVID vaccine in the state that I live in without a note and a request from a primary care doctor. Right? They're making all of these steps to make it difficult for you to protect yourself from anything. And it is leading to, I mean, what the screwworm, not the hantavirus, but what was the screwworm, the cyclospora, people shitting themselves to death.
Yes. People were like, I am, camped out in my bathroom, like not outside, but in my bathroom. And I'm like, we can't, like, everything's getting recalled. And everyone's like, oh, why is that? I'm like, because this is what happens when you deregulate stuff. I'm like, guys, you don't understand. When it comes to regulation, you need health. You need to make sure the food doesn't have shit in it, that there's no bacteria in it. And that's why having USAID was important.
Come on.
I get it. We give money, weapons, or whatever, but we also help like third world countries not spread diseases that can impact us and other countries.
And instead, and now, because here's the thing, I know what you're kind of responding to, generally speaking. What you're is everything good? Y'all good? You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
No, I'm sorry. My son keep busting in. Y'all need me? You need me?
Oh.
Yes, you're good to go. Okay, I'm sorry, but I'm live, but USAID, let me circle back. Here's the thing. Now, when people say what they said to you about like, yes, USAID would do other things. They would do intelligence things, CIA things, and all kinds of nefarious things that we hear about. Okay. We didn't stop them from doing those things, people. We just stopped the good parts. We defunded the good parts. We defunded the healthcare, the things that
we're still doing the bad stuff.
We're still doing the bad stuff, my friends. And so a lot of us on the left, we get caught in that trap. Oh, well, USAID was a tool of the CIA. We get it. But the CIA is still doing what the CIA is doing. And now all the decent stuff that was being done, now that we have the outbreak of Ebola out of control in Africa, We have all of those hundreds of thousands of people who are now sick, dead, or dying because they're not getting HIV treatments. All of the decent things that were being done, that's what stopped, not the evil shit.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm shout out to, Cody Johnson over at Some More News, who explained, why having USAID was very important, considering every day something's being recalled now. And I'm like, let's see, I'm gonna have a salad without lettuce. How do I do that? Croutons and cheese.
I took my wife lunch today, and
You see salad and you're like,
right. I was getting ready to bring her a salad. I was going to pick up a salad and take it to her. And I thought about it.
not
Wow,
today, Satan.
that could be assault. That could be assault, right? Like you intentionally taking someone lettuce in the year of our Lord 2026. You're trying to kill somebody. Look, Christina, listen, I don't want to hold you. Tell everybody how they can get up with your work, where they can find you and support you.
Yes, well, of course, I stream over on this space at Christina's Corner at Tuesdays at 5 p.m. and usually on Movie Night Extravaganza, 8 p.m. Eastern on Tuesdays as well. We've been going over the Nolan Batman movies, so that's exciting. And also, Forrest and I do Absurdity Space on Wednesdays at 6 p.m. And of course, I'm a rotating panelist on the space station. And you can also find me mostly on Twitch at twitch.tv/cosmopolitics, where I stream politics and pop culture from a left-wing perspective. I've been on I call it mycosis. I've been going through a big Michael Jackson kick since the movie came out. And I have my own little Michael Jackson story to tell. Well,
Oh,
two
really?
very quick ones. Yes. I had a bowling alley party for my birthday when I was like 9. And you get like a bowling pin that's signed by your friends and all that. And they're like, look, Christina, Michael Jackson signed your bowling pin. And I'm like, oh my God. Found out it was my sister who forged his signature. And then since I live near this island where James Brown lived, when he died,
Oh, wow.
I literally felt a shift near me because I was at my grandmother's house. She lived in so I'm like, I'm like, do you feel that, my sister? Like, I'm like, something's different. The vibe, the aura, something's different. And then we find out, oh, Michael Jackson's staying at James Brown's daughter's house, like I say, down the road from my grandmother's house. And I'm like, oh my God, that man's aura is so unmatched. I felt the difference the moment he stepped in town.
Wow. Because when you said I felt the shift, I kind of shook a little bit because in the church we feel the shift, but oh glory, like we feel the shift of the when you say you felt the shift, I'm like you in church, but you say his entire energy just came and just set the whole town off, just set it on fire.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
That's awesome.
And but also every Saturday I try to do a
go ahead.
So and also too, every Saturday we watch the gothic soap opera from the 60s, Dark Shadows. We call it Shadow Saturdays. People are like, yeah, we like your politicking and your whatever, but but we love the Saturday streams. And I'm like, great.
I love Dark Shadows. I like the when I was young, so it had to be the 80s version. The 80s version of it was one I grew up on. Really loved it. Ooh, it's been so long. It was so good to come and just happen to on the panel and get a chance to talk with you all and interview all. What's crazy is that I had already expressed that I really wanted to interview each and every one of you. So I don't let this be the last time we hang out and do. I mean, it's not the first time either, but let's definitely hang out and interview each other some more.
Yeah, definitely. I'm all for it.
Thanks so much, Nick. I am going to take the last few minutes I got here and just kind of rant a little bit, if that's okay. Before I rant, wow, family, this space.tv is fire. It's dope. And I think I know people are sleeping on it because the quality of host and analysis that is going on any given broadcast on this channel is absolutely fire. Shout out to Andrea. I was listening to her work on Monday, and when she was talking about and this is funny, but it's true, but it's funny because I got 3 kids. She was like, why would anyone bring children into this world? And she was talking about it from the real practical perspective of all the stuff that's going on. And then I jumped on today, and there, I believe it was Hank. Hank was talking about everyone was talking about the intricate fights that we are entangled in right now. That's where I want to rant a little bit. The intricate fights that we are entangled in right now. I can tell you the truth, even though I haven't been broadcasting for the last, I don't know how many years consistently, I have not been broadcasting. I've never stopped working, because one of my last broadcasts, somewhere around 2021, 2020, somewhere in there before life did what life did, I was interviewing, his last name is Ross. I can't remember his first name, but I was interviewing him, and he had done all the research along with a lot of folks. We saw this coming 6, 7, 8 years ago, family. When we say, what did we see? We saw the full assault on democracy and the full assault on the republic coming about 6 or 7 years ago. I saw that it was coming in the form of Christian nationalism about 5 years ago. No, about 6, give or take. Doesn't matter, but it was some years ago. And I had to take a step back so that y'all, family, we really in some shit here. You know, that's the only way I can really say it right now. We are actually factually in the fight of our lives because they're trying to kill us. I don't want to sound hyperbolic or bombastic or like a conspiracy theorist. But if you look at the decisions that are being made by Robert F. Kennedy Jr., if you look at the decisions being made by Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and how those decisions are being reverberating on the state level, it's not just what Robert Kennedy Jr. is doing on the federal level, it's what his behavior is giving permission for Republican governors to do in your state, where they're all actively gutting the public health system. And that's just one of our many entangled fights. They have declared complete and total war on the public health system. And that is just one of our many entangled fights. The public health is under assault, but so is the republic. So is democracy itself, the right to vote, the assumption that there would be a peaceful transfer of power, the assumption that we could speak truth to power and disagree with our leaders without going to jail. There's a full-blown assault on that too. It's just one of many of the entangled fights that we are having to fight. So you got the assault on public health. You got the assault on the republic. You got the assault on black people. I should have started there, but I'm in mixed company. Because they're lit. If you go to Twitter, family, if you listen, I need my allies. I need you. Pause. Today is August. What's that? 13th. Yesterday was the anniversary of the killing of Heather Heyer. And I believe it's been 7 years ago. And it was at the Unite the Right rally where all of the tiki torch white supremacists from around the country gathered and marched in their khaki pants and white shirts. You should remember it. I'm calling out her name because, one, she was riding for us when she died. Heather Heyer was riding for us. I remember the night before. I've been in this politics game a long time. It's not just politics, but like actively, I've gone and covered Nazis myself. I had a camera so I could blend in and I could get in and out when there were brawls and fights over Nazis marching in the streets, right? That's why I come to have an affinity for Antifa, because when I was out there giving coverage, it was Antifa that was out there knocking Nazis' heads. The Friday night, I can't remember the name of the university where Heather Heyer showed up along with Antifa. Somebody could put it in the chat and help me remember that. What city, what state, and what university they were at. But I remember the Friday night before, the Nazis had gathered on campus and had gathered and scared and intimidated all of the protesters, the Black Lives Matter protesters that were out there. And I remember them literally asking for help on Twitter that Friday night. I saw it live as they tweeted it. And then the next day, who came through but Antifa? And who was with them? Heather Heyer. Shout out to that sister. I wish I had a slideshow for her, because she was riding for us as an anti-racist, anti-fascist ally, comrade, who died in the fight for justice. Why am I making that pivot in the middle of all of these fights? Because I stopped on the fight for Black life. I stopped where I should have began discussing the threat, the literal threat to Black life right now. And I'm trying to speak to the same allies who have been effing riding with us. And I'm talking about in these recent years when we've had to go up against the Proud Boys, Boogaloo Boys, Nazis, literal Nazis, the Klan in the streets, as they started to rebuild this white supremacist renaissance that we're living through right now. There were so many folk from Antifa, just radical white folk, who was just riding and dying with us, literally. Heather Heyer died standing up on behalf of liberation. If you go to Twitter and you really dig deep, you look up the hashtag total nigger death. Hashtag total nigger death. You're going to see two things. One, you're going to see me alerting everyone to come look. You're going to see a lot of my tweets. Get past my tweets and look at the conversation that's being had. Hashtag TND. That's just the tip of the iceberg. When I tell you Black people are under attack in this country in a way that I'm calling on all of our comrades and allies. Now, I don't expect you all to provide self-defense for us. I'm telling Black folks we're going to provide self-defense for ourselves. I ain't even got to tell Black folks that. We some Second Amendment folk. We some Second Amendment folk. We got to be. Black folks are going to defend ourselves. What we need our allies to do is to be awake, to be awake, to be awake. Oh, yeah, baby. AOC, I need y'all to stay woke. Let me take RFK and how much time I got left? I'm over time. I got 1 minute left. We need y'all to stay woke, AOC, because if you're sleeping, you're going to miss the fact that not only are they attacking democracy and they're attacking the republic, and not only are they attacking the public health, but they're you better stay woke and see that they're attacking women. You better keep your eyes open and your head on a swivel and understand how they're attacking women, how they're attacking the LGBTQIA community, how they're going to use what they used against immigrants to come after the rest of us. ICE is going to be You think they're going to stop with immigrants with ICE? See, if y'all are afraid of being woke, you absolutely gonna miss what's happening right now underneath the system that we're all trying to survive. So I'm just shout out to my comrades in the chat, this space. That's why I hang out at thisspace.tv. I need people like Andrea in my life. I need somebody who's, man, look, Andrea be teaching me, You don't need to, teach me how to navigate a world as crazy as this is. We need each other. I need you. And yeah, I'm be honest with you. Like, no cap, y'all need me. Y'all gonna, you'll see why in a few more weeks. We got a lot of fights on our hand, and we need each other. We need each other. And I'm glad to have all of you over here on this space.tv. I don't care if it's 50 folks. I'll love it when it's 5,000. That said, Nick, appreciate you, man. Thanks for what you do. I'm about ready to get out of here if you are. And we will see all of you next time. Be blessed, everybody.
The Benjamin Dixon Show is only possible with listener support. Go to patreon.com/VPD show and support the Benjamin Dixon Show